Chapter 1 Crossing Through the One Piece World. Saint Howard? Isn't this celestial dragons? Saint Howard! Wake up! Saint Howard! Holiday's consciousness was hazy, and a harsh scream exploded in his ear. If Saint Howard can't wake up, none of you can live today. Well. What are they arguing about? What the hell is Saint Howard called? Holiday lay weakly on the cold and hard deck, and a strange touch suddenly came from his mouth. It made his hazy consciousness appear somewhat clear. So fragrant. Could it be that there is finally a girl who throws her arms at him and he will reach the pinnacle of life in the next second? Then came the feeling of being pressed hard on the chest. After a few more seconds, the lips felt a wonderful touch again. It seems that someone is giving him artificial respiration. Holiday opened his eyes with all his strength. What caught my eye was a blonde girl in a marine uniform. She was shaking all over, biting her lower lip. While squeezing Holiday's chest, the girl cried out, "Wake up!" Holiday wanted to make a sound in response to her. It's a pity that with all his might he could only make a whimper in his mouth. But panic had invaded the girl's sanity, and she couldn't hear Holiday's faint voice. "You can't even save people from drowning, what's the use of your marines?" The sharp female voice sounded again. Holiday looked sideways, and it wasn't his mother who made the sound. Two sturdy arms had grabbed the blonde marine girl's arm. One dragged her away from Holiday. The girl struggled in horror and shouted, "I can still try. I can still rescue it. Throw this useless BCH down and feed the sea kings." Mom's voice was sharp as if to pierce the eardrum. "Another. I don't want to kiss anyone," the pink long-haired marine girl cried while being pushed out. "He's already dead, how can he be saved? Teacher Zephyr. Save me." Holiday whimpered softly. "Sea kings? Isn't that a creature from One Piece? The girl who saved her is about to be pulled to feed the fish?" Mom's words don't look like a joke. Menopause has been so bad? And the blonde girl looked very familiar. And this pink-haired girl is also very familiar. I'm an otaku who doesn't know any international friends? Is it the famous Kozer? In the nick of time. An angry voice stopped the person who was dragging the blonde girl. "Let go of Sergeant Domino." A voice said without mercy. "It is your honor to touch the Eucharist of Saint Howard. This kind of thing happened to the escort. If Saint Howard can't be saved, don't even think about living today." Before he finished speaking, Holiday saw it. A big hand held the pink long-haired girl's head and lifted her up. That hand is too big. It was effortless to squeeze the girl's hand. Holiday felt that he could crush the girl's head with a little force. Holiday didn't have the strength to tilt his head, so he could only try to glance over, and vaguely saw a tall figure. It looks like at least 3 meters high. How high is 3 meters? Is that still a normal human being? The voice of the giant suddenly rose high. "Or, Zephyr Admiral, are you going to disobey the orders of the Syalukian Palace?" Zephyr? Isn't that someone from One Piece? As an otaku who loves two-dimensional girls, Holiday is born to be One Piece. Inside, Nami, Robin, Vivi, Empress and other beautiful women in One Piece. From boutiques to commemorative figures, he has collected a full set. Empress. Empress. Didn't you feel dizzy because your mother broke the Empress figure? Where to use artificial respiration? Besides, what the hell are Saint Howard and Syalusi Palace? It sounds like they are talking about themselves and their mother. Zephyr was standing in the way of the perpetrator dragging the blonde girl to execution. The other party is also not afraid of Marine Admiral's identity. One by one looked at Zephyr with icy eyes. "Syaluxi Chien Gong. Please let me come down to rescue." Even Marine Admiral, who is in a high position, can only bend his spine and plead at this time. On Marine's way to escort celestial dragons. Courtesy of Saint Howard for violence against untrained slaves. caused the slaves to riot and throw Saint Howard into the sea. By the time he arrived it was too late. Saint Howard was dead when he was taken out of the water. Shut up! How could I allow your stinky mouth to tarnish my son's reputation? It's all your marine's fault. Gaians, let that little BCH crawl over to save people. The voice of the mother called Xiaoluxi Qiangong suddenly rose. In a fit of rage, he took out the whip and threw it on the ground. The giant, who was more than 3 meters tall, pressed down the pink-haired girl's head. What are you still doing? Hurry up! You! Tears of the pink-haired girl fell on Eli Howard's face. The disgusting celestial dragons are dead. How can it be saved? Get moving! Eli Howard roared inwardly, finally mobilizing all his strength. Let your lips tremble. The pink-haired girl's hands trembled. Unbelievable to feel the weak heartbeat of this hand. Is this alive? He moved. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. But the increasingly active heartbeat of his subordinates will not lie. He's alive. How is this possible? Even Zephyr Admiral's eyes widened. He didn't have a heartbeat when he pulled the man up from the water. What exactly is this? Asterisk. Chapter 2 Black Arm Zephyr, Hina. Sure. Tina, what is your devil fruit ability? I am a cage fruit capable person, Teacher Zephyr. The pink-haired girl Tina replied. Own devil fruit. How is it possible to have the ability to save the dead? Don't hurry up and continue to rescue. Xiaoluxi Qiangong said in surprise. Her fat body ran over, as if to crush the entire floor. When she came to Tina, she stepped on Tina's head with one foot. But I did several rounds of artificial respiration. Saint Howard remained motionless. Tina's tears filled her face. The first kiss in my life would actually be given to celestial dragons, who exudes a scent of erosion and decay under such circumstances. Damn celestial dragons! What is the need to save this kind of scum? Why should I suffer such insults? Zephyr Admiral on the side can't see it anymore. Taking advantage of Xiaoluxi Qiangong did not see it. 1 foot on Holid's stomach. Horrid was shocked all over. The sea water spouted from the nose and mouth. The body bounced uncontrollably. But fortunately, I can finally move. Bold. Several people with frosty complexions immediately pulled out the knife holder and placed it on Zephyr Admiral's neck. But it was stopped by a trembling arm raised. Everyone looked at this weak arm in surprise. Because this arm is weak. But it belongs to the most powerful celestial dragons. Horrid got up and retched to the ground. It took a long time to relax, and tried my best to say the first sentence in this world. Let go of them. My Howard. Xiaoluxiqian rushed to hug Holid. Mom, what happened? Holid asked feebly. Xiaoluxi Qiangong immediately scolded. These marine wastes are weakly guarded, and you fall into the sea. In the sea. Horrid poked his head out of the arms of Xiaoluxiqian, only then could he see the surrounding situation clearly. He was sitting on the deck of a big ship. The color and style of this boat are familiar. And above it was the marine flag he was familiar with. Looking out again, there is a sea of Wang Yang. Horrid turned his head again to look at the people on the deck. Among the angry people. Is it Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr? And it has been stopped over there. But the blonde girl sitting on the deck trembling. Remember Zephyr Admiral called her Domino? Although he has a garden-like figure in a bungalow, he looks familiar. But I just can't remember who it is for a while. And the pink-haired girl in front of me. Cage fruit has the ability, and the appearance is also worthy of. Is it the Black Prison Tina? Although now she was crying with tears on her face. But it is indeed somewhat similar to the Tina figure I collected. It just looks a lot younger. Could it be that you have crossed into the world of One Piece? If it's a dream, don't wake up. Finally, his gaze returned to his mother. The funny hairstyle and the face that was a few times bigger than the original are squeezed in a bubble hood. Isn't this image the celestial dragons in the pirate? Consider yourself great. I feel that the same air that most people breathe is a toxic gas. So celestial dragons wearing bubble hoods. Boy, me, became celestial dragons? Right, Saint Howard, do you remember? Black Arm Zephyr held back his anger and lowered his breath in a low voice. You insisted on playing a game with the captain of Impel Down. But you were thrown into the sea by the captain of the pirate violently. Captain Pirate? Holly turned his head. On the deck behind him, there was a big man lying in the place that was originally blocked. The blood shed by the big man even spread to him. The head was smashed, let's not say. There are also a few small holes in the heels of women's shoes. Unidentified liquid mixed with red and white is emerging. Wow! Seeing this terrifying sight, Khalid couldn't help screaming loudly. He rolled his eyes and fainted. By the time Khalid woke up again, Marine's ship had docked. Saint Howard is awake. Several flattering voices exploded in his ears. Then, as if rushing to claim credit, they rushed out to report. Go away. Khalid weakly pushed away the giant who tried to support him. The opponent flew out in coordination, even leaving a small hole on the wall. It was like how powerful he was at that moment. Horrid gave him a strange look, but immediately understood, because he was celestial dragons. Everything that happened before. It's not a dream. Zephyr. Domino. Tina. Khalid could hardly contain the excitement in his heart. This is really the world that I love deeply. A shrill voice came from the deck outside the door. In such a serious accident, don't you Marine think that you can escape responsibility? Zephyr lowered his head. The fist behind him was clenched. The green veins appeared one by one at the forehead. It was originally the BD Celestial Dragons who insisted on Domino and Tina to be responsible for the escort. What's more, if you see an ugly face, you will be in a bad mood. If it's not your own ship, follow behind. Came in time to kill the violent pirate captain. Miraculously saved the BD again. I'm afraid there is no way to survive this time. In the eyes of these damn celestial dragons, they are not human at all. Even if it saved their lives, they would only say, its marine protection is not in place. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Impel Down, the head of the beauty caretaker? But the young version. Don't blame them. Howard's voice rang from the cabin. It's like pressing the pause button on the deck. Everyone was stunned. Especially the giant agent named Guy Enns. He opened his eyes funny first. Then he turned his head cautiously to report to Siaruksikian Palace. The villain is about to say that Saint Howard has woken up. Howard helped the wall out of the cabin. A piece of marine soldiers was kneeling on the deck. And Domino and Tina were both locked in heavy handcuffs, kneeling on one side foremost. Domino was still crying, and Tina had calmed down. What are you saying? The anger on the face of the mother who is the Xiaolushan Jiangong has not dissipated yet. You almost lost your life, and you fainted because of how they handled it. This group of Marines, it's not a pity to die. Don't blame them. Howard said again, interrupting his mother directly. In the same way, everyone on the deck was shocked again. Zephyr frowned. How can celestial dragons have good intentions? I'm afraid there will be more later moves waiting. For example, let Domino and Tina be slaves or something. His eyes fell on the spy on the side. They have prepared slave collars in their hands. Among celestial dragons, Legia is notoriously arrogant and face-saving, and it is impossible to take things easy. Saint Howard was breathing heavily at this time. He was exhausted just walking over, and now he roared twice. With his weak physique now, it would be good if he didn't faint. There was silence around, until Howard raised his head and spoke. This time, thanks to you, I will definitely ask 5 elders to commend you. This time everyone present was frozen, That is notoriously difficult to deal with. Not to mention the relentless entanglement, now I have to commend it. This is too unreal. Gyens was the first to come back to his senses. Step forward, a villain looks flattering. Courtesy Saint Howard repays his grievances with virtue, this kind of mind is really great. You guys. Don't hurry to kneel and thank Saint Howard for his grace. The sound of gratitude that sounded around did not eliminate Sialaksekian's anger. This kind of thing insults your holy name. These two be touched Howard's holy lips with their dirty mouths. At the very least, you have to make them your slaves. Howard was almost frightened by how unreasonable his mother was. His name is still given by his mother, Read. How come she has forgotten everything herself? Enough. Holly flushed red and let out a loud roar. So as not to spit out even more unbearable words from Sialaksekian's mouth. Sialaksekian's words made him feel unable to hold on to his face. Howard never thought about it. The day when dreams come true will be accompanied by such a bottomless setting. In an atmosphere where others dare not take a breath. Howard finally calmed down. It was they who saved me, so even if I had offended before, I can never blame it. Sialaksekian came over and looked at Howard's head strangely. Repeatedly confirm whether his son's head is broken. Hey, since Saint Howard spared you, so be it. Sialusi said proudly. Immediately, he shouted, I'm exhausted. On the one hand, someone lifted a chair and got off the boat. Howard turned his head and looked over. And saw a 4 to 5 meter high giant crawling on the ground with his hands and feet. The back is as wide as a car. He was lying on the ground at this time. Waiting for Sialusi Chiengong to step on her back. On his broad back. There is also a luxurious collapse. Enough to make Sialaksekian lie down and upright in the posture of a queen. After Sialusi walked up to the palace. Flick the whip. The whip of unknown material left a blood mark on the giant. Then the giant got up and slowly left with Sialaksekian palace. My mother. Holly was dumbfounded in his heart. Mom's pomp, even if compared with Cleopatra, it is even worse. After thinking about it, Howard reacted. He has become the ruling class in this world. The celestial dragons of the common people. And my name has also become Howard? I haven't heard of the name, but it must be a family of celestial dragons. According to the habit of celestial dragons who rule this world. For all men, the word holy should be added to the end of the name when addressing them. The name Gong is added to the female's name. Figured out his identity. Lee Howard's brain has many memories, mixed together. Saint Howard. Zephyr's voice suddenly came, pulling Howard out of his trance. Zephyr Admiral lowered his hand and asked. The subordinates are grateful for Saint Howard's kindness, can I release my subordinates? Can. Rewards. Howard came back to his senses. Sialucia is gone, and Marine is still kneeling. The Marines dared not look up, but they all showed surprise expressions. But he remained very vigilant, after all, it was a courtesy of Saint Howard. Even if he changes his mind suddenly, it is not surprising that he wants to put everyone to death. Rather, this sudden fortune made them feel strange. Don't talk about them. Even the servants and secret agents of the Lee family could not believe it. That gift, Saint Howard, even forgiven the other party in this way. Eli Howard stretched out his hand at the spy, give me the key. Then he came to Domino and opened her handcuffs personally. It's a pity that the other party was shaking and didn't look up. I don't know if it was out of fear or excitement. And, Domino, who is it? Lee Howard looked at the blonde girl in front of him, the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. Perfect figure, delicate face. It doesn't look like a cannon fodder at all. And he became a sergeant at such a young age at only 15 or 16. Should be an important role with a promising future. Hey? If you put on her sunglasses. Isn't it the beauty of the head of the impel down? Asterisk. Chapter 4 Hina, the damned celestial dragons absolutely have another purpose. No wonder it had to be recognized. I was fortunate enough to see Domino's makeup. And it was Domino in her teenage years. I am so happy. Eli Howard couldn't help but take a few more glances. Domino bowed his head pitifully. With a pure beauty that he didn't have when he watched One Piece. As for Tina, I have Tina's figure, so I can recognize it naturally. Eli Howard walked up to Tina. Looking at this beautiful girl who was rated as the most popular Marine in another world. Although now the younger version. But it can be seen from the eyebrows that this is the black prisoner. Long pink hair, pale complexion, hot body. Eli Howard swallowed hard. Only. Tina, is this too high? Tina, who was standing in front of her, was 1.8 meters tall. This is not the same as the small and delicate feeling of the figure on the shelf. Standing face to face, Tina was a full punch higher than herself. Eli Howard suddenly realizes, so I'm so stupid? Take another look around. Domino was about the same height as Tina, and they were the shortest among the Marines. Zephyr Admiral said nothing. There are many big men around 2 or 3 meters tall. Back to God time. Eli Howard saw a trace of hatred in Tina's eyes. The goddamn celestial dragons, hesitant to open the handcuffs. What the hell must be going on? Do you suddenly want to be a slave now? Tina can't wait to tear this celestial dragons apart and kill herself. But it's not just me that's having trouble doing this. Teacher Zephyr and the other Marine companions all suffered the worst punishment. This is a consequence that my own selfishness cannot bear. I'll open it for you. Eli Howard looked apologetically. It's so rude to think things are fascinated. However, being short also has the advantage of being short. For example, when opening the handcuffs, it is possible to openly observe the ravines of Ti-Nami. When he raised his head, he accidentally met the corner of the other's mouth. Is it the artificial respiration this little mouth just did for me? That wonderful touch. Delicate aroma. Suddenly, a murderous aura pulled the swaying Eli Howard back from his memory. I saw that Tina in front of her had raised her eyebrows. This BD has his handcuffs half open and doesn't move? Can't find the keyhole for a long time and then take the opportunity to stare at it. Believe it or not, I killed you and then committed suicide. Anyway, this life is not clean. Oh, sorry. Eli Howard apologized awkwardly. Quickly remove the heavy handcuffs. The all-black sea stone handcuffs clattered to the deck. Nearly hit Eli Howard in the foot. He was startled. Under the veiled contempt of Marine around him, Eli Howard picked up the sea stone handcuffs with some curiosity. But I could barely carry the handcuffs. This is the sea stone that can suppress Devil Fruit's power. Devil Fruit's ability. Ability to use incredible power. There is something called Devil Fruit in this world. If you eat it, you can gain incredible power. And handcuffs made of sea stone. It can seal the power of Devil Fruit. Specially used against demon fruit power. Miss Tina. Eli Howard got excited. Excuse me. Coming. Tina immediately drew a knife from her waist and placed it across her neck. Let me be your slave, I'd rather die. Can you show me your abilities? Hey. Eli Howard was dumbfounded before he could finish his sentence. I can understand any dissatisfaction cut. Can't you just wipe your neck by yourself? Show my abilities. Tina was also stupid. Are you just showing off your abilities? What is there to show? Cage fruit is not strong. Yes, I'm curious about Devil Fruit's power. Eli Howard said seriously. Sensing the doubts and fears of the people around him, Lee Howard put on a friendly attitude. Don't worry, everyone, I salute Saint Howard will not forget your life-saving grace. There was silence all around. The Marines looked at each other. Since Eli Saint Howard woke up, it was like a different person. Celestial dragons actually started to make sense. And Tina? After hearing the grace of saving life, his face quickly turned red. Only this time there was less anger. Tina looked up at Saint Howard in front of her. Fat body. Even more bloated due to wearing the celestial dragon's robe. Adding an ordinary face would have been stupid. But the other party actually started to reason. So it seems. Not too annoying. At least compared to most celestial dragons. The gift in front of Saint Howard is pleasing to the eye. In this world, the commoners cannot refuse all the demands of celestial dragons. Irresistible, irresistible. Otherwise, it is a dead end. And in the eyes of celestial dragons, all people in this world except them are slaves. So even seeing the celestial dragons in front of me makes me want to throw up. Tina could only choose to obey or die. Tina gritted her teeth and took the thought out of her mind. There can be no good celestial dragons in this world. This gift of kindness to Saint Howard. It's just a walk from the brink of death, and it's just an accidental germination. Dark Prison. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Let Hina be a colonel? Holy Land Marie Joyce. Tina waved her arms. 2 dark iron fences. It stretched out from under her arms like black wings. Stopping Howard in the middle. Wow! Howard let out an awe-inspiring voice. From the dark prison to the condensed. No matter it is watching the video or the figure, there is no direct impact. This is the power of the real devil fruit. A fence harder than steel. In this way, it breathes from under Tina's arms. And control its shape as you like a living branch. Can I touch it? Lee Howard actually asked for the consent of the other party before reaching out. This is absolutely unique for celestial dragons. Tina clenched her lower lip. Cursed in my heart for a round. Then he nodded in the weird eyes around. Please. But the next moment, Tina regretted it. This ST stroked the black prison like a girl's arm. Tina regretted her disgusting touch. Haha. This is amazing. Eli Howard said excitedly. The agent on the side offered a steel knife and flattered. Courtesy Saint Howard, it's fun to chop with a knife. Tina had no expression on her face and sneered in her heart. Relying on the physique of celestial dragon's waist. No matter how you cut it, it is impossible to destroy the black jail. That agent's eyes twitching constantly at him is sick. Wouldn't you still want to cooperate with me to make Saint Howard enjoyable? Tina snorted coldly. She just wanted to raise the hardness of the black prison to the highest, enough hardness to break the knife. However, Eli Howard did not pick up the knife. I will not swing a knife at my benefactor. Eli Howard looked content, even with a grateful look. Okay, Colonel Tina. Zephyr next to him coughed sharply. Tina put away her ability and said with a slight embarrassment. I'm just a sergeant. Zephyr said. Sergeant Domino and Sergeant Tina are just recruits. Howard was careless. The Tina that I am familiar with grew up. Tina was already a colonel at that time. But now, Tina was only 14 or 5 years old. Still a little cute Marine. Howard gave a big wave. The sergeant is too low. For saving me St. Howard's credit, I have to be promoted 2 levels anyway, right? That won't make the colonel either. Zephyr was speechless, and at the same time he was surprised and afraid of Howard's kindness. Celestial dragons is not a day or two. It's better to be careful when you can't figure out what sinister intentions the other party has. Zephyr said patiently. Please, St. Howard, rest assured, Marine relies on strength to speak, and his subordinates will do their best to train them. So a tumbling storm ended unbelievably. When Marine Marshal Kong received the report, the frowned brow was deeper than before. He had already picked up the 5 elders' phone bug and was about to intercede in a low voice. To know. A celestial dragon's died, and it was the gift of Saint Howard. As a matter of course, the whole ship Marine heads down. He even made it. in order to keep Domino and Tina preparing for early retirement. Promotion. So when I heard what Zephyr said on the phone, Kong's first reaction was that he had a problem with his ears. The second reaction was that Zephyr had a brain problem. That St. Howard, who was already dead, was rescued by Domino and Tina. Yes. Zephyr's determined tone made Kong think that his mind was out of the question. Both people breathed a sigh of relief. But Kong's brows never loosen. Don't let your guard down, let Domino and Tina hide. Marshal Kong didn't believe in such good luck. Because everyone in the Lee family is not a good thing. Lee St. Howard's father is the head of the Lee family, Lee Erd. He was a very cruel man who was good at torturing slaves. Good. Zephyr Admiral agreed. With the promotion order, both Domino and Tina were promoted to ensign. Domino was transferred to Impel Down to guard the criminals. And Tina, transferred to Marine Sergeant Academy for further study. These two places can be said to be very safe. Even celestial dragons can hardly make any impact. When they racked their brains to think about what St. Howard had made. Rewards St. Howard is actually simply trying to thank them. Lgia was originally a relatively strong clan among celestial dragons. And the mother of St. Howard is Xiaoluxiqian Palace. Originally the eldest daughter of another world nobleman Charles Rose. How powerful is the strength of this marriage? What kind of influence can it have on the world government? Only high-level officials of the world government can understand. Lee Howard can't take care of himself now. Not to speculate on the thoughts of the Marines he is grateful for. After resting for 2 days. Rewards St. Howard has returned to the world of celestial dragons. But it's far from adapting. Holy Land Marie Joyce. This is a place that has become accustomed to cruelty as fun. 800 years ago, the celestial dragons were descended from the 20 kings who founded the world government. And the holy place where they are stationed is Marie Joyce. Every country under the world government has to pay an astonishing amount of heavenly gold every year. To support these nobles of the world. As celestial dragons, you are born to be the master of this world. The only thing to worry about every day. Just have fun. Lgia is a direct descendant of the 20 kings who created the world. After the marriage with the same powerful Xia Lu family. The power of the Lee family is even more amazing. Lee Howard was born with endless power. Woke up early in the morning and finished washing under the service of a beautiful maid. Lee Howard saw a girl lying on the ground with hands and feet. Already crawling under your feet submissively. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Celestial Dragon's Day starts with breakfast. What's this for? Howard was puzzled. This is the slave you reserved. It was here the day before yesterday. You can take her to the restaurant. The maid dressed Howard as a gift and spoke sweetly. In the eyes of the maid with a sweet smile on her face. This seems to be a normal thing. Slave. Lee Howard was stunned, then looked down at the girl lying on the ground. Although he lowered his head, he couldn't see the whole face. But you can still see that it is a beautiful face. It looks like he's only 11 or 12 years old. When I hear other people talking, my body trembles in fear. A sturdy slave collar was worn around his neck. If you escape without authorization, it will explode. Looking down from above, you can see the long legs curled up under the body. And very slim waist. Is this a slave? But think of celestial dragon's general hobby. Howard is not surprising. I carefully recalled the memory in the body. It seems to be dissatisfied with the former slave. So Xiaoluxia ordered a new slave who fits her size as a birthday gift. Yes, young master, please come to have a meal. The maid said respectfully, just give it a try, the height is not right. Can this hold me? Howard feels a little sorry. Don't worry, this is not an ordinary slave, it's very powerful. The maid said with confidence. Eli Howard knew that the slaves not needed by the celestial dragons would not end well. Only stepped on the girl's back blankly. Feeling the girl shudder, Howard slumped back on the bed. "Little lord!" the maid exclaimed, "this damn slave! I'll clean it up for the young master." "Shut up! Go and call my former slave. This slave stays as a footstool for me," Eli Howard roared back in a louder voice. He has also known Celestial Dragon's behavior in these 2 days. Although not used to it yet. But this arrogant method can definitely save the girl's life. Eli Howard sat on the back of the original slave and moved towards the dining room. The young girl was led by an iron chain, crawling behind her hands and feet together. Howard sighed secretly. Celestial Dragon's life is truly luxurious. In this way, you can go directly from the bedroom to the dining table without even getting up. If there is such a thing in the original world, just sit and wear it directly. Eli Howard also thought it was a bit fun at first. But then I remembered stepping on the girl. The girl was struggling and desperately restraining her deep breathing. Eli Howard's heart was stabbed deeply. "Isn't this all right?" But he said nothing. Because he knows the world of celestial dragons very well. A useless item. Perhaps the next thing to wait for is death. Eli Howard suddenly started to hate himself a little bit. How can you sigh with emotion? The banquet hall finally arrived. The huge long dining table can accommodate hundreds of people to join the banquet. But at this time, because it was morning, only a few people came to eat. Lee Howard looked at the people who yawned and rode slaves of various races. These strange beasts are his family? Looking at it this way, I can say that I am a handsome man. "Howard, I heard that your bubble hood was broken and you were injured by the slave violently, ha ha ha." A tall and fat body sits on the back of a burly man, with the flesh on his body piled together. The big man moved around like a pug. There was a cold sweat on his head. And this weird picture is just the tip of the iceberg of Celestial Dragon's extravagant life. It wasn't until the big man came before Howard that Eli Howard found out. That fat guy like Roshan. The thick leather chair cushion under the buttocks was fastened to the man's back. Some places are simply sewn into the meat. Roshan sitting on it is his father Li Erdasheng. This big fat man who is close to 2 meters tall. Move his on the slave's back every time. The cold sweat on the head of the big man under him has increased. "I heard that you received artificial respiration for a long time before you came back to life. Have you disinfected your mouth properly?" With a mocking smile on Li Erdasheng's face, the vicious words kept blurting out. "Those Marines are dirty, maybe they will have that kind of disease." Eli Howard suppressed the urge to smoke him. This face is somewhat similar to the father in the previous life. "When I stretched out my hand and stuffed something into my mouth, I didn't forget to talk. You also want to express your gratitude to Marine, it's really a shame to our family. They are already magnanimous if they are not held accountable for negligence." During breakfast, Howard basically kept stepping on the girl's back. But sit awkwardly without force. The girl's silent panting calmed down a lot. "What's the matter, Howard? Are you dissatisfied with the new slave?" Sialuxikian noticed that Howard was not sitting with a new slave, and frowned. "New slaves, you always need a lesson to ride well. This kind of slave can be used for after show. It's uncomfortable to sit on it watching you lose weight," Lidin said, taking the whip in hand to demonstrate. He slapped his at his slave. "Lower. See it, like this, if it doesn't work, just change it. It's good to be a little slave on a footstool," Eli Howard said quickly. ***. Chapter 7 Exclusive Bodyguard, CP0 Guy ends. He knows what cause show means. The previous life has been fully understood from the animation of One Piece. After show is basically torturing slaves to death and admiring the tragedy of the other party's struggle and pain. Lee Howard hurriedly adjusted his sitting posture, stomping his feet firmly on the girl's back, with an expression of enjoyment. "I like this new slave very much. Thank you for your concern." The girl let out a strenuous muffled moan, panting with her head down. She can understand what celestial dragons are talking about. Desperately supporting Rei Howard's body. Why can't I even lift my head? This is the first-class product that is specially requested, it shouldn't be so durable. Xiaolusi Qiangong turned her head and cursed at the tall black suit agent behind her. Guians, have you checked the quality of the slaves? Warning Stussy, it cost 10 times the price of an ordinary slave. If I can't use it, I will ask her to settle the account. Guians is the tall spy I've seen on the ship before. That is, the exclusive bodyguard rationed by the world government to the gift house. Guians gave a humble smile. How dare Stussy violate Xiaolusi's request? As a slave captured by Combelt, he is very young, but his strength is much greater than that of ordinary slaves. Didn't Saint Howard require that he must be good-looking and powerful, preferably his peers? This is the best item in Stussy's hands. It may be used for 5 years. No, 10 years. That's what Stussy said. Okay. Xiaolusi nodded with satisfaction. After eating, he stepped on the hand of the slave who was acting as a stool under his body. The stool swallowed the screams back into his stomach and crawled away obediently. Go back to the house. Howard didn't want to step on the slave's palm. Wiping the corners of his mouth pretendingly and gracefully, dropped the napkin and ordered. Guians followed nervously. The words "can't raise her head" that Xiaolusi said just now made him scared. So he gently lifted the girl's chin with his fingers, forcing her to raise her pretty face. The girl had difficulty breathing, but raising her head like this made her blush. Her body twitched, almost falling down. Guians was horrified. Because he is now facing the unhappy expression of Saint Howard. Although Saint Howard's height is not as long as his legs. That is also celestial dragons as his master. And Eli Howard was looking at the spy in front of him. He knew that this Guians was CP0. Among the top nobles of celestial dragons. Every family has at least one such top spy. They come from a secret cipher pool, abbreviated as CP, formed by the world government. CP agents are divided into 10 levels from 0 to 9 according to their strengths. Among them, CP1 to CP9 are driven by the world government. But the strongest CP0 does not obey the orders of the world government, but only obeys celestial dragons. It is said that the combat power of every CP0 can be compared with the marine admiral like Zephyr. Guians is the CP0 of Lgia, and has been in Lgia for a long time. When Howard fell into the sea before. Since Guians is a capable person of devil fruit, he cannot go into the sea. Can only watch and worry. Guians has been sleeping and eating these days too, for fear that he will be punished. Guianson. Eli Howard asked, who is that Stussy? Seeing ceremony, Howard didn't entangle with the new pet. Guians breathed a sigh of relief. Answered hurriedly. It's the Queen of Happy Street. Of course, in front of you, it is a despicable servant. She is also CP0, but she is under the command of 5 elders and has been busy outside. Is Saint Howard a bit of an impression? It's the Stussy who has been looking for slaves for you adults. I remember, it was Stussy who was a slave trader. Eli Howard snapped his fingers and checked. Queen of the Pleasure District, one of the kings of the dark world. If it's a great route outside the Holy Land, it's a big shot. But in front of celestial dragons, it was just a dog. Howard continued the conversation, and Guians rubbed his hands and followed nervously. Therefore, ignored the girl who was crawling behind with her head down and was about to faint. Guians, why is this pet so expensive? Lee Howard got a lot of useful information from the small chat, and he deliberately spoke with a slight dissatisfaction. The price of 10 slaves is too high. Guians was so frightened that cold sweat broke out. Explain quickly. I bought 3 bound slaves for the price of 10 slaves. How to say? Guians explained, because it is the 3 sisters, the price is a bit more expensive, which is also very reasonable. 3 sisters? Triplets. Eli Howard didn't understand. Guy Enns patiently continued to explain. Slaves bought by relatives are safer and more obedient. In order to make the family live well, they will work harder. So mother and daughter, sisters, father and son with strong bonds, this combination will be much easier to use than a single slave. It's really a beast. Eli Howard cursed in his heart. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Flying Dragon's Hoof. How can celestial dragons treat slaves? Anger. It means that as long as there is any one of them in hand, the other person will not run away because of fetters, let alone disobey. Those tall mounts in the banquet hall. It is probably because there are family members who are also slaves. Even the pain must be patient. Obviously those pirates who offer hundreds of millions of rewards. With a slap you can beat the high celestial dragons into meatloaf. But for the family, I can only endure like a dog. The time to speak has returned to the door of his room. Howard glanced casually at the girl behind him. The girl's face was as pale as paper. But for the sisters, he didn't even dare to straighten up secretly to relax. The relationship between their sisters must be good, right? Where are the other two? Eli Howard asked. It's closed down here. Guy Enns rubbed his hands and flattered. Follow St. Howard's orders at any time. But I think she's dying. It's not as good as Stussy said. Lee Howard glanced at the girl who was crawling to his feet. Has completely collapsed on the carpet. He reached out and touched the girl's forehead. The hot ones are almost ready to fry eggs. This is a high fever. This. Guy Enns' eyes widened, and suddenly remembered. Is it because of the branding? Brand. Every new slave will be branded with his own family after being tuned, harmoniously, taught, hee. Guy Enns hurried forward with a smile and tore the clothes behind the girl directly. A scary brand appeared on the girl's back. It was as big as the mouth of the bowl, occupying more than half of the girl's back. There was still dried blood on it. Even blood beads continued to emerge from the wound. I don't know how it was burned, the wound was glowing red. But what Eli Howard can imagine is, when the soldering iron falls, how terrible and painful the process is. Now it is because the wound is inflamed that this caused the girl's high fever. And he stepped on this huge wound just now. At this moment, Lee Howard's face sullened down. Guy Ensign. The gift St. Howard in Guy Enns' eyes was even a bit hideous. Cure her. Yes. The giant who was more than 3 meters high was so scared by Howard's expression that he immediately went to find someone. The girl knelt on the ground happily. The gasp has become louder. But seeing Rei Howard reached out to touch himself. He immediately lowered his body and was about to lie down on the ground. Do not move. Rely Howard ordered in a cold tone. The girl looked at Howard's getting closer and closer, her body trembling. When the hand reaches in front of you. He tilted his head and fainted directly. Am I so scary? Howard tuts, but it saves trouble. Showing the girl's back, and looking at the bright red mark, Howard was lost in thought. Lgia's branding pattern. It is the shape of a dragon's claw, which can also be understood as a huge bird's claw. This pattern is called Flying Dragon's Hoof. Marked as a slave owned by celestial dragons. The stigma cannot be removed in a lifetime. Even if the whole piece of skin is dug out, it will grow back. The bright red light will be like a ghost, and it will never disappear. The maid gave a weird expression. Is St. Howard interested in this slave? I am interested in this brand. Eli Howard gently touched the festering wound. Do all the slaves have this? Of course. The maid answered. Do you have it too? I. The maid raised her head proudly. I have half of the celestial dragon's blood in my body. How can I be able to serve St. Howard personally like these dirty maggots? Lee Howard understands a little bit. Recognize the position of celestial dragons again. An own status. My head. Eli Howard suddenly had trouble breathing. He now has a headache and nausea as soon as he tries to recall the past. Probably because this body's past memories are too disgusting. Your own soul can't accept it at all, right? The maid immediately rushed over to support him as if she had lost her soul. Saint Howard. You are really terribly scared, so stay in bed. No, no, no. Eli Howard waved his hand repeatedly. I think I need to move more. The maid clapped her hands. Come on, bring Saint Howard's pet. Lee Howard rubbed his forehead without stopping, opening his mouth like angrily. Presumptuous, you have to go beyond me to make your own decision? I have to go by myself. The maid replied with a pale face, and stepped aside. Guy-ens finally rushed over with 2 doctors at this time. The doctors checked the girl's injuries and showed disapproval expressions. Don't worry, Saint Howard, the slave's body is very tenacious. There is no need to accommodate them at all for such small injuries. Treating them is a waste of medicine. A doctor squeezed the iron chain around the girl's neck. Don't hurry up. Soil Saint Howard's bed, you can't atone for it even if you die 100 times. The girl whimpered. His arms trembled and supported the ground, but they slumped to the ground again and again. Seeing this, another doctor took out a leather whip. Present it to Howard like a treasure. Saint Howard, just a few lashes are enough at this time. It can definitely stimulate the potential of the slaves. As he said, he whipped the girl. I can't get up yet, even your 2 sisters will smoke together later. The girl's body trembling suddenly shook. Sobbing, struggling to get up. Eli Howard felt the blue veins on his forehead jumping up and down. Is this the doctor who treats people? These are 2 veterinarians at all. To say that they are veterinarians insults the veterinarian. These are 2 beasts. Lee Howard grabbed the whip and slapped the 2 beasts fiercely. She died, can you 2 pay? You 2, asterisk. Chapter 9 Going out, your subordinates should climb. Ruins of the Donquixote family. Various harmonious greetings spewed out. Special whips hit people with blood. The 2 beasts kept wailing. But there was a very respectful expression on his face. Just one purpose. Let Eli Saint Howard have a good time. 2 blind bastards. Guy-ens echoed loudly on the side. If Saint Howard's new pet dies, you 2 will replace it. Eli Howard was so angry that he held his chest and gasped loudly, waving his hand to tell them to quickly drug the girl. Glancing sideways at Guy-ens, he suddenly found that Guy-ens's expression was much more relaxed. As if his own viciousness was normal in Guy's eyes. Guy-ens. Eli Howard caught the trick all of a sudden, and spoke in a nasty voice. I can't remember a lot of things now, and I'm in a very bad mood. Guy-ens sees Eli Howard recovering his old arrogance and cheering him up. The subordinates feel that Saint Howard looks like he is about to recover, and I believe he will get better soon. I have a lot of things I want to ask you, you have to help me recall. Eli Howard looked grim. Guy-ens looked glorious, this is an honor for my subordinates. Let's start with the surroundings. Go, take me outside to reminisce. Eli Howard has figured it out. Some things from the past are useless to escape. Even if you don't want to accept it, you will have to face it sooner or later. Now, start by learning to be a vicious celestial dragons. Holy Land Marie Joyce. A magnificent paradise without celestial dragons. All houses are made to show greatness. It was built as tall as a temple. Each gate is at least 4 or 5 meters high. Here, not even the slightest bit of dirt can be found in the corners. There are gorgeous gardens and majestic palaces as far as the eye can see. Eli Howard sat on Guy-ens's shoulder, looked around, and couldn't help smacking his tongue. It's too extravagant. Rather say. It would be a waste to live with disgusting celestial dragons. Lee Howard is also 1.75 meters tall, which was normal in his previous life. Now sitting on the shoulders of Guy-ens, who is 3.5 meters tall, like a pendant. Saint Howard. This subordinate should crawl. Guy said with sincerity. Even at a height of 3.5 meters, he is very good at crawling. After all, it's Celestial Dragon's bodyguard. I'm used to these servile behaviors. But Eli Howard asked him to stand up straight and walk. What stupid words are you talking about? I have to stand tall to show my status. Eli Howard proudly said. Looking down on other people's feelings, even if you want to come here, you, a commoner, will not know. Salute Saint Howard is right. But, some people might get mad. Humph. I'm just taller than those scumbags. Eli Howard grinned mockingly, then cast his icy gaze on Guy. Or, you don't want to obey my orders. The subordinates naturally obey the will of Saint Howard. Guy was ridiculed, but looked rather happy. Why, didn't I like the feeling of being on top before? No. Saint Howard was of course a noble man from birth to deed, but because the slaves in the Holy Family of Charles Rose who played together are very high, since they can't compare, just forget it. Guy quickly explained. After all, a slave is still more decent lying on the ground, and standing up like a person. Oh. Eli Howard keeps learning about his past from Guy. Memories also popped up in my mind little by little. I have to say, it's really a sinful childhood that doesn't treat people like people. What happened over there? Eli Howard suddenly saw a ruined palace. Unlike other splendid palaces, this palace covers a huge area. Even right next to the Lee family who has a stellar status in celestial dragons. But this time it was covered with moss and vines, like ancient ruins long forgotten. The gate hangs precariously on the pillar, and weeds grow freely. Statues that symbolize their former glory were smashed. The head of the huge stone statue was also half buried as if it had been beheaded. This is Dongquixote Huoming's house. Guy followed Eli Howard's gaze and reminded him. It was 10 years ago. Oh, the one who gave up their identity as celestial dragons and left the Holy Land. Eli Howard responded quickly. Guy nodded. It seemed that he was still impressed by these famous events. Just a little reminder, Saint Howard remembered. Guy naturally wouldn't know. Eli Howard's memory comes from the One Piece animation in his previous life. Eli Howard stared at the ruins in front of him with a chill when he got the answer. Is this the result of betraying the Holy Land? Dongquixote, how is that family now? All dead long ago, except for one kid. Guy's tone was icy cold with a hint of imperceptible pain. Betraying the Holy Land will naturally be punished by heaven. After the family heard about the Nether, they were told by the commoners that they used to be celestial dragons, and then they were burned alive by those people. Hey, it's really stupid to be burned to death by those subordinates that I sympathize with. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Cousin Charles Rose, Xiaolulia. One Piece. Eli Howard just felt like the blood was frozen. He knows. What happened to the Dongquixote family was far more cruel than these understated words. It is because of this incident that all celestial dragons feel humiliated. The ruins of Dongquixote's house are like a sore in a holy place. Also a warning to all celestial dragons. Behold, this is how sympathetic slaves and commoners end up. Eli Howard is sure. If you show the slightest sympathy for slaves in this place, would be treated more cruelly than the Dongquixotes. The collar of the slave is the shackle of the slave. The Holy Land is a curse to celestial dragons. Like dodder flowers. Seemingly unremarkable, but far from being so easy to get rid of. Howard. Isn't that Howard? Suddenly, two voices sounded from behind. It is a man and a woman. Even Eli Howard, who had just come here, sounded familiar. Guy has turned quickly and saluted. If Eli Howard could see Guy's face. Just look at the helplessness and worry on his face. Saint Guyen of Charles Rose, Guyen of Zaluria Palace. The Palace of Zaluria and St. Charles Rose are brothers and sisters. The Charles Rose family is his mother's family. Simple relatives, Lee Howard can still figure out. Eli Howard as Guy Ince turned around. I recognized that idiot face that had a deep impression on him in his previous life. The man on the back of the ferocious slave mount as tall as a mountain at this time. Nothing has changed except for being younger. It was the same short, snotty man with a perpetual snot and a musket attached to his waist. Brother Howard, are you all right? Sialulia Palace looks like a beautiful and pungent girl. Wear sunglasses and cover your face with a scarf. If it weren't for celestial dragons' pot-bellied bloated clothes. This person should also be a beauty. Sialulia Palace said hello after saying hello. Come and see the captain slave that my father and I borrowed. This one is super fierce. I heard that there is a reward of more than 100 million. Sialulia Palace said, the whip in her hand raised high. With a cruel smile, he slapped the mount under him fiercely. Her mount is a giant. Wearing a captain's coat with a huge captain's hat on his head. Eli Howard frowned quietly, he really admired the beauty in pirates. But I couldn't appreciate the beauty of Sialulia. The so-called beauty of Zaluria Palace is accompanied by cruelty. It is no longer the little girl's willfulness that can be explained. And the captain's slave under her feet looked quite ferocious. I am afraid it is also a big pirate who is all-powerful on the great route. Now humble to the point of being used as a horse to ride. Although as a wanted criminal, he deserved it, but it was really sad. Taming this vicious murderer as his mount is something celestial dragons are passionate about. Naturally, it is not easy to get a captain-level felon as a slave. Speaking of which, I would have fallen into the sea a few days ago. It was on the way back from buying the captain's slave from Impel down in the Great Prison. The actions of Zaluria Palace at this time. It's like he's mocking him for not being able to tame even a mere pirate captain. The pained cry of the giant below her sounded like a sideshow to Sialulia. She laughed arrogantly, waving the whip even more wildly. What if it's a ruthless character with a reward of 100 million? It is not yet to be a mount under her hands. There was a fierce red light in the eyes of the captain and slave. The continuous torture had already left him on the verge of losing his mind. Ow! Ow! The strings of reason finally snapped. The captain's slave jumped from the ground. However, strong iron chains bound his hands and feet. Let him not be able to make a big move. Not to mention standing up. Even in the next moment of the violent explosion, he was firmly held down by the tall guard holding the iron chain. Sialulia was almost thrown off. There was a moment of surprise on her face, but never any fear. She drew a long sword from the waist of the guard and stabbed it into the neck of the captain's slave. Despicable people! How dare you disobey my Zaluria Palace? The screams were even lower than Zaluria's reprimands. Sialulia, who was covered in blood, was as excited as if she had been beaten with chicken blood. Do not use the sword to pierce the opponent's body. This is a criminal act called punishment that is actually delayed. At the same time, the corners of Charles Rose's mouth also grinned in a disgusting arc. He drew his musket and banged at the head of the captain's slave. A big hole was blasted in the head of the pirate captain. Blood exploded all around, adding a touch of lust to Holy Marie Joyce. But the pirate captain didn't fall right away. One piece. The pirate captain raised his head high. Like a proud lion, facing the far end of the world, it roared wildly. St. Charles clenched his teeth in anger. Sparks kept coming out of the musket. Only the sound of gunfire could be heard around. The pirate captain who was shot one after another. Finally, under the pressure of being tightly bound by the iron chain, he let out a cry. Slammed to the ground. Eli Howard's heart was suddenly touched. Yeah, that's the world of One Piece. Charles Rose was sweating profusely, and then proudly raised his head and blew the blue smoke from the muzzle. Then they danced with excitement with Sialulia. *. Chapter 11. What are the consequences of beating celestial dragons? Find me a mace. Haha, did you see it? Dare to disobey the fate of my Azalea Palace. The pirate captain with a reward of 100 million, but that's it. St. Charles. You were so brave just now. You're not bad. Azalea Palace. Ha ha ha. Brother Howard, did you see how brave I was just now? Eli Howard's mind went blank. I just feel like my body keeps falling in freezing hell. Slaughter slaves bound in chains. Is this called bravery? Haha, Howard, wouldn't you be frightened? Charles Ross looked at Eli Howard with contempt. Xiaolulia looked at Eli Howard smugly. Brother Howard, are you so timid? It seems that we are indeed disrespectful, and should not be shown in front of the cowardly Brother Howard. After all, we killed pirates with a bounty of 100 million. Charles Ross looked up at Eli Howard, suddenly getting upset. What do you mean by riding so high? Do you deliberately look down on me, St. Charles Rose? By the way, your bubble head broke outside and was rescued by 2 Marines women. It's that kind of mouth, yes, mouth artificial respiration, vomit. It's disgusting to think about. The act of blowing air into the body through the mouth will definitely leave a lot of saliva from those women in the stomach. Xiaolulia faded her disdainful look, and silently took a few steps away from Lee Howard. Please stay away from me. The new slave I originally bought is here, and I want to invite you to a sideshow. Charles Ross pretended to be regretful, but his eyebrows and eyes expressed the word contempt. No, it's dirty. Xiaolulia answered exaggeratedly. The two of them pinched their noses and walked away with the appearance of staying away from the plague. Guy-Ens thought Eli Howard would get mad. But now, there was still peace on his shoulders. Guy-Ens breathed a sigh of relief, but was stomped hard by Eli Howard. When he looked over, he was met with his angry expression. Guy-Ens. In. St. Howard. Guy-Ens was terrified. I'm very upset right now. Eli Howard's eyes lit up and he spoke viciously. If I catch up now and beat them both up, what will happen? Not so much, but... Guy-Ens' tall frame timidly greets Howard, looking hilarious. But no one else can do anything to the 3, so... Well... St. Howard, maybe a little bit at a loss. Guy-Ens tried his best to be euphemistic, but his heart was already beating. Those 2 brothers and sisters were both guns and knives, and St. Howard's combat effectiveness was simply not enough. If something goes wrong at that time, he is afraid that the head of the item will not be guaranteed. Even relatives. St. Howard takes the initiative to provoke, and once the fight starts, the 2 of them can beat you alone. This word fell in Lee Howard's ears, but got another message. In other words, if you fight, you will fight, right? Eli Howard let out a hideous laugh. Get me a mace. Guy-Ens widened his eyes. St. Howard, do you really want to do it? Not long after, in a neat garden built with weeds somewhere in the Holy Land. Do not want. A young and beautiful woman struggled in panic, but she was still dragged over by the spy in a black suit. Charles Ross spoke to celestial dragons who didn't care. Saint Charmac. Lend me your new wife. Oh? A game of artificial respiration? It seems to be very interesting. Saint Charmac became interested and instructed the spy beside him. I also want to play, and bring all the 1st to 20th ladies. You guys are really funny. The blood on Xiaolulia's body has not been wiped off, or it has not been wiped off on purpose. For her, it seems that this can add to her charm, then, let me rescue you. Hey! Come here. I fainted, come and give me artificial respiration. Charles Rose was lying on the grass, his eyes round and squinting at the woman who was caught by the spy. Urge the woman to come quickly. The woman's face became paler. She's not some new wife of Charmaca. She was robbed. But... For the safety of her family, she did not dare to resist at all. Charles Rose's mouth was pouting like a fat pig courting, and there was a string of snot that sparkled. The woman felt breathless. It was not easy for her to hold back her nausea now. I wish I could die at this moment. Fighting with the idea of protecting her family is in her head. Xiaolulia laughed while watching. He even raised his head proudly and threatened the woman. If you can't save St. Charles Rose, you're going to die. Oh, not only you, but also your family, don't even want to live. Saint Charmac, who had already lied down side by side with Saint, flashed a malicious light in his eyes. Good idea. You. Go and tell the 1st to 20th ladies. Whoever saves us can go back and be her pariah. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Brutal Beating of Brother and Sister Charles Rose, 1 out of 3. Oh. Charles Ross immediately realized Chermaco's thoughts and smirked. But it's hard to save us, right? Haha, you're so smart but you don't have friends, St. Charles Rose. Cherma laughed. There was laughter in the garden. It contrasted sharply with the pale paper face of the woman. But soon, the woman made up her mind. Kneeling beside St. Charles Roth, launched a fierce first aid. The woman tried desperately to give Char Roth artificial respiration. And Char Ross played dead on the ground just like that. But pretending to be too tired for a long time, so Chal Rose reached out and dug his nose. The woman was overjoyed and shouted. He's alive! What silly thing to say! Charles Rose continued to pouting, it's not too far away, Charmaco Saint, your new wife is very nice and naive. Haha! Naivety is also my favorite point of her. Chermakeshan looked at him impatiently, lying on the ground impatiently urging. Haven't the first 20 ladies brought them? At this time, a huge mace hit the ground beside his head. A shocking spirit jumped up from the ground by Saint Charmaco. Rolling and crawling ran to the side. Ceremony Saint Howard. What are you doing? Lee Howard appeared in the eyes of everyone with a malicious smile on his face. I heard that you are playing artificial respiration games, why don't you call me such games? After all, I am also the most experienced among the few present. Humph, you can lie down together if you want to join, so what's the matter with such a surprise? Chermakeshan was frightened, and his mood would naturally not be any better, reprimanded. Can't let him participate, his bubblehood broke outside before. Charles Rose suddenly stood up, looking at the garbage with an expression. He may have the kind of dirty infectious disease outside. Xiaolulia helped out. He is very dirty now. We don't play with him, but my palace is very clean. After that, he waved the knife in his hand. Or do you have the guts to fight with us by carrying that thing? What? Charles Rose seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, he is a trash that even slaves dare not kill. Dirty. Lee Howard silently looked at Xiaolulia, who was covered in blood and showed off. Does this BCH really know what cleanliness means? But then Howard laughed loudly. I'm dirty? Can I still be dirtier than you? Howard jerked his mace. The mace brought a strong wind and directly hit Xiaolulia's knife. Xiaolulia couldn't stand this strength. The knife flew directly out of her hand. The back of the knife hit her arm. Do you dare to hit me? You, ah! Don't come over! Xiaolulia fell to the ground with her arms in her arms. Watching with horror, Howard approached step by step, yelling to the other 2 celestial dragons. What are you doing lying on the ground? Don't hurry up and help me teach him. What do you want to do? Both Charles Rose and Charmac got up from the ground. This gift Howard clearly wanted to fight with them. The secret agents around were terrified, and kept dissuading them. Saint Howard, calm down. 3-1, how could Saint Howard ever be able to play? Is the brain flooded with problems? Persuaded, but no one dared to come forward and stop it. Disputes between celestial dragons can only be resolved by celestial dragons themselves. Guy-ens and the other CP0 looked at each other. Everyone stood by with helpless expressions. Unless someone is killed, one cannot intervene in the battle between celestial dragons. Otherwise, the other party's anger will be transferred to oneself. And celestial dragons basically won't play any money. Only. It seems different this time. Rely Howard, with a sharp smile, grabbed his mace and gave a miss. In the blink of an eye, Charmako Saint and Carulia Palace fell to the ground. Charles Rose got up and shook his head at Howard's head with a musket. This is really that cowardly gift, Howard. After a one-sided crush by Howard. Only the back of her hand was lightly scratched by Xiaolulia's knife. The wound on the arm was bleeding outwards. So even if Eli Howard was pointed at by the musket in Charles Rose's hand, he just glanced indifferently. He licked the blood from his arm with his tongue. Cowardly gift, Howard? That kind of guy drowned long ago. It's 3-1 right now, but these 3 stupid pigs can't beat him alone. The celestial dragons on top of it might never have thought that someone will actually beat them one day. Guy-ens and the other CP0 were so panicked that they didn't dare to move forward. They can only persuade them to stand on one side tremblingly. St. Charles, you can't shoot. Respect St. Howard, be merciful. Charroth, who had been beaten by a mace, had a bruised nose and swollen face, panicked. Although he was holding a musket in his hand was shaking constantly. It is one thing to shoot a slave with a gun. Salute Howard. That's another completely different thing. What's the matter with these wastes? Don't stop talking about it. Howard, why just persuade yourself? In that impression, I have always been stubborn, and I can't lift my head in front of them. Howard. Why is it suddenly hitting me with a mace now? Unexpectedly, what he said casually before would make him so angry. If I knew it, I wouldn't deliberately provoke him. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Famous Quotes, Are you ready to gamble on your life? Howard slowly raised his head. Staring at Charles Rose's cold gaze, even CP0 couldn't help being surprised when he saw it. Since the gun was drawn, Howard took a deep breath and straightened his back magnificently. Charles Rose, then you must be ready to bet your life, right? Guy-ens and the other CP0 couldn't help being stunned. Ignoring the musket, and even said such rhetoric, is this still the gift, St. Howard? No. I'm not prepared. I don't want to bet on my life. Charles was completely frightened, crying, and threw the musket to the ground. He crawled up to Howard's feet. Don't kill me. Brother Howard, it's my fault that I am wrong. Get out of here. Eli Howard struggled to hit Charles Rose's A with a mace. Charles Rose immediately rolled away. Don't. Please, Brother Howard. You guys. Stop him for me. Stop him. At this time, a group of special agents rushed to the front row of the adult wall as if they were waking up from a dream. They kowtowed to Howard and stopped him. Guy-ens hurriedly stepped forward and pleaded. St. Howard, be merciful if you are relieved. Lee Howard snorted coldly, turned around and saw Xiaolulia, who was still sitting on the ground. Xiaolulia opened her mouth wide at this time and looked at Howard in surprise. And his face was flushed for unknown reasons, with an admiring expression on his face. Brother Howard, what you said just now is so handsome. Can you say it again? Xiaolulia's appearance has completely turned into a nympho. As if completely forgot, it was Howard who hit her just now. Humph. Lee Howard snorted coldly and left without looking back, leaving her a stern figure. That sentence seems to be said by the red-haired Shanks in the story of learning One Piece. Musket. What? I am not one of those celestial dragons' fools. The bullets of the musket had been burned out on the captain's slave long ago. He understands that Charles Rose is just for the aura. The shout of One Piece was still surging in my heart. The temperature of Howard's boiling blood has not diminished. Indeed, in this world, the present ceremony, Howard does not have super martial arts, nor incredible power. The only thing there is, but the identity of celestial dragons. But it happened to be celestial dragons. Kindu Marine Admiral, New World's big pirate, Shishibukai. Things that even the protagonist Luffy can't do. That is, beat celestial dragons without worrying about being punished. Brother Howard is so handsome. Xiaolulia's nympho voice came from behind. Howard walked away proudly carrying a mace. Guy-Ens looked like a dog, hunched over and followed Ray Howard. Saint Howard, please ride on your subordinates. Guy-Ens, I have decided to become stronger. So I have to go on this journey by myself. Howard continued to pretend. 2 minutes later. Is this mace too heavy? There is also Marie Joy's, the shattered sacred place, which is too big, right? Looking around, there are repetitive streets and repetitive palaces. When is this ahead? Guy Ensign. Howard took a deep breath and stopped. I think I still have to ride you before I become stronger. Guy Ens. CP0. These powerhouses nodded and bowed their heads in front of him and showed their diligence, which made Lee Howard's mood quite comfortable. So, being celestial dragons is still good. Can dominate the world government and use CP0 as a horse. If you feel uncomfortable, you can beat other celestial dragons to achieve your own justice. Of course, there is the most important benefit, Boa Hancock. As my favorite in One Piece. Lee Howard naturally remembers that before Boa Hancock became the Queen of Hydra, he was captured by celestial dragons and worked as a slave for 4 years. Although I don't remember the specific time. But as long as the plot hasn't happened yet, then you can rescue her, and then the Empress promises her. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of the pride, Howard let out an evil laugh. Although my thoughts were so shameless, I felt a little disgusting. But this is what I want most when I come into this world, right? Not only Boa Hancock, but also Robin, Nami, Vivi. Those who are their favorite figures, each one wants them to be their own wives. No, you must get them. Otherwise, the pain of watching them in others is not something that my fragile heart can bear. It seems that Saint Howard is in a good mood. Guy-Ens complimented him as soon as he heard Howard's laughter. I always feel that after this incident, Saint Howard is different from before, even greater than before. Lee Howard was imaginatively proud, and said it smoothly at this time. It's really different. Guy-Ens, believe it or not, I can dream of the future now. Guy-Ens giggled. I thought that the master's mind was really flooded. On his lips, he was very serious and complimented. Saint Howard's dream is the mission that his subordinates are about to complete. It's good to have this kind of awareness. Eli Howard said solemnly as he remembered. In my dream, I saw 4 beauties. They are my destiny. Do you know what destiny means? Guy-Ens shook his head fearfully. Stupid. The meaning of my fate is that getting them is more important than my fate. Guy-Ens thought to himself, in short, you must get their meaning, so why do you say it so secretly? Eli Howard clenched his fists and made up his mind. I must find them all, Guy-Ens, your mission is to help me find them. Asterisk. Chapter 14 is cleared up, immediately, find me Boa Hancock. It really is that kind of dream. Guy-Ens sighed in his heart. The woman in the dream doesn't say where to find it. Whether it exists or not is one thing. But think of the beauties that Chermako Saint had searched around. This is also normal. Celestial dragons have different tastes for slaves. Chermake Sheng is very fond of collecting all kinds of beauties. And not in the name of slaves, but let them be wives. But in fact, after this kind of slave girl became the wife of celestial dragons. Status is no different from slaves. Charmako Saint gave them numbers, and couldn't even remember their names. Perhaps it is the reason why Saint Howard and Charmak Saint are 5 or 6 years old in age. Hammock can distinguish between dreams and women seen on the street anyway. On the contrary, Saint Howard is in troublesome teenage years. actually believe in my dream. I can only suffer myself, not to find some illusory people. Can't find and wait to be punished. My first destiny is from Hydra Island. Eli Howard shared his dream without reservation. Her name is Boa Hancock. I believe that I came into this world because of her. Saint Howard turned out to be such a man of affection. Guyens looked in admiration. But I thought it was celestial dragons. Can speak so grandly about shamelessly wanting to rob others. As long as you know where it is, your subordinates will immediately look for the whereabouts of the First Lady. Guyens sighed silently, sweating for the future encounter on Nine Snake Island. It doesn't have to be immediately. Unexpectedly, Howard did not give such unreasonable orders. I even asked a few questions logically. You tell me first, which year is it now? See Circle Calendar 1504. Guyens added, February 1. Guyens is not surprised that celestial dragons can't remember the days. It's better to say that celestial dragons that can remember the day are fake celestial dragons. Lee Howard was a little helpless after hearing this. After all, even if he knew which year, he wouldn't be on account. But Zephyr is still in Marine. Later, the famous Helautina just debuted. Then the approximate time should be about the same. You don't need to go to Hydra Island, just help me to check it quietly. Who has the slaves of Hydra Island in the Holy Land? Lee Howard has a serious face, he must treat me as a major event. If you accidentally miss it, then Hancock will have to suffer a lot of inhuman torture. Forward. Guyens kind of understood, is the First Lady of St. Howard someone's slave? Wouldn't it be where St. Howard liked it after meeting someone's slave girl? Seeing Eli Howard nodded, Guyens hurriedly asked, are the other ladies also slaves? No. Eli Howard solemnly announced. My second natal girl, named Nico Robin, is about 7 or 80 or 90 years old now. Guyens took a breath. Unexpectedly, the taste of St. Howard is so heavy. St. Howard, that's an old lady, not a girl, right? Idiot. Not 70, 80, 90. It's 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know the time for a while. Oh. Guyens hurriedly responded. She is destined to become a historian. Her mother was also a historian, but the entire island she studied was destroyed by Buster Call. This is the O'Hara event at the end of 1500 in the Sea Circle calendar, right? Guyens tried to explain how Eli Howard had this kind of dream. This happened more than 3 years ago. You still went to admire the fireworks. You will see it in your dreams. You may remember it. What? Howard's eyes widened in astonishment. I used to look at the fire that destroyed O'Hara as firework. Eli Howard once again realized how jerk he was in the past. The guilt for Robin spread silently in his heart. The girl who loves herself still hasn't been spared from misfortune. But thanks to this news, Howard has a better understanding of time. If O'Hara has been destroyed for 4 years, Robin is about 12 years old this year, and Boa Hancock is 13. At this time, Boa Hancock should have been captured as a slave. After all, West Blue is our own territory. Guyens analyzed it and felt that there was a trace of this dream. Lee Howard may have left a deep impression while playing. So the so-called O'Hara girl appeared in the dream. However, Lee Howard's next words left him a little confused. According to this timeline, Nami and Vivi don't know whether they were born or not. One of them will appear in an orange orchard in East Blue, and the other will be Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Lee Howard continued to introduce his dreams unscrupulously. Guyens grinned, already cursing in his heart. This piece dream. Can you be more reliable? Just find someone who is not sure whether it exists or not. Now I don't even know if he was born or not. Even the wish of celestial dragons. But what would you tell me to find a woman who hasn't been born yet? And Alabasta is a big country. Now I am thinking about the princess of that country. Isn't it where you fell in love with the desert style? What the hell is East Blue's Orange Grove? Guy-ends, I'm pretty sure my Boa Hancock is now a slave here. Howard said excitedly after clearing his thoughts. Now. Check her whereabouts now. Her name is Boa Hancock. From 9 Snake Island, I was arrested with my 2 younger sisters. Hurry up. Yes. The subordinates look for it immediately. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Flogging. The slave was injured just by going out the door. Guy-ends thought to himself that the dream might be fake. But the search task assigned by celestial dragons must be taken seriously. This is also an opportunity for Saint Howard to see his loyalty. The gift of finally returning home, Saint Howard's spirited appearance, surprised everyone. Howard. On coming came the new daddy, whom Howard didn't like very much. It was rare for Lurd to walk on his own at this time, carrying a whip in his hand. Lee Howard is really curious. How did this fat pig, who spends a handful of time walking on his own every day, grow so tall? However, it seems that he might grow to more than 2 meters tall in the future. But right now, facing such a tall dad really makes people feel unhappy. And Lurd's son rushed over and punched Lee Howard in the stomach. Eli Howard was surprised but was hit. With a muffled snort, he took a few steps back, clutching his stomach. Li Chen's height of more than 2 meters and the size of a pig's accumulated power made this punch very powerful. At least for Eli Howard's small body now. It's hard to eat. The secret agents all around looked at all this blankly. I laughed at myself secretly. The nemesis of celestial dragons is naturally another celestial dragons. I heard you beat Charles Rose and the others. Liard's torch asked earthly. The old man just called to inquire about the crime, and scolded him violently. His mood is naturally not much better. Sympathize with Marine, treat slaves kindly, beat cousins. CP0 has already reminded him that St. Howard's recent performance is very strange. That damn fat pig dare to say that I'm dirty. How could I swallow it? Speaking of it, you are also responsible. But Howard straightened his spine and said frankly. But a drop of cold sweat couldn't help falling in my heart. Things like phone worms make the transmission of messages amazingly fast. Haha. Good fight. Lily stared at Howard for a moment, then laughed. I was a little worried when I heard that you used precious medicines on slaves. I have always been afraid that you will become a weak idiot like Dong Quixote Huo Mingwu. Dong Quixote's house. This Dong Quixote Hanagu is not weak. He dared to sympathize with and contain the escaped slaves in this sacred place, Marie Joyce, where corruption is the main theme. Later, he even gave up the identity of celestial dragons with the whole family. In order to only pursue peace in the bottom of my heart. In this way, he has the courage to betray the aristocracy of the entire world and insists on doing the right thing till death. How can such a person be a weak person? But Howard didn't dare to say what was in his heart. Before he has no power and strength, he still needs to be cautious in his words and deeds. So as not to end up in the same way. After all, the tragic story of Dong Quixote's family tells everyone. The worst in this world is definitely not the third-generation poor, but celestial dragons that fell into the world. No trouble, right? Lee Howard asked tentatively. Someone must have sued. What can be the trouble? Lidsun didn't care, even in a good mood, patted Howard's juniors. Actually, I am very happy to hear your performance. What do you say? Since the gun is drawn, you must be ready to bet on your life, right? Wow, okay. That's great. Lily was happily jumping back and forth, while waving the whip in his hand. It's like a neurosis. Blood spattered directly from the whip, splashing Howard's face. Okay. Howard frowned. How come there is blood? Oh, I'm so happy, I forgot that I have one more thing to tell you. Reed Saint remembered something and threw the whip in his hand. Did your slave use expensive drugs? Wouldn't it be a waste not to take the opportunity to adjust, harmoniously, and teach? I was playing with those new slaves just now. They are indeed cherished varieties and won't die so easily. Come with me. Now is the time to teach you the essence of tune, harmony, to teach slaves. Howard's heart tightened. Quickly followed Lily to the courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, a young girl fell dying to the ground, covered in blood. At this time, even the ups and downs of the body are very weak. I am afraid that he has lost consciousness. It was not the black-haired girl he ordered someone to take good care of before he went out. There are 2 little girls beside the girl. He looked less than 10 years old, covered in blood. At this moment, he was hugging and crying and facing a vicious dog who was taller than theirs. The dog was barking, and the 2 little girls hugged. The sight in front of him made Howard's eyes dark for a while, and his face turned pale. All of the talents just now disappeared. How could this be? The drug was given to the other party, but it caused more torture. Even the person in front of you can't protect it. Where is the hero of the Shanghai King of Thieves? And how can I protect my natal girls if I am so powerless to change? Lily did not notice the change in Howard's expression behind him. He flicked the whip and snapped, and the dog immediately calmed down. Lil Chen said viciously to the 2 little girls. Stand up. The 2 little girls shivered, but stood up obediently. Li Erdasheng pointed at the fainted girl, grinning in a harsh arc. You said your sister did not finish today's work, what should you do? We. The green-haired little girl had completely lost her look in her eyes, lifted her foot, and kicked her sister. Do not want. The blonde girl rushed over, stood in front of her sister, and cried. I would rather die than do this. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Cruel. Watch and learn, the art of using slaves. Laird St opened his mouth angrily. Hey, what's the matter? Don't you understand what I said? The dog barked immediately. The little green-haired girl shivered and pushed the blonde girl away with all her might. While kicking and beating at his eldest sister, he let out a piercing cry. Do you think I will? But if you don't do this, the punishment game will never end. Not only eldest sister, even Sunda, you will be punished. In this case, it's better for me to do it. Eli Howard's face became very ugly, and he wanted to stop it. Stop now. But immediately a spy picked him up and took him back to St. Lild. St. Howard, it's not over yet. That spy, Lee Howard's fist, always had a smile on his face. Eli Howard felt that the opponent's face was like steel wrapped in rubber, and his own strength could not hurt the opponent at all. Why is it still so useless? St. Lild gave Lee Howard a slap in the face, quieting him. Give me a good look and study. Eli Howard was held by the agents and stood beside St. Eliter. It was like being locked in an iron cage that could not escape him no matter how hard he struggled. Without the chance to resist, he could only helplessly watch the tragedy unfolding in front of him. The blonde girl jumped up to block it again, and the green-haired girl slapped her in the face. While fighting, he let out a terrifying cry, "Whoa!" Ha ha ha! Look, this is the most interesting place to buy biological sisters. St. Lead looked relieved, but he was still a little unfulfilled. Then the whip slapped the dog, and the vicious dog immediately bowed its head and stopped barking. He sat with his tail tucked in front of St. Laird. See, Howard. The slave must be trained to be like this dog. As long as the master has an order, he will follow it without hesitation. This green-haired is almost there. St. Lead handed the whip to Lieutenant Howard. Let them be afraid of you enough, or they will make all kinds of excessive demands. Try it, Howard, get your whip up. Eli Howard was dark-faced, but couldn't resist. He whipped his whip and made a screeching sound on the ground. He avoided hitting the girls. But even so, the sound of the whip hitting the ground made the two little girls tremble. They stood up straight in a conditioned reflex. Even standing next to the vicious dog he just feared, he even forgot the pain in his body. The two little girls stood neatly in a row with the dog, waiting for their master's orders. The mocking scene made Lee Howard's eyes go black. Saint Lilder was satisfied, and laughed. Did you see it? The fear in their eyes. No matter what you ask them to do at this time, they will do it. Howard, you remember, once there is no such expression in your eyes, you must punish them well. Let me go, beat me if you want, spare my child. Haha, it's too ridiculous to be fooled easily by such words, but slaves dare to say any excessive demands. Howard said in a hoarse voice. But I still think it's so boring to do this kind of thing. Then he threw the whip and stood quietly between the girls and Letter Saint. He racked his brains and thought desperately, how could he let the enthusiastic Ritter Saint let them go? No, you don't understand yet. For these slaves with relatives, the most interesting thing is when they push the limit of patience one day. Liard's eyebrows spoke with joy, with a proud look as if to show off his great achievements. Is the family relationship stronger, or is it more important to survive? Trample their struggles and see what choice they will make. This is the most interesting and worth looking forward to. Howard shook his head persistently. No, that's not interesting enough. Father, in fact, I also think that it is the kind of powerful murderous slave that matches your identity. For example, the kind of pirate who kills people like hemp. Is it interesting to teach harmony? Harmony. Besides, this is my slave. I should adjust, harmony, and teach it what I like, right? You still don't touch my slave in the future. This is my toy. Lily was in a good mood after hearing this. Okay. If you can teach them well by yourself, harmoniously, I won't worry about it. Even if this kind of little girl struggles is fun, it's just the basis for getting started. Now it's just to train your temperament. After all, the Fierce Pirate is the graduation course. You reminded me of what you said, and it's not bad to let you see it today. Come here, bring up that super fierce Murloc Pirate. Murloc Pirate? Howard was taken aback. He wanted to say that the Murloc Pirate, who had also been a slave to celestial dragons, was not Fisher Tiger? Could it be that? Regardless of the identity of the Murloc Pirate, it is a good opportunity right now. Howard winked at Guy-Ens, pretending to be arrogant. Guy-Ens, take my slaves back for a good look, and if they die, I will settle the account with you. Guy-Ens took a peek at Reed Saint and took the three sisters back with a look of embarrassment. Listen to what Saint Howard means. He must be wasting expensive drugs on slaves again. Even those expensive drugs are not rare. It's just for Marine and their agents. Even if celestial dragons were used to rescue slaves, it was for the slaves to take a breather. Only in this way can we endure more torture and bring them more happiness. So Guy-Ens is not a distressed drug. It's because if it were known to Li Erdesheng, it would be unhappy again. Of course Howard would be scolded and beaten. But the real bad luck is that he is not a human being caught in the middle. Seeking flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation ticket, asterisk. Chapter 17 What, Fisher Tiger is also my slave? Saint Reelder didn't have the time to pay attention to Ray Howard's little gestures at this time. He's all about showing off his giant Murloc slaves now. Even dragged Eli Howard in front of him. Passing on the experience of teaching the slaves with tune, harmony, with great interest, he said with great excitement. Eli Howard can only pretend to love to listen, keep flattering. The agents quickly dragged out a very tall red-skinned Murloc slave. Nearly 5 meters tall, the iron chains connected to each other and made a slamming sound. With the sliding of the chain, the huge body of the Murloc was hung up. It was for this reason that the imprint of the flying dragon's hoof on the chest was more clearly exposed. The Murloc gasped weakly, and Lee Howard finally saw his true face. Fisher Tiger. Eli Howard's eyes widened, holding his breath as he stared at the murloc in front of him. In the animation he saw in his previous life, it was the murloc who escaped from the heavily guarded holy place of Marie Joyce. Later, there is no hesitation to lead someone to kill Marie Joyce back by surprise. Freed all slaves at that time. But Eli Howard saw Fisher Tiger hanging up in front of him, and his heart was desolate. In this situation, unless a miracle happens, it is impossible to get rid of it. There, Saint Lead had already whipped his whip against Tiger like a chicken blood. And Tiger always looked at Saint Laird with the same eyes that he looked at ants. It was as if the body felt no pain at all. "Are you afraid? Please." Laird St was so tired that he kept yelling, as if he had been beaten. It takes 2 long whips to whip Tiger, and it is very tiring to wield. But the Lairds are in it, and the celestial dragons are in it. "Hello," Fisher Tiger said suddenly, "can you give me a sip of water?" "Water?" Saint Lild was startled when he heard Tiger's question, and then ecstatic. "Ha ha ha, you can't take it anymore. But why should I give you water?" "Well, you seem to like doing some sideshows." Fisher Tiger licked the blood dripping from his forehead, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. "Give me some water and I'll put on a show for you." "Ha ha ha." Leeds was very happy. "Okay, I knew that it would be a matter of time to give in." Lee Howard looked at Light St with pity. His father's IQ in his previous life was not so low. The character is even more noble than the one in front of him. Eli Howard can be said to have no empathy for his father's status. Therefore, there is no word to remind anything. After all, it is rare to see the excitement of celestial dragons. The spy poured a bucket of water into Fisher Tiger's mouth, and the other party didn't know what to do. "Some more." For murlocs, a bucket of water is not enough to quench their thirst. "No, just give it that much." Saint Lilder, that idiot, only wanted to show his authority. "Let's talk about what kind of show you can perform. How about murloc karate?" Fisher Tiger smiled and showed shark-like teeth. "Karate? Are you going to relax your hands and feet? The holy way of Lild? I'm not that stupid." "You're not obedient enough. Aren't you stupid enough to give him water?" Lee Howard sneered inwardly, his eyes almost unable to hide the gloating over Lild's misfortune. "Don't let go, I'll show you right away," Fisher Tiger said. "This show is called Wu Laguan, Water Cannon." Fisher Tiger suddenly gathered all his strength and shouted loudly. A water bomb suddenly spewed out of Fisher Tiger's mouth and slammed straight towards Saint Lild. A guard who had already been alerted immediately blocked in front of Saint Lild. At the same time, another CP0 flew a punch and bombarded Fisher Tiger's head, knocking Tiger out on the spot. After a loud noise, the red mist slammed into the wall, along with the body of the guard. The water cannon blasted through the guard's upper body, and the back wall and doors and windows broke open a large hole. Saint Lead fell to the ground by the scene in front of him. A trembling voice of fear came from the depths of his throat, and it took a long while to calm down and shouted and roared. "Take it away! Thirst it! Starve it!" Fisher Tiger had fainted by this time, unable to hear the pathetic whimper of the stupid celestial dragons. He had a smug smile on his face before he fainted. "Ha ha ha!" There was a sudden burst of laughter, accompanied by applause. Eli Howard was happy, not surprised or frightened at all. Instead, it was like watching a good show that had been expected. But he still spoke with false respect. "As expected of my father. Such a fierce pirate, I have never seen it before." Saint Lild gasped, slowly regaining his confidence in Lee Howard's compliments. Yes, he is fierce, right? But me. Sooner or later, he will be tamed." Eli Howard said excitedly. "It's really challenging to tame this kind of slave, but I'll start with a young slave first." St. Reed watched Lee Howard with great satisfaction as he walked towards the slave pen, then slumped to the ground. He cursed at CP0 who had just saved his life. "What are you still doing? Why don't you help me to rest? I thought with fear in my heart, I almost died today, and I have to pay more attention to safety in the future." He didn't mean to reflect on his own stupidity at all. In the dark dungeon of the Lee family's palace, Eli Howard saw countless cages. What's here is just the slaves that the family uses for collection and consumption. When it comes to the number of slaves, the Lee family dares to say second, no one dares to say number one. Guy said this with pride. Seeking flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation ticket, asterisk. Chapter 18. This is the three Amazon sisters from 9 Snake Island. Eli Howard's face inevitably turned black. Do people in this ritual family like to collect slaves so much? For celestial dragons, slaves are capital. They are not only toys, but also commodities, consumables, and labor. They have to serve celestial dragons day and night, and they have to work day and night. Build palaces, mine mines, and use them as experimental subjects. There are many unimaginable sad things. In front of the countless number of low iron cages, Howard finally found the three girls. At the suggestion of Howard, Guy had found someone to bandage their wounds. At this time the three sisters were hugging each other, crying in a low voice for their tragic fate. "Sister, I'm sorry." The little green-haired girl was crying. "It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all." A smile struggling to squeeze out the face of the black-haired girl. "Well done, the only way to end it quickly. It will be the same in the future." The moment they saw Howard, the three sisters shook together, and drew back from the cage without life. Could it be said that the Celestial Dragon's game will continue, and their torture today is not over yet? The girl with long black hair stretched her arms desperately in front of her. The two younger sisters hid behind her lifelessly. Howard bent down. He didn't speak yet, just got closer. The black-haired girl fainted again. Howard was speechless for a moment, and after thinking about it, he thought it was justified. After all, the girl had been smeared with medicine. But she was beaten tragically during the high fever, and she was on the verge of collapse in both her body and will. But at this time, Howard had the opportunity to carefully examine the appearance of the three sisters. Although the black-haired girl has fainted, but the fair skin and delicate face that appeared in the dark can be seen as a little beauty. Behind her, two younger girls screamed because of Howard's approach. "One long green hair, one long blonde curly hair, looks good and looks good." But the black-haired elder sister who was selected to serve her was the best looking. But the two younger sisters are already beautiful women. The premise is, if you have not been severely beaten and bruised and swollen, they are really the three sisters? Is the color of this hair related to half a dime? Is it really biological? Seeing that all three of them were still alive, Howard was relieved. At least it doesn't seem to be a big deal, although there have been many encounters. He even couldn't help but speak with a ridiculous tone. "Should be," Guy said. "Stussy dare not make a mistake in this kind of thing. After all, most of the value of such high-priced goods is due to this so-called blood kinship." The blonde girl coughed up blood in horror. There was also a terrible wound on the arm that had been bitten by a dog, bleeding beads constantly oozing. The green-haired girl was covered in whip marks, every piece of flesh was beaten deep into the flesh, and her skin turned out. She shrank into a ball at this moment, looking timidly at Howard outside the cage. It took a long time to gather up the courage and speak tremblingly. "I have a lot of strength, I can work for the elder sister for the master. Please use me tomorrow." Eli Howard's heart suddenly twitched, but it didn't seem to be as cold as it was at the beginning. Could it be that he has become accustomed to such tragedies? "It's because I've seen a lot, it doesn't seem to be a big deal anymore. The world of celestial dragons is just like this. This is not something that you can change with a snap of your fingers. Besides, if you don't have the courage to face all this, let alone change something, don't be afraid. Eli Howard's words only started, and they couldn't go on. Behind him was Guy Enz's scrutiny gaze, and in front of him was a girl who had been scared to lose her soul. Also, even if they show kindness in this situation, it's impossible for them not to be afraid, right? Eli Howard fell silent. Today's things will never happen again, there is no way to spit it out of my mouth. Because of Guy Enz's sight behind him, and because of... That's a deception. Today's things will happen again and again in the Sayovil Holy Land. It is precisely because this is the Holy Land Marie joys. And he was just a teenager who could not even be called the patriarch of the Celestial Dragon's family. At this time, the phone worm on Guy Enz rang. Beep 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 beep. Guy Enz picked it up and listened. Hey? Only the slaves who own the island of Hydra in the entire Holy Land. The 3 Amazon sisters? Are they really sisters? Are you sure? There was the sound of turning over the paper on the phone worm, and then the other side spoke casually. Yes, the 3 sisters captured by 9 Snake Island are the only group. I can't make a mistake. Specific names? No. Who cares about the names of those slaves? Saint Howard cares? Yes, I'm sorry. The phone worm was filled with sincere and fearful apologies, but they didn't make much sense anymore. Think about it, too, how could a slave trader care about the name of the goods? The name can be worth a few dollars on the slave, and he will not be asked for a ransom, but will be sold directly. Guy Enz hung up the phone, bent over to Saint Howard, and spoke respectfully. Saint Howard, Stussy said these 3 are from Hydra Island, and they are indeed sisters. For the first time, Guy Enz had a heart for Saint Howard's dream. Just riding a lap will dream of the connection of 9 Snake Island, which is indeed a bit weird. Boom! Guy Enz suddenly heard a violent heartbeat, coming from Saint Howard's chest. The heartbeat was so violent that even he heard it. Saint Howard's face instantly turned pale, and then he was bloodshot and purple. The 3 Amazon sisters from the Combelt Hydra Island. Eli Howard also noticed that his mentality was too abnormal. Even after the huge heartbeat, the whole world was dead silent. Guy Enz's voice seemed to appear on the horizon. Saint Howard, although I don't know the name, Stussy said this is the only Amazon slave caught in 20 years. Open. Howard said in a deep voice. Open the cage? Now. Guy Enz didn't react for a moment. I told you to open it. Eli Howard has put his foot on Guy Enz's leg. This is already the highest place he can kick. Seeking flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation ticket, asterisk. Chapter 19. You are Boa Hancock, right? Conquerors Awakening. Rewards. Howard's face was very grim at this time. Even when beating other celestial dragons during the day. It's not as good as 1/2 of the degree of honor and hideousness now. Guy Enz shed cold sweat and immediately opened the cage door. Eli Howard crawled in like a dog desperately. In the trembling eyes of the 2 sisters shrinking in the corner, Howard picked up the unconscious black-haired girl. Shaking away the girl's hair, she looked at this face carefully. Boa Hancock. Howard suddenly yelled out of silence. You are Boa Hancock, right? Both sisters were shocked, the blonde girl said in fear. Why do you know your sister's name? The green-haired girl hurriedly tugged her and told her not to talk. But Eli Howard already understood, and slapped his face hard. It's so stupid, why didn't you recognize it? It's already so obvious. 3 sisters. Black hair, yellow hair, and green hair. Although Boa Hancock in front of him was just a little girl who was taken away by slave traders. Even the timid was frightened several times in front of him. The impression and temperament are completely different from the grown-up. Now, her 2 sisters are also very beautiful, and they have not yet become ugly snake girls. Therefore, Howard never connects them with the 3 Boa sisters. Howard hugged the dying Hancock tightly, and his eyes were pitch black. If it was just a pity for the tragic encounter of a young girl. then the one who has one's fate now is beyond remorse. Hancock's encounter turned out to be caused by himself. He has no way to forgive himself. Lee Howard gritted his teeth, his face pale, and his whole body convulsed violently. A cruel start after he had seen celestial dragons. The question that had been circling in his head finally broke out at this time. Why should I like this world? Even a past life. I clearly saw the cruelty of this world from the animation. Why do I like this cruel world now? Shouldn't this world and this corrupt mechanism be destroyed? The reason why I came here is to personally experience the pain of this world. Is it to destroy the world with your own hands? The two younger sisters have already rushed forward. Let go of sister. Let's fight with you. Guy-ens had long been frightened by Howard. Howard had beaten himself and stayed in place. Speaking helplessly. Saint Howard, what's the matter with you? Do you want me to call someone? A crazy Haki burst from Howard and swept the cell. The guard who rushed over was shocked by the invisible Haki, rolled his eyes on the spot and fainted. The same goes for the two little girls. Conquerors Haki. Guy-ens felt the huge breath surge like a flood for a moment. And it is pouring from the present gift Saint Howard. Under the shocking coercion. Even Guy-ens, who is CP0, needs to work hard to keep him from fainting. Conquerors Haki. This is the proof of becoming the overlord. And it's a natural conquerors who awakens without any training. Worthy of being the descendants of the 20 kings who created the world government. When he was squeezed by Conquerors Haki, his body couldn't move. Guy-ens's mind has clearly determined the owner for whom he wants to lay down his life. Awakened Conquerors celestial dragons, right in front of my own eyes. Rewards Saint Howard, will definitely become the lord of the world. This idea took root in Guy-ens's heart in an instant. It's so funny, ha 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 ha. Lee Howard's expression became extremely distorted, and he smiled savagely and wildly. He held Boa Hancock and stood up slowly. It was like whispering to Hancock in his arms, and it was like announcing to the world. It turns out that the despicableness I have seen is just the tip of the iceberg of this world. Get used to it first and pretend that you can also be a trash. Waiting to slowly become stronger before changing the world. That's really naive. He has been dazzled by the intense anger. I just thought that I was an idiot who wanted to dormant a few days ago. It took him a long time for this distorted anger to calm down. Boa Hancock, I didn't expect you to come to me in this way. Eli Howard said seriously. I don't know how to be forgiven for everything you have done. I swear I will protect you, and I will have the power to protect you. Because, if I can't even protect you, how can I like this disgusting world? It is precisely because of you, Robin, Vivi and Nami that I love this cruel world. At the same time, in the center of Marie Joy's 5 elders, the supreme authority to rule the world government, was taken aback. Their old faces turned their heads abruptly together. If there are others, I'm afraid they won't worry about their aging necks. And the place they looked at was the direction of Volgia. If my feeling is right, is it Conquerors Haki? Exactly. This Conquerors Haki has the arrogance of destroying the Holy Land. It seems to be the Volgia. Go and check. Yes. Hidden in the darkness, countless figures of secret agents rushed towards Lee's house. Soon, Guy-ens was summoned by the CP agency and personally reported to 5 elders. Asterisk. Chapter 20 The Misunderstanding of 5 Elders. See and hear color. This is the best candidate for Wang. Meet 5 elders and report directly. Even the top 10 masters in CP0. Guy-ens has never had such a glorious moment. But can the Saint Howard story really be told to 5 elders? Guy-ens couldn't help but face choices. The former is 5 elders, which represents the supreme power of the world government. The latter is the master he wants to be loyal to. However, he was not embarrassed soon. Because he has determined that Saint Howard will definitely become the master of the world in the future. Conquerors Haki is from St. Howard? Who is from? You should be clear about it. Together, the 4 of 5 elders turned their eyes to the remaining one. It was an old man with a bald head and glasses, wearing a robes, and holding a long knife of amazing length. And the 5 elders was silent for a while, and he couldn't say with certainty. My youngest grandson is the child born to the daughter-in-law of Xiaolu's family. After hearing this, several other people looked at each other for a few seconds before tacitly becoming silent. This blood relationship is too strong. The Li family and Xiaolu family, both of these families once served as 5 elders. All are the direct descendants of the 20 kings who created the world, and the orthodox royal family. The blood of the twin kings, awakened conquerors, is this going to be heaven-defying? So what's the reason for awakening? 5 elders with red suit and golden beard tapped their chin. Guy Ens asked. When I was teaching the slave, I suddenly became angry. When Guy Ens said this, his heart was pounding. Rewards St. Howard had ordered before he left. It is absolutely forbidden to let people know about the 3 sisters of Boya. This is obvious. If anyone knows, Lee St. Howard got the inspiration in his ethereal dream. And he was keen on marrying a slave girl as his wife. This will definitely cause trouble. There are lessons from the Dongquixote family. Even if St. Howard hasn't put in practice yet, he will never get through it. Well, what is St. Howard doing now? After that, I fell asleep. Guy Ens took a deep breath, still trembling in his exit. What are you hiding? 5 elders have a torch. They are not fools. One after another observation Haki shrouded Guy Ens, even the slightest lie could be detected. No, it's not. Guy Ens squatted his head repeatedly to hide his cold sweat. At the same time, clearly sort out the information that can be said. Started to save his life with mixed gibberish. I just thought it was a bit ridiculous. St. Howard had hallucinations at the time. He said he saw some future. What future? Guy Ens swallowed. I can't say anything about the 3 sisters of Boya, they are slaves. What about Nico Robin? No way. The Devil's Son, the destruction of O'Hara, this is a taboo topic. By the way, there is another one. St. Howard said that he saw that he would marry Princess Vivi of Alabasta in the future. Guy Ens said as if he had caught the straw. This is definitely a qualified dream for celestial dragons, with arrogance and whimsical. Fortunately, I remember it. The 5 elders froze for a moment, then laughed. Princess Vivi, do you look good? It is said to have blue hair like the sea, very beautiful. Alabasta ah. There seemed to be a lot of information in the 5 elders' size. Superpower Alabasta, home of Nefertari. It is also the only family among the 20 kings who gave up their settlement in the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. However, there is no princess in that country. King Cobra has only one queen and no heir. The 5 elders all shook their heads in amusement. This is indeed a dream that young people would have, and even a powerful family was transferred. Unfortunately, it was just a dream. The chunky CP0 on one side suddenly opened, providing more accurate important information. However, Queen Nefertari has been pregnant for some time. Really? Check again. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the phone worm rang. 5 minutes ago, Queen Nefertari died in childbirth, but she did her best to give birth to a princess. Blue hair, call it. Nefertari Vivi. Princess Vivi. Immediately, the eyes of the 5 elders and Guy Ens all widened. They couldn't believe that the young man's dream had come true. Let's all go out. Although they had tried to keep their voices low, they couldn't hide their excitement. All but the 5 elders were well aware of current affairs and left the room immediately. Seeing and hearing about the future. And conquerors. The flat voice of the 5 elders had begun to tremble. The other 4 looked at the old man in the robe together. Saint Reed, there has been no such record for 500 years, right? Actively awaken Haki's celestial dragons. More than actively awakening Haki. The 5 elders in dark blue suits, with white beard and hair hanging to the ground, said movingly. Conquerors is not uncommon, but it can predict the future. Even, this is not an ordinary observation Haki that can only foresee the future for just a few seconds. It's Haki who can be compared to listen to the voice of all things. No, this should be the most suitable talent for the king. This gift to Saint Howard. Even the celestial dragons before today were a little kid that the 5 elders wouldn't care about. Both incompetent and cowardly. Just a few days ago, there was a little accident. But it was after that, what seemed to have changed. Just now, he beat up a few bastards who angered him. It was only at this time that Saint Reed discovered the report. He picked up the surveillance phone bug sent by CP0 and released the video. The spy phone bug's eyes shone brightly on the wall. The entire passage of time is displayed very clearly in front of the 5 elders. All 5 looked a little surprised. 1 on 3, still quite imposing. You know, even they have heard about the cowardice of this gifted Saint Howard. Although the fight of several people in the video seems to them to be just a nonsense child's fight. But it feels very unusual. Are you risking your life? Several people showed kind smiles. Holy Land Marie joys, but has not produced a decent descendant for hundreds of years. Seeking flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation ticket, asterisk. Chapter 21 The Call of 5 Elders. I'm going to gain strength to protect you. It must be taken seriously. 5 elders reached a consensus together at this time. This is a miracle, but it is also inevitable. This is proof of Celestial Dragon's bloodline as the master of the world. Send a gift to King Cobra of Alabasta to save a year of heavenly gold. At the same time, pay more attention to Alabasta's situation. It's better to talk to Cobra Wang Ming. This Princess Vivi's marriage partner must be Saint Howard. If things go in the desired direction, perhaps the Holy Land Marie Joyce will accept the return of Nefiru Tali's house. Tell King Cobra, cherish this opportunity. Li Jie, Lee Howard sat leaning against the window. He didn't faint like Guy En said. At this time, he was looking sullenly at the brightly lit palaces in the Holy Land. No matter how beautiful the building is, it cannot prevent darkness from falling. The 3 sisters Boya were sleeping soundly on the big bed not far away from him. It has been half a year since they were caught. Traveling across the ocean, endless torture. Being sent to Marie Joyce in the end means that all the possibility of escape was cut off. This was the first time they slept in bed after becoming slaves. Wipe clean the body and treat the wound, their body will soon return to health. But what about the wound in my heart? Eli Howard doesn't know. Howard stared at the sleeping 3 sisters on the bed, feeling extremely peaceful. I didn't expect to see you in this way in the end. From now on, I will protect you. However, I still don't have the strength and status to protect them. He is not even the head of the Li family. When Reed Sheng Yaoa was arrogant, he could only be grasped by the spies and watched eagerly. Once, Lord Dong Quixote was able to take in many slaves. Can finally leave Marie Joyce with the whole family. It's all because he is the owner of the house. Nevertheless, in the end, everyone knows how terribly he died. Saint Howard. Guy Ens is back, both excited and worried. 5 elders summoned. Let you go to Pangu City as soon as you wake up. The 5 old things. Howard sneered. It looks like they are starting to doubt, or that's fine, I'm going to be serious too. Then. Saint Howard, Mrs. Hancock's side. Guy Ens looked embarrassed. Shall your subordinate go through the procedures for entering the Holy Land Marie Joyce? It's not easy to take Boa Hancock's identity directly from slaves to madams. After all, slaves are not the same as civilians who are directly plundered. If Saint Howard really decides that way, it will definitely cause an uproar in the Holy Land. No, hey. Even if I get married, I don't want to be in Marie Joyce. Eli Howard almost immediately thought of the wife of Saint Charmac during the day. That miserable appearance is no better than a slave. What's more, Howard knew it himself. It is not a smart decision to let people know that they want to free slaves now. That. Gyens hesitated. Howard rubbed his chin. Well, you declare to the public that they will be my exclusive slaves in the future. Send them back first, the same as before. But you find me a better solitary cell and don't allow anyone to hurt them. It's best to hide them where others can't find them, and don't attract the attention of those idiots. To hide the 3 slaves. The best way is definitely to hide in a large group of slaves. Gyens breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, he is also very easy to do. Just need to give some care secretly. And Saint Howard won't attract any criticism. Gyens immediately understood Howard's growth. Even the logic of thinking about things has begun to mature. Howard walked to Boa Hancock, who was unconscious. The movement gently held up the hand exposed outside the quilt. He leaned over and dropped a kiss on the back of her cold hand. Hancock's long eyelashes trembled. She woke up a long time ago, just pretending to be dead. The soft bed is like an unconvincing sweet dream. Now the other party's behavior makes her feel even more confusing. And more fear. Although Howard gave her some care from all aspects, it was celestial dragons after all. My beloved Hancock, I'm sorry. Lee Howard put her hands in the quilt, and said with guilt. The slave imprint on your back, I will find a way to erase it for you. So, before I gain the power to save you, I ask you to be patient. Be sure to hold on. I'm going to gain strength now. Pangu City, even the tallest warrior of the giants would feel magnificent when they came here. Standing in front of the city gate, Howard felt that he was just the smallest ant under the sky. World government. A behemoth built by more than 170 participating countries. And his headquarters is the Pangu City entrenched in Marie Joyce. Among them, the ruler who represents the highest power is 5 elders. However, 5 elders were in their advanced age when they reached more than 100 years of age. The candidates for 5 elders have not changed much in the past 100 years. In this way, we can see the dominance of the current 5 elders, A&D. The level of waste of celestial dragons now. However, few celestial dragons are interested in positions at 5 elders. After all, after becoming 5 elders, you have to work 3 hours a day. 3 hours. Howard laughed in his heart and walked into the majestic gate. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, reminders, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Throne? Just a chair. What does it matter to sit down? The door of the hall was closed, and Howard realized that this was a huge hall with no one. In front of him is a wide and majestic staircase leading to a huge and incomparable throne. The back of the throne's chair pointed straight to the sky like a sword blade. If you can sit on it, there must be a feeling of the world is the only one in the sky. However, just below the throne, there are many swords inserted. The sharp weapon shining with cold light seems to be shiningly refusing everyone to set foot on the throne. Eli Howard stepped up the steps. Step by step toward the throne that made his blood boil. He had an urge to sit on 5 elders before he got up to see what happened. In the plots known in previous lives, there is still a real master hidden behind 5 elders. He is also the true king of this world, the person who masters the fate of all people. His name is Yim. But nothing about him is known. Because the story is not over, the author disappeared. This makes Yim's identity even more mysterious. Now, Eli Howard came to this world. It can be said that apart from becoming 5 elders, there is no chance to touch this secret. The height of the steps made Howard felt that he had climbed a steep hill just as he climbed up. This made Howard panted with exhaustion. Finally ran to the top, only to see. Not only is the lower level of the throne filled with knives, forks, swords, and halberds. All kinds of weapons were also inserted around the throne. And the throne in front of him, the height of the seat alone was higher than the top of his head. Lee Howard looked up and wondered if he could climb up with his weak body. He tried to climb over these weapons and climb to the throne. At the same time, a disappointing voice rang immediately. "Want to sit on it? But, that's not a throne that anyone can sit on. The 20 weapons that guard the throne are the vows made by the first 20 people who created this world 800 years ago. That location is the center of the world, a symbol of peace. Just as the pinnacle of world power is at the same time in the hands of 5 elders, the highest of celestial dragons. There is no unique king in this world. The vacant throne means that all kings are equal to each other, and there will never be a dictatorship." 5 elders said a word and walked in through the gate. They all looked at Howard with interest. "It's just a chair, it doesn't matter, just to sit down." Eli Howard ignored the 5 old things below and crawled towards the throne. But the throne was too high, even if Howard jumped up, he couldn't touch the chair. Lee Howard can't help muttering in his heart, "What is this chair doing so big? Is it for the giants to sit on? If you sit on it, you can become a unique king? Then this king is easy to be." Eli Howard thought to himself, the 5 old men would definitely not be able to make it for a while. This trick of his own, if he can force him out, it would be great. "Junior, who doesn't understand the rules, come down. I'm going to be the unique king, who can stop me?" Howard yelled deliberately. "Can you protect the throne by inserting a few broken weapons? What a symbol of peace, boring. With so many swords stuck under the throne, I think the symbolic war for the throne is pretty much the same." Suddenly, a gust of wind hits unexpectedly. Lee Howard only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and the next moment he fell to the feet of 5 elders. What happened? Eli Howard was taken aback by the change in vision. The fall was solid, and Howard only felt the hot pain in his butt, but there was nothing serious about it. Butt pain is not a problem. The key is, 5 elders actually have such a strong strength? His brain reacted quickly, and instead of waiting for 5 elders to speak, Howard was the first to yell at him. "You 5 old things called me over, and I can't see anyone when I come. If that chair is not allowed to sit on, can you put up a sign to remind you? To make such a big chair and put it in such a conspicuous place, it is clearly for people to sit on." The old man with a flat hat and a scar on his face twitched. "No one can sit on that throne," the bearded old man in the blue suit said sternly. "Pull it down." Howard got up and snorted coldly. "The chair is made for people to sit on, and the bigger chair is the same. Furthermore, even if you let me sit for a while, if you don't go out and talk, naturally no one will know. Why don't I believe you don't go up and sit down when no one is there? Oh, you old bones can't get up at all." 5 elders were all speechless by the younger generations. The old man with bald glasses wearing a white robe suddenly smashed Howard's head with the handle of a knife. "Remember it. This matter is not even a joke. It hurts to death. Who are you?" Lee Howard hugged his head and rolled. Although he only tapped with a scabbard, there was an illusion that his head was split in half. The other 5 elders were speechless again. Li Desheng had blue veins violent on his forehead. "Little BD, don't you even know me?" Lee Howard took a closer look. "Who are you, who?" Li Desheng roared, "I am your grandpa." Lee Howard slapped the palm of his hand. By the way, it seems to have heard of such a thing. He thought it was a lie, but he didn't expect it to be true. But let alone memory, Lee Howard had never seen him at Lee's house. Li Desheng almost vomited blood in the pitying eyes of the other 4 people. "Ahem, speaking of it, I'm not good." Li Desheng coughed slightly. "But, even if I haven't been back to my home for many years, you should know who I am. After all, the portrait at home." "No, the portrait has long been replaced by that guy Lid." Lee Howard has no respect for Liard Sanatur. Even in front of Li Desheng, there is no need to conceal this point. Anyway, the more BD, the more in line with the true nature of celestial dragons. The statue in the courtyard. No one is like yours. Rewards Howard is blunt. Statue? Is there anything else? Please vote for my flowers, monthly ticket, reminder, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Do you want to become 5 elders? Not interested in. Even if it was Eli, Howard received all the previous memories. However, in the memory of Howard since the birth of Howard, there is no shadow of the prominent grandfather of Saint Orid. Reason? Even if it is not said by Li Desheng, Lee Howard can guess one or two. After all, anyone who has the ability to give birth to a rubbish son like Li Erdesheng will look upset. Stop talking nonsense about working hard for the work of the world government. Howard didn't believe a word of those words. Li Desheng gave a light cough. It's really been a long time since I cared about my family. Then his expression changed, and he said sharply, I'll talk about housework later. I am calling you today to see what you can do. Ability. A few things flashed quickly in Howard's head. Conquerors Haki? But I should not know that. Rely, Howard said proudly with his waist stuck in. If you want to say this, I won't be sleepy. It's me who can pick 3. Don't talk about their record in defeating Charles Rose. Li Desheng didn't want to waste any more time. What we want to see is your Haki. Lee Howard said in his heart. He thought about it for a moment, and then said, Haki? I want to be the master of this world. It's not such a dream joke. 2 bright lights shot from Li Desheng's eyes, shining sharply on Lee Howard. The tyrannical Haki swept across the world in an instant, violently hitting Howard's mind. Eli Howard only felt a suffocating aura enveloping him. It looked like a sharp blade was rubbing his neck. His consciousness was constantly cut to pieces by these swords. The brain was chaotically falling into manjaki, unable to piece together half a complete idea. I just feel dizzy in front of my eyes, and my sobriety keeps collapsing. Howard tried his best to stay awake. 5 old immortal things are so powerful. No, he can't fall here. I want to go to Alabasta to rescue Princess Vivi. Let Boa Hancock return to the island of Hydra and become the Empress. Go to the Orange Garden to find Nami. Then live a happy life with everyone. The strong desire actually induced Howard's willpower at this time. Haki seemed to have been deliberately guided out, spewing out from his body, fighting against the surrounding Haki. But his Haki is too immature after all. In front of Haki, who was as sharp as a knife, it was getting more and more difficult for him to barely maintain his consciousness. Finally, everything around gradually faded away. The fragmented world finally came together again. Eli Howard's vision returned to normal. Only then did he realize that his body was already sweating profusely. 5 elders exchanged glances, and the old man with the golden beard in a red suit spoke. No fainting. Very talented indeed. It's weak, but it's Conquerors. Yesterday's awakening was just an accident. The holy way of right. But the potential of this kid is okay. Give me some time and I will make this power stronger. After all, it's hard to find a successor. The other 4 nodded together. Successor? What successor? Howard stayed for a while. Reed Sheng squinted his eyes to see Howard furry, and then said slowly. Boy, have you ever thought about becoming 5 elders in the future? Eli Howard was startled by the sudden question. He has many imaginations about his own full power in the future. But becoming 5 elders? I haven't really thought about it. It should be said that he has thought about the highest point of grabbing power from the class, and only becoming the head of the Lee family. Then, the incident 3 years later. The Murloc Fisher tiger escaped and returned to Marie Joyce, freeing the slaves including the 3 sisters of Boya. At that time, he could sneak to 9 Snake Island and live a happy life with the Empress. I never thought about it, I don't want to be. Eli Howard said solemnly. Becoming 5 elders requires working 3 hours a day, which is boring. I still want to travel the world. The world is so big, I want to see it. Not immediately, you can talk about it when you are interested. Li Desheng understood the celestial dragon's boy in front of him very well. Especially after listening to Guy N's report and learning about Howard's foreseeable dreams. What's more, their 5 old guys have no plans to retire in the near future. You are going to Alabasta, right? Li Desheng spoke slowly. And Amazonian Island? Orange Grove? Howard was taken aback. Guy N's told him what he had said to 5 elders, and told him everything. Guy N's didn't say in such detail at all. Why does this old man know? This is observation Haki. Li Desheng smiled. I have felt what you thought just now. Li Howard's face changed immediately. Is observation Haki so outrageous? Don't you know everything? Li Howard even thought of running away for a moment. But the next moment I was stupid by my own ideas. He is not a handle to give people a door. And this must not even reach the door. Don't be nervous. The holy way of right. I just can feel a little bit of the sight, not as good as your observation Haki. So these are the future you dreamed of? You have a greater talent for seeing, hearing, and coloring than Conquerors. Li Howard breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's okay just to see these. At least I didn't see anyone wanting to rebel, just burn Marie Joyce. The powerful observation Haki can feel the opponent's thinking and affect the opponent's mind. Li Desheng took a bit of pride. But this kind of advanced knowledge is innate, and I have this kind of knowledge. Eli Howard realized something vigilantly. Are you trying to say, I should inherit this kind of Haki too? Eli Howard scolded the old man shamelessly. This is not just showing off his genetic strength. Li Desheng nodded. Not bad. But your talent for seeing, hearing and coloring may be more advanced than mine. Maybe it's because you inherited the blood of Xiaolu's side at the same time. Then, let's talk about it now. What else have you seen in your dreams? It changes every hour. Please give me flowers, rewards, reminders, asterisk. Chapter 24 Spoilers. Marine advances the world conscription. The patron saint of Pangu City. Howard thought for a while, the corners of his lips curled up. I see, Marie Joyce is in flames. After that, Howard was secretly refreshed. You guys who don't die, pull me over. It's Haki and thread again. Don't let Lao Zi make you scared. Moreover, in the impressive plot about the Holy Land, that is, the slave riots 3 years later. 5 elders are all startled. This is not a good dream. Li Desheng frowned. You mean, my home is on fire? No, I mean there is a sea of fire everywhere. Howard laughed. The whole Marie Joyce is on fire. Someone has attacked, and all the slaves ran away. When? About 2 or 3 years from now. 4 or 5 years from now. Li Howard looked nonchalant, thinking I can tell you this. How can I know so clearly? Then what? Then I woke up. Howard said frankly. It's so terrible to die everywhere. Those untouchables will kill a lot of celestial dragons. Anyway, I'm not having a good time, so don't think about sleeping well. I will scare you first. 5 elders all frowned, pacing around. These don't necessarily happen. Now that we know it, it can be changed in the future. After a while, Li Desheng spoke solemnly. The future that is foreseen by seeing, hearing and color is just the key to a high probability that will happen. What's more, in such a long future, the possibility will not be too high. No. I think it's the opposite. Whitebeard's 5 elders has an ugly face. Because what happened in the future is clearly seen, it also shows that this matter is not easy to change. It must be those from the Revolutionary Army. The 5 elders in the red suit had a bad temper, and his already angry forehead was violent. The order must be passed on. Strengthen the power of Marine, and not let this weed grow into a climate. Several people exchanged glances and raised their hands in agreement. Then, let's enlist in the world. Whitebeard's 5 elders proposed. Strengthen the defense forces, and step up the elimination of the Revolutionary Army. Agree. The other 4 nodded together. Heaven's gold can no longer be abused, so that those prodigal sons spend less. Howard silently apologized on the side. It didn't take long for the Revolutionary Army over there to take their heads because of a big scapegoat on their backs. I'm really sorry. But Marine, because of himself, got the opportunity to enlist in the world in advance. How do you say this is a good thing, right? And Howard squinted. Unexpectedly, these old men believed in their dreams so much. Even if you talk nonsense about what kind of dream you have now, wouldn't it be able to influence 5 elders' decision? This is too interesting. Anyway, they said that the future style can be changed. So even if it didn't happen, it has nothing to do with me. Just when Howard fell into his own fantasy, thinking about it happily, Li Desheng clapped his hands. Newbies. Howard felt a chill on his back. Afterwards, a strong aura of lifelessness spread quietly throughout the room. The death energy gathered and turned into a tall man wearing a golden wolf head mask. Lee Howard felt his scalp numb just by looking at his body. And the other person kneeled respectfully in front of 5 elders. Howard took a breath. Could it be said that this is the power of devil fruit? If so, then there is no doubt that the person in front of him has eaten the fruit of the beast level. Is it Shinigami Anubis devil fruit? Will Pirate World have that kind of fruit? Newbies. Reed Saint ordered, from today you don't need to follow me, you will be responsible for training Saint Howard. What? Lee Howard cried, did I say I'm going to get stronger? Didn't you even think about asking me? In the bottom of your heart you want to become stronger. Li Desheng looked at Lee Howard's eyes sternly. No need to ask. I can feel a strong desire to become stronger in your body. Lee Howard hadn't spoken yet, the 5 old men shouted together. Got your life. You bear the future of the world on your shoulders, the proof of the Celestial Dragon's King bloodline. This is your destiny. Howard was taken aback by the sounds they made together. At the same time, I couldn't help but complain in my heart, these old men plagiarized. Bet on your life I thought it was easy to copy after I heard it. Saint Howard. Newbies stood up, 5 meters tall. The golden wolf head mask on his face is huge. But Newbies' body is tall and thin. It seems that the agility and intensity cannot be underestimated. A model of swiftness and strength. Just like a dormant wolf. Howard kept raising his head as he stood up, swallowed dryly, and asked. Are you the strongest CP0? Newbies said calmly. I am not CP0, I am one of the patron saints of Pangu City. But I am definitely better than all CP0. Otherwise, I am not qualified to teach Saint Howard. Howard asked, did you eat devil fruit from Anubis? It's a secret. Newbies' eyes did not fluctuate, even Saint Howard, a secret that can't be told. Howard choked silently. The celestial dragons are all overbearing, how come my own celestial dragons is hitting a wall everywhere? The patron saint of this ancient city does not respect celestial dragons other than 5 elders. All right, it doesn't matter. Rely Howard said, when shall we start? Lee Howard can't see the change of Newbies' expression, but he always feels that Newbies' aura is happy after he asks. Newbies replied. From that moment, it has already started. Please Saint Howard come with me to the shrine of our 12 gods. Howl. What? Eli Howard heard a wolf howl before he could express his disapproval. Immediately Newbies' body turned into a dark whirlwind and rolled him up and hit the wall directly. Dear readers, I strongly ask for flowers, reminders, comments, and rewards. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Zodiac, the exclusive practice field for 5 elders. 6 Forms of God. Lee Howard watched the wall getting closer and closer to him, until a head slammed into it. The panic in my heart was about to overflow, and I didn't have time to scream. Then I saw my body turned into black smoke and went straight through the wall. While he was relieved, Howard noticed. After the wall is a pillar, and then a wall. Eli Howard is very capable of accepting this apparently unnatural force. This is the world of One Piece. Anything can happen. Eli Howard was excited about this supernatural power instead. He even assumed the classic posture of the Titanic, opening his arms to feel the wind. Although the color of the whole world faded slightly in the black mist. But his body can penetrate the wall directly like a ghost. As long as the fear of becoming inhuman can be overcome, this experience can be more fun than a roller coaster. The potential of Saint Howard is truly extraordinary. In the black fog, Newbie's golden wolf head suddenly condensed, and his tone was somewhat approving. Can adapt to my underworld so easily. The future of Saint Howard is not vectorable. I look forward to how amazing you can grow. I am the descendant of the 20 kings who created this world. Eli Howard said proudly. The latter's expression was completely hidden behind the mask, so Howard could not know. Howard showed a dissatisfied expression at this ceremony. No matter how powerful you are, as long as it is not celestial dragons, I must cooperate when I pretend to be forced. Nothing. Howard said. A valley surrounded by hills and temples appeared. This is the practice field dedicated to 5 elders. This is. Howard became excited. 12-star palace? You are Saint Seiya, aren't you? Eli Howard felt that the black mist seemed to stagnate for a moment. The expression under Newbie's mask shouldn't be considered pretty. Although wearing a mask, he can feel his sudden cold aura. It's the 12 gods. Newbies replied in a muffled voice, the 12 gods. A group of 12 gods who also wear masks are already standing on the steps waiting for Newbies. When they saw Howard, they bowed their heads in salute. Although it is not as grandly as those outside, but it is also very respectful and decent. Lee Howard's gaze swept across the 12 gods. Suddenly there was a subtle sense of violation. When he watched them, he felt like being swept away by a gust of wind and falling into a cliff. Howard's eyes flickered, his eyes lowered, and he waited until his mind settled before raising his eyes to look again. But he only felt that the figures of these people in front of him were as tall as the impassable mountains. But their stature is distinctly high and low, fat and thin. The only thing in common is that they wear golden masks full of sacredness on their faces. God. Are they really not humans, but gods? Eli Howard's body trembled uncontrollably when he had this thought. He even wanted to kneel down and mobike. But no. Lee Howard struggled to gather his spirits, gritted his teeth to withstand it. I am celestial dragons. I want to be the ruler of the world, the man who marries the empress. Even if it is a god, if it is for the empress, he can still pull it down. The scars on the bodies of the 3 Boya sisters, the expressions of crying and collapse flashed in front of her eyes one by one. Thinking back to the culmination of power, something that celestial dragons could not stop. The kind of regret that was not even recognized the first time. This kind of strong emotion can only be understood by Howard himself. I was determined to say what to protect the other party. If you don't even have the power to protect them, how should he save them? Lee Howard's face twisted, gritted his teeth, and roared. You people! Enough! The invisible coercion dissipated, and the world before him returned to normal. Although the 12 gods still looked very tall, they no longer thought of worshipping. Please forgive me, Saint Howard. A man with a height of over 8 meters and a mask on his face was a colored flower larger than the tabletop. He bowed to Howard. The command from 5 elders to the 12 gods is to make Saint Howard a strong man in Haki in the shortest time. So, I'm sorry to offend Saint Howard, but we need to understand Saint Howard's talent. Newbies stood among them and spoke blankly. After all, the best way to inspire Haki is to feel Haki. After the test, let's start with the most basic 6 forms. Said a 12 gods holding a knife in his arms. Marine 6 styles. Lee Howard is no stranger to 6 forms. He was ashamed of the horror physical training he had learned in the previous life animation. It should be said that my small body can't even meet the entry requirements for learning Marine 6 styles. Of course not. Newbie's words made Howard a daze. How can Marine master the true 6 forms? The 12 gods sneered in unison, as if they were disdainful of the advanced skills in the Marine. We are talking about the 6 forms of God. The 20 kings who created the world, each one is the most powerful hero of that country. Under the guidance of the gods, they united. And the 6 styles they worked hard to create in order to defeat the enemies of the gods have the power to kill the gods. Marine 6 styles are just the fur of God's 6 styles, in order to simplify the moves that ordinary people can practice. The true 6 forms of God, only 5 elders and celestial dragons recognized by 5 elders are qualified to practice. The cultivator must be the descendant of the king. This is the reason why the celestial dragon's bloodline is noble. Howard heard the 12 gods answer sentence after sentence, completely stunned. Unexpectedly, Marine 6 styles is just a simplified version of God's 6 styles after castration? But I want to come too. It's so easy to get a training method. As long as you make a contribution in Marine, you can use your military merits in exchange for the opportunity to learn the 6 forms. In the CP Spy Agency, Marine 6 styles is a compulsory course. How can this widely taught technique be used by the noble celestial dragons? Please ask for flowers, votes, rewards, reminders. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Body Remodeling, The Return of Life Enjoyed in Advance. This. Not what surprised him the most. I saw Newbie's body exudes a thick black mist. At the same time, the other 12 gods all scattered and surrounded him. Together they exuded a thick mist from their bodies. But the colors vary. Gold, red, green, purple, blue, white. We will recast Saint Howard to fit the needs of the practice. The energetic voices of the 12 gods rang from all directions. But it seems to be spoken from only one mouth, as if the mouths of these people are the same. The mists of various colors gathered together and condensed into a whirlwind. Roll up Eli Howard's body. Eli Howard hadn't had time to sigh at the unease of his body vacating. I felt the pain of being torn apart by soul and body. He couldn't restrain the roar from his throat. But his desperate roar only lasted for a short second. The storm has crushed it with destructive momentum. Crushed together, along with the body of Eli Howard. He has been decomposed from human flesh and blood into cells and even finer tissues. Now it's being swept away by the wind like gravel. In the vortex mixed with the mist of the 12 gods. But his consciousness is still immortal. The voices of the 12 gods sounded from all directions, and they converged into one. Life is given. Only the true celestial dragons, the descendants of the king, can have the power given by the gods. Eli Howard felt his consciousness gradually dissipate after his body disappeared. He held up the stubbornness he had when fighting Haki, and kept a little clarity in his heart. Then he couldn't feel the wind. No, he was starting to feel all kinds of things. Those fogs turned out to be pure air. More precisely, it is the existence that can be called the origin of life. And the reason why it looks like fog is because the concentration is too high. Lee Howard's body was destroyed, it was forcibly crushed into the source of life. At this time, it is merging with the surrounding air. Different colors of chi represent different meanings. Black is full of death and end. Golden is full of vitality and is the energy of the soul. And the blue air is full of the power of nature. White air represents purity and will purify everything. The more Lee Howard got to know him, the more he felt like he was getting closer. God. If he can master every power completely, he will have the power of God. 12 gods, the power of each existence is enough to destroy all life in this world. In this ethereal state, Eli Howard suddenly understood something. The reason why the 12 gods can become the 12 gods, and master one of them. Precisely because they have part of the bloodline of celestial dragons. And the rituals that Howard is doing right now are even the moves he's going to learn next. If there is no bloodline of the 20 kings who created them, let alone learning, their lives may be ruined. And these celestial dragons now, may not be able to obtain all 12 kinds of chi. Even if you inherit some of them, there will be a difference in strength. Some of these forces are antagonistic. Just as there is no omniscient and omnipotent God in this world. So how much those powers can absorb depends on their innate physique and perseverance. Life is returned. Eli Howard knows from animations in previous lives. Marine 6 styles exercise to the peak. There is a chance to awaken life return. And return of life can completely control their own body changes. Your appearance can be reshaped, and your bones, muscles, and blood vessels can be controlled at will. Even if you are seriously injured, as long as you still have a breath, you can make up for your energy by eating a lot and recover quickly. Broken limbs can be attached at will. Even if there is a hole in the chest, as long as the internal organs are removed beforehand, it can be completely ignored. People who practice life return are basically monsters. But I didn't expect that return of life was not the highest realm. How can people who are monsters imagine what else is on top of monsters? Now, Eli Howard knows. The true return of life, the original power, can even be reversed. To give back the life of others. Physical strengthening. Bone strengthening. Spiritual awakening. The chi pulse is condensed. In the thunderous shouts, the 12 gods all held their heads high. They are reinforcing Howard with their own source of life. In order to make every cell of Lee Howard fully absorb the original energy of life. Eli Howard felt his ethereal consciousness becoming clearer. Feel that every cell is absorbing energy. However, severe pain followed. But this pain is not physical, but spiritual. This escalating evolution must draw energy from conflicting sources of life. Therefore, it must suffer the damage of energy repulsion while evolving. There is always something to pay on the way to gain strength, and pain is just the simplest of them. But it also intuitively told Eli Howard that as long as he could bear more, the more he could get. You have to get as much as you can, chances like this won't happen again. Eli Howard struggles to maintain self-awareness. Although the pain of the soul is getting deeper and deeper, it is like being pierced by thousands of needles. This kind of body has obviously been shattered, but it can feel the pain from every cell. I have to say it's amazing. I can feel the pain from even the tiniest bit of powder. That's what life back feels like. Kneeling for flowers, evaluation tickets, reminders, rewards, asterisk. Chapter 27 Almost drained the 12 gods? Break the record of empowerment rituals. Lee Howard finally summed up a truth at this time. After practicing return of life, you will be able to control the sensation of every cell in your body. It's like this. It's a pity that I haven't practiced it yet. You can only let others tear at will and forcefully return your life. Eli Howard endured the pain and absorbed as much energy as possible. While trying to remember and get used to the feeling of life returning. Time lost every minute and every second. Eli Howard has long lost his sense of time. The vortex of the return of life finally turned into a thin spiritual wind and dispersed, returning to the body of the 12 gods. The 12 gods stepped back together. They are not easy in this process. Some people made a muffled noise, even so weak that they fell on one knee, panting heavily. Lee Howard was lying on the ground, unable to move due to the sharp pain from every cell. Saint Howard, his talent is amazing. The first to absorb such a large number of people in so many years. Rao is newbies, who has been so cold since they met, and at this time also issued an uncontrollable exclamation. although he has nothing to lose as the underworld master of death energy. But the other 12 gods were sucked into life to some extent. Such a broad soul energy is really rare. The other 12 gods were so tired that they collapsed on the ground, too weak to stand up. At this level, at least 20% of the life energy has been extracted. Just look at their size, they are all one size smaller. However, it is not difficult to see from these phenomena. Rewards St. Howard's physique leans toward the side of the god of light. And the adaptability of the soul is extraordinary. The strength of the human soul can be strengthened by exercise. But soul fitness is innate. Eli Howard's consciousness recovered after a long time. The long period of pain caused him to fall into deep sleep almost immediately. When he woke up, all the 12 gods except Newbies were gone. Howard tried to sit up, but his arm softened and fell down again. I only felt severe pain all over, as if I had been beaten badly. Why am I like being scrapped? Eli Howard turned his head to look at Newbies in surprise. He thought that waking up from this awakening, how could he have more muscles, increase his strength, and run like flying? Saint Howard, you are the one with the strongest potential since the memory of our 12 gods. Newbies seriously said. But these powers are not yours after all, and it takes a long time to absorb them. You have absorbed too much power, more than we thought. But too much absorption is not all a good thing, your body cannot keep up with the remodeling, and you are on the verge of exploding. But don't worry, you just need to wait for the next step. Have I absorbed a lot of power? Lee Howard heard that there was no problem with his body, so he felt relieved. Adam has lost at least 20% of his skill. Howard was overjoyed. You mean, the power I get directly from you now is 20% for one of them? No, you can get 2% of Adam's power. Newbies choked silently for a moment before speaking. After all, the conversion rate is less than 10%. Why is it so? Lee Howard feels a little regretful, isn't it all left to waste? But after thinking about it, it makes sense. If the 12 gods can give a celestial dragon's powerful abilities at will, it is not just creating gods. If Saint Howard was already a master who had awakened and returned his life, the natural conversion rate would be much higher. Newbies' voice was full of helplessness. For Saint Howard, who has never practiced at all, even 1 or 2% of the power is already a lot. These forces are enough to lay a solid foundation for Saint Howard. Rewards Howard's brain is also clear at this time. I couldn't help but be grateful that I didn't gain more power at the time. Otherwise, he will end up in a burst of death. Saint Howard, do you know how long the ceremony lasted? 2 hours. No. Newbies gestured with 2 fingers and shook his eyes in front of Howard. 2 days. Howard continued to guess. 20 days. Newbies said. Eli Howard was taken aback. For so long? In his final picture, there are still several 12 gods, weakly kneeling on one knee. Such a powerful existence is tired and paralyzed, and I am not ashamed of myself. It seems that their state at the time was not just because they had taken too much energy. It's even more because just continuing the ceremony itself is no different from fighting day and night for 20 days. But if 20 days is considered shocking, Howard is still curious. What about the others? How long did the longest ritual last? Except for Saint Howard, the longest ritual is actually when I became the 12 gods for me. The empowerment ceremony lasted 15 days, but the people who lost the most skill were less than half of them. Newbies lowered his eyes, still unavoidably moved in retrospect. When this empowerment ceremony was held for him, he was already a master of awakening and returning his life. At that time, his conversion rate alone was as high as 50%. But even so, all the power gained under that kind of pain is just equivalent to his current 2 powers of success. The other 12 gods at that time didn't feel tired at all. It should be said that it is not difficult for them. Now that I think about it, this is naturally because I am not pure-blooded celestial dragons. Oh. Eli Howard was happy. So I'm not bad. Is there the shortest one? Newbie's face was full of black lines, but Howard couldn't see it while wearing a mask. Gaikita flowers, evaluation votes, reminders asterisk. Chapter 28 Absorbing and Empowering Energy, all the way to the top of the red line. The shortest is the Saint of Courtesy. Newbies said after a moment of contemplation. The empowerment ceremony can only last 20 minutes at a time. But he will feel that 20 years have passed. Ha ha ha. Howard laughed. It turned out that there was an old man at home. So the 12 gods are very surprised that they can hold on for so long, right? Speaking of it, every time? Isn't it more than once? Newbies nodded. Li Desheng has received 133 empowerment ceremonies so far. Every time it's 20 minutes. He said, it hurts too much. Wow ha 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 ha. Lee Howard was already limp on the ground, but now he laughs so much that his whole body hurts. Then is he weak? No, he is very strong. Newbies had a certain respect in his tone. It can be said that it is the strongest 5 elders of all time. Howard's laughter stopped abruptly. Think about it too. Will unconditionally obey this ritual that hurts one's own life. And it is held repeatedly for one person more than 100 times. It is obvious that the 12 gods absolutely recognize the saints of rituals and virtues. Therefore, his orders will be executed unconditionally. When Saint Howard can stand up, he can go home. Newbie's tall body once again turned into a black spiritual wind. What Saint Howard has to do afterwards is to exercise hard so that the body can absorb those strengths as soon as possible. Then, come find me again. How long does it take? Maybe a month, maybe a few years. Newbies' voice gradually drifted away, and the black mist gradually disappeared in the air. Howard lay on the ground for a full day and night. But I didn't feel bored because I couldn't move. Although the body is bare, it does not feel cold. There is no feeling of hunger either. Feeling it carefully, I just feel that every cell is full of tremendous energy. The feeling that keeps coming from the body is so novel. Lee Howard even indulges in perceiving changes in every part of his body. The subtle perception of cells does not rely on nerves, but on the spirit to perceive and communicate. Absorb it all. Howard silently gave orders to his body. At first, it was likely that each cell took the lead. Then there are slices of cells. Lee Howard's body was as lively as a piece of light was lit. When the pain disappeared, Howard recollected it for a while before standing up. Then he found out that he had grown an inch taller. The body has also become much stronger. It's just that this is just the surface. The real difference is in the body. Rich energy fills every cell. The body is almost like an urban square lit up everywhere and becoming extremely dazzling. After being full, every cell glows. So hot. Howard said to Guy Enns, who had just arrived shortly after, with his mouth wide open. Give me the clothes. Oh, all right. Guy Enns held the new clothes he had prepared. He didn't expect to see Saint Howard get up so soon. After all, when Newbies told him, he said that he could go back and come back in 2 days, at least 3 days. Now, it's just a day? Too hot. Howard told Guy Enns. You go back first, I'm going to run. No, Saint Howard, your subordinates must follow you to avoid accidents. Guy Enns looked at Howard's eyes with awe. He can feel it. The inside of Saint Howard is completely different. The present Howard is like a melting pot. Earth-shaking changes are taking place. What he didn't know was. Newbies also looked at Howard in shock from a distance. What's happening here? The faster you get up, the higher the conversion rate will be. And in the past, the master returned his life. It is possible to take the initiative to absorb those endowed energy and speed up to get up. Courtesy Saint Howard. Newbies felt a slight sweat from the tip of his nose under the mask. What an amazing talent! Is this the real celestial dragons? First generation celestial dragons has been passed down to this day. 800 years have passed. Now, even the descendants of the king. The pedigree is often no longer pure. Only a few celestial dragons are descendants of the royal family and the royal family, still maintaining a pure bloodline. The Five Elders family is such an existence. Lee Howard didn't know how much fear he brought to the 12 gods. He quickly put on his clothes, and ran outside with his legs open. Although the speed has not changed much. But is this tireless feeling the reason for being full of power? Eli Howard ran all the way to the outside of the Holy Land. Fortunately, following Guy Enz by his side. No matter whether it is the gate of Pangu City, or the barrier leading to the Holy Land outside. If not, Guy Enz explained. Howard couldn't pass the gift that had changed drastically now. There are no celestial dragons traveling with a large number of spies and slaves. It's not like celestial dragons at all, okay? Howard can control this. He ran all the way out. I just feel that there is an endless fire in my body. If you don't run desperately, you can't make this flame go out. All the Marines passing by looked silly. Had it not been for Guy Enz to testify. They can't believe it. This is the thin young master of the Lee family. No see in a few days. Not only ran out by himself. And it has grown a lot taller. Lee Howard has been running after leaving the city of Pangu. After running wildly for 200 kilometers. Finally saw the sea. Under the cliff of red line that is 8 kilometers high. It is the Grand Line. If you keep diving into the bottom of the sea, it is the Murloc Kingdom. Eli Howard ran all the way here. Standing at the top of the 8,000 meter red line, looking out at the sea. There was a crazy roar. With that shout, he felt that the heat in his body gradually disappeared. The humid sea breeze cannot pass over the holy place Marie Joyce. Not even the cloud. Gaikita flowers, comments, monthly tickets, reminders. Asterisk. Chapter 29. So, how did Fisher Tiger deal with the release of slaves? Looking from the top of the cliff, there is a sea of clouds underneath. Eli Howard suddenly remembered. In the storyline of the previous life. It is this red line that is 8 kilometers high. After 3 years, he was conquered by the Murloc Fisher Tiger. After he escaped from the Holy Land Marie Joyce and returned to the Murloc Kingdom. From here, I climbed the red line, which is 8 kilometers high. He was setting fire everywhere in Marie Joyce. And took advantage of the chaos to liberate thousands of slaves of all races in the Holy Land. Although 1/10 of the slaves died on the way, 90% of the slaves were free. Even if it was courtesy of Howard, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. Fisher Tiger is a well-deserved hero. No matter how he did it. Lee Howard is now just overlooking the 8-kilometer cliff. You can feel the blood in your body boiling. Amazing feat, Saint Howard. Guy Enz appeared behind him with a flattering look. Not enough. Lee Howard knows that the 12 gods expend so much power, but in fact they just changed themselves into a good foundation. Next, it depends on personal efforts. Guy Enz, lead the way, let's go to the sea. Yes, Saint Howard. Then, we will go west. Guy Enz has a tall body, but he runs as fast as an arrow that leaves the string. And the footsteps are as light as feathers, without even leaving a trace of footprints on the ground. Eli Howard knew that it was because he was running too slowly, and Guy Enz didn't need any effort at all. There are roads to the 4 seas from the east, south, west, and north directions of Marie Joyce. The 8-kilometer drop is not a joke. The circuitous mountain route of more than 1,000 kilometers is guarded by the army. There are also several beautiful villages on the way. And dozens of palaces have been built for celestial dragons to rest. At this time, everyone along the way looked at Lee with ghostly eyes. Howard panted and ran down. Go straight to the sea. If it is not a bit, CP0 is open in front. They also notified all levels and teams to give way one by one. Who can believe that celestial dragons, a nobleman in the world, will run off the red line on their own legs? Eli Howard ignored everyone's suspicious eyes. He rushed straight into the palace along the way and chewed. After eating, he wiped his mouth immediately, got up and left, and continued to run towards the sea. Gaien's is a large table full of meals prepared in advance. As the standard banquet of celestial dragons, it is enough for 20 people to dine together. In the past, celestial dragons was just a bite or two of each dish. This time, Howard gobbled up all the food for a table. All other celestial dragons who happened to be passing by were looking straight. What a vulgar taste! Hurry up and put on the bubble hood. Everyone at Celestial Dragons is at risk. After all, this gift Saint Howard was in the nether when the bubble cap was broken. There was even close contact during the rescue by Marine. Is it because of that? This is crazy. An infectious disease must be an infectious disease. Lee Howard didn't know what those celestial dragons were thinking. He ran all the way to the sea. When he came to the last platform, saw the very magnificent base built by Marine here. It is the familiar Marine color scheme, with bunkers and forts everywhere. The port 5 miles away is the gateway to West Blue. Each of the 4 Tongtian avenues in the nether is guarded by such a Marine base. Similarly, there is also a huge port to accommodate fleets from all over the world. Lee Howard stood on the edge of a 100-meter high cliff. Looking up, I found that the sky was divided into 2 halves. Half there are clouds and half are not. There is no cloud on the side where there is no cloud. Even the sea below is calm as a mirror. The weather on the side with clouds is not so good, it looks like it is going to be a storm. It is the turbulent weather. It is precisely because the contrast is too obvious that it looks like there is a knife that penetrates the sky and the earth. The sky is directly divided into 2 halves. St. Howard, 50 nautical miles away, is the calm belt. Guyen saw Howard was a little interested, and quickly contributed his knowledge. Marie Joyce is the center of the world. There is a calm belt on each side of it. The width of the calm belt is 5% of the latitude, which is almost 800 kilometers. The Grand Line is sandwiched between the 2 calm belts, and there is the whole world outside. We are now facing the port of Vasa to West Blue. Because it is closer to the calm belt, you can see this wonderful scene. Howard listened blankly. But mental calculations are actually another matter. The majesty of Marie Joyce is beyond doubt. The width of the residential and defense areas outside Pangu city alone has exceeded 200 kilometers. The width of the barren forest outside Marie Joyce is equal to the width of the Grand Line. In other words, it is almost 2,000 kilometers wide. The 2 sides are clamped by the calm belt, and you must cross the calm belt to enter the world. So here comes the problem. Want to free slaves in Marie Joyce? Set fires everywhere in a huge capital of tens of thousands of square kilometers. These alone can do it by one person. Then the slaves who needed to open the shackles had to run dozens of kilometers by themselves. This is out of the residential area. Run another 1,000 kilometers. This is out of the woodland. Run another 800 kilometers. This is past the calm belt. Along the way, you have to cross the walls that giants can't surpass. To kill the solid marine base. In the end, it will arrive at the port. For the vast majority of slaves, they can only go home if they enter the bounds of the 4 seas. The more Howard thought about it, the more he felt that this was impossible. It should be said that I did not run through this road. Eli Howard has already come to this conclusion. Even if they were given 100 carriages, it would be impossible to escape from this sacred place Marie Joyce. Even if the strong Murloc hero Fisher Tiger can climb an 8-kilometer cliff with his bare hands. But ordinary people can't, let alone slaves who have suffered inhuman abuse. Just smashing the cage and letting them escape by themselves is simply impossible. What's more, there are slave collars. What about this life-threatening thing? That thing will explode when it escapes from the Holy Land. If it is forcibly taken down, it will explode. The power of the slave collar is not small, it will directly blow the neck of the thin slave. So to escape, you must first remove the slave collar. It can be said that trying to liberate slaves from the Holy Land is an almost unsolvable problem. Gaikita Flowers, comments. Asterisk. Chapter 30 The so-called Return of Life. Congratulations to Howard. A thunderbolt fell. Big raindrops fell from the sky. The sea also began to roll and howl. However, Lee Howard's heart is more intense than this stormy sea. What you know in previous lives are just stories. Only know the antecedents and results. Now there is a bloody reality in front of me. The reality is not only very heavy, but it will also change. Lee Howard watched the thunder hit the ground, only feeling heavy shackles on his shoulders. But this future must be made a reality. Because if Boa Hancock can't escape in this slave emancipation incident set off by Fisher Tiger, then she will not be able to become the Empress, but will become a slave forever. What to do? Do you want to secretly send the three sisters out? Or wait for Fisher Tiger to escape? The inner thoughts can't be sorted out. Eli Howard just feels his body is getting hotter and hotter. Then in Guy Enz's surprised eyes, Lee Howard jumped from the top of the cliff into the rough sea. Guy Enz could hardly restrain the scream from his throat. This is for an ordinary person who hasn't practiced 1.5 tricks. Is it too dangerous? What's worse? As a user of devil fruit, Guy Enz couldn't jump into the sea to save people. But Guy Enz calmed down immediately. He could feel that St. Howard's heart was originally not at peace. But as he struggled in the stormy sea, his heart gradually became calm. A huge wave came. Howard sank to the bottom of the sea. But Guy Enz was not panicked. Because this is his ability. As the capable person of dog fruit, he can feel the master's heart and even all the physical changes. Lee Howard sank to the bottom of the sea, and he didn't struggle. It's even less likely to faint because of this. He wanted to do this deliberately. As the depth increases, the tumbling waves gradually become calmer. Lee Howard floats in the sea. As the mood became calm, the energy of the body began to gradually merge. Guy Enz did not understand the specific content of the empowerment ceremony. But by feeling alone, he knew that there was a lot of energy in St. Howard's body. And now, St. Howard must transform this energy into his own bodily functions. Only in this way can we have these powers forever. I don't know how long it took. A huge sea king appeared not far away. Maybe just by accident. Maybe it is the delicacy of the sea. But Guy Enz, who has been waiting at the top of the cliff, will not do what he wants. Just listen to Guy Enz's loud shout, and cut off the crown of a big tree with one palm. Then he used the big tree as a sharp spear and threw it down. The trunk of the tree blasted fire in the air like a cannonball. With a slight sneer, it pierced into the sea and hit the target accurately. The Sea Kings with a body length of several tens of meters was cruising in the sea. It doesn't even know what happened. The skull was pierced. Howard, who was immersed in his own world, was taken aback. He opened his eyes in the dark water. At this time, he finally felt bored and swam to the surface of the sea. As soon as he surfaced, he was breathing fresh air. The storm is over at some point. The sea on the west blue side is also clear. Lee Howard finally felt tired and swam towards the shore. Guy Enz jumped off the top of the cliff. He took a few steps in the air, as if stepping on a step. Just a few steps. He came to the rock in front of him. Drag Howard out of the sea. Congratulations, St. Howard. Guy Enz felt. The energy in Howard's body, like a volcanic eruption, has subsided. Guy Enz, how long has it been? Howard gasped. St. Howard, it's been 5 days, Guy Enz said. Eli Howard was taken aback. He stayed in the sea for 5 days without breathing. This is the power of life return. As long as there is power in the body, the energy can be directly converted into what the body needs. This force can mobilize every cell in the body and directly absorb energy. But the problem now is, obviously, the energy injected by the 12 gods in the empowerment ceremony has been used up. The power that his body can produce is still very pitiful. Howard wanted to sigh slightly. Looking up, I saw Guy Enz's red eyes. Eli Howard suddenly realized. This competent spy has accompanied him since he ran out of Pangu City. Just keep looking after yourself intently. Didn't turn his eyes. Guy Enz, I'm hungry, did we eat that one? Howard pointed at Sea King's corpse. How can Saint Howard eat such unpalatable things? Guy Enz hesitated, but it was celestial dragons after all, but he still suggested euphemistically. I heard that there is a well-known restaurant in Vesa Port. Does Saint Howard have any ideas? Oh, I forgot you can't go into the sea. No. Guy Enz waved his hand repeatedly. It's just the subordinate's cooking level. I'm afraid it won't make it into Saint Howard's mouth. And Saint Howard is already hungry. Eli Howard thought about it carefully, too. You have to make a fire to roast a Sea King's, and there is no condiment on it. It will take time and effort to make it at that time, and it will definitely be unpalatable. Howard looked at Guy Enz's shoulder. Suddenly there was an impulse. Celestial Dragon's waywardness in front of Guy Enz made him put it into practice immediately. He jumped up with a swish. With a shoulder height of more than 3 meters, he jumped up without thinking of it so easily. Lee Howard suppressed the excitement in his heart, and pointed towards the harbor. Pippy shrimp, Guy Enz, let's go. Gaikia flowers, scores, monthly tickets, reminders, rewards *. Chapter 31 The barbecue stand in Port Vasa, Admiral Marine. Port of Vasa. The link between all the countries of West Blue and the Holy Land Marie Joyce. It is also an important port for transporting Tian Shan gold and trading with other 3 seas. Because of West Blue's wealth and goods gathered here, the prosperous degree of Vasa Port even exceeds that of capitals in many countries. At the barbecue stall on the side of the road, people passing by couldn't help but look sideways at the 2 people who were gobbled up. Saint Howard, eating this kind of food in the public arena has lost your identity. Guy Enz skewered into his mouth while lowering his voice to persuade Howard. We can go to the high-end restaurant over there and let the boss take it for you. How come there is so much nonsense? Lee Howard took a vicious bite and pushed the whole bunch of meat from the drill into his mouth. This is to eat while guarding the stove. Do you know what stove gas is? One more thing, Guy Enz. From now on, I will not allow you to reveal my identity outside of Marie Joyce. Yes. Saint Howard. Guy Enz was talking though. But the speed of stringing is not slow at all. This is a kebab from Hana no Kuni. Very popular in West Blue. Howard looked around as he ate. The boss is wearing a green robe. The man is in a white coat with a blue vest. This dress looks a bit like an ancient costume from a previous life. When I first arrived here, far away, Howard was attracted by the smell of kebabs. Tears flowed down from the corners of his mouth. Jean Lee Howard immediately decided to eat this. Boss, 200 more strings. Lee Howard thinks 100 skewers is just a taste. Boss, we have all the things you have here. The words of Guy Enz directly use Celestial Dragon's shopping method. Buy everything is reserved. Let everyone else go, lest you cause trouble. The 2 lamb chops are all grilled. There are also side dishes, drinks, and keep on the ground for me. Sir, this, isn't it? The boss was sweating profusely. Although I often encounter edible ones. But it's rare to see it so edible. Guy Enz stared. BD. It's in front of you right now, but Saint Howard. Your lord. The boss took a look at Howard, gobbled it up. This image has nothing to do with celestial dragons at all. But this attitude must be a big man, so he had to wave his hands to explain. My lord, I think too, but some guests have booked in advance. Especially those 2 lamb chops have already been ordered. I can't cancel their reservation just because you are here. Doing business is about credit, sir, don't you think? Unreasonable. Guy-ens glared. I think you are living impatiently. The height of 3.5 meters looked down on the boss and the guy, and everyone was trembling with fright. Guy-ens. Howard stopped his hand. It's just a small matter, sit down. I am already very happy to be able to eat meat skewers today. Lee Howard said. 3 or 2 people smashed all the meat skewers in their hands. Guy-ens sat down. Since Master Howard said so, you still knelt down and kowtow without gratitude. Hurt. I don't have to kneel down and kowtow or something. Lee Howard said helplessly. It's better to get busy roasting. Yes, thank you, sir. Both the boss and the guy were so excited, they filled all the stoves with meat skewers and grilled them desperately. Even if it is grilled together on 3 large 2-meter-long stoves, it can't keep up with the speed of eating by these 2 people. The boss is almost impatient. This appetite is simply a monster. Forget the 3-meter and 5-meter giant. He looked like a follower. Mainly this young little man is eating. The boss wondered, this mouth doesn't look big, and the belly isn't big. Where did all the food go? Seeing that this has already killed 20 caddies of meat. What they mean? This is just the beginning, can you keep eating? Anyone who opens a restaurant will be very happy to meet a big belly guy. The boss was happy to see someone spending at first. Now it feels like a catastrophe is imminent. Because it is not the crews and military attaches of the West Blue countries that are going to and from Vasha port, or the domestic servants of marine and celestial dragons. The military attachés of West Blue are often the royal families and generals of various countries. You can dominate in your own country. But when I arrived at the port of Vasa, there was nothing in front of marine. The marines of various branches can also dominate in various countries. But Vassar Port is the headquarters of the West Blue branch, with the warlord of naval headquarters. The branch marine all have to puck their tails up here. And I booked those 2 lamb chops. It is the naval headquarters stationed here as an overseer. Admiral Nelson Roy. Really? It didn't take long. A large group of marines came surrounded by a huge sedan chair. In front of the huge sedan chair, those marines who are tall among ordinary people are extremely thin. Especially the 4 marine soldiers who were half dead by lifting the car pole. Above the sedan chair, sitting a Roshan-like person, wearing a tall hat with the marine logo on his head. The clothes on her body were stretched to the sides due to the fat belly. A huge chubby belly was revealed. People on the street showed fearful expressions and were squeezed to the sides to make way for this Roshan. When the sedan chair landed, it made a dull loud noise. The marine soldier carrying the sedan chair was so tired that he lay on the ground and panted. This is not because they are too weak, but because the Roshan is 3 meters high while sitting there. Bake the lamb chops. Admiral Nelson smelled the aroma of barbecue and moved his index finger. Staying in the port of Vassar is a fat man. Rijandujan did not say. Life is still very comfortable. There is no need to go to the sea to drift away. And there are countless delicacies from all over the world. The boss carefully ordered the lamb chops to be grilled. Then he glanced at Howard and Guy-ens without leaving a trace. Seeing that they didn't have any expressions, they were just concentrating on stringing, and he was relieved. Admiral Nelson's stomach was smoked by the aroma, and he immediately groaned. He proudly raised his chin, which didn't know how many layers of meat were stacked, and pointed at the meat skewers on the stove. Those grilled skewers, bring me 100 first. The boss suddenly sank in his heart and thought, it's over. Ask for more fresh comments. ** Chapter 32 Conflict with Marine. It's her, Nico Robin, seeking flowers/pointing. Really? The voice did not fall. Guy NC's eyes were already fierce, and he gave a cold snort. These skewers belong to Master Howard. What? Admiral Nelson squinted his eyes, which were barely visible by the flesh. For the first time here, he lost on brutality. Could anyone really dare to be right with Marine here? The local hillbilly don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. A Marine soldier was already staring at cold sweat on his forehead and yelled. A hole. In front of you, Marine Admiral Nelson Lord. Rely Howard's string movement stopped. Looking back at the Roshan, frowned at Guy Enz. Something affects my mood for eating. Subordinates will share the worries for the adults. Guy Enz immediately put down the meat skewers in his hand, got up and wiped his hands. Then came to Nelson's gang with a smile. You are so bold. The Marine soldier in the lead didn't speak yet. Guy Enz kicked him in the stomach. Guy Enz's kick directly caused the opponent to fly into the sky like a meteor. Bold. Seeing this, Admiral Nelson became angry. FK me, catch them. Guy Enz saw the Marines swarming up, and the corners of his mouth opened wider. After a scream, Marine tumbling crookedly all over the floor. Admiral Nelson even fainted on the collapsed sedan chair with a swollen nose and swollen nose. Eli Howard clapped every now and then while watching Guy Enz perform. Guy Enz kicked the tall Marine soldier like a ball, not too easy. With one punch and one kick, one move and one move, it was almost impossible to see clearly. Although Lee Howard had already learned a little bit of the master's knack for returning his life. But his eyes still couldn't keep up with Guy Enz's movements. A Marine soldier was about to raise his gun. In other words, when he had just thought of raising a gun, Guy Enz was immediately beaten on the ground and lost consciousness. In their eyes, Guy Enz moves as fast as a bullet. No one present has the slightest ability to resist. Solve these people easily. Guy Enz returned to his seat. It was quiet all around. The people watching the excitement were all stupid, and suddenly someone screamed and fled in all directions. The stalls and small shops nearby were all closed. The bustling streets became empty. The boss was so frightened that he spoke tremblingly. This, my lord, you are fighting Lord Marine Admiral Nelson. Lee Howard happily pointed at the lamb chops. That's not right, now he can't eat it, so he can bake it for me. Being able to eat is one of the characteristics of life return. By converting food into your own energy, you can heal quickly even if you suffer a serious injury. For Howard, who had just consumed the energy of the 12 gods that had overflowed into his body, the sense of emptiness that urgently needs energy to fill is really uncomfortable. The hungry stomach is a bottomless pit. But as long as there is something good to eat in the mouth, it feels good. When watching anime in the previous life, I would feel envied when watching Luffy and his gang eat their stomachs chubby. Now I can eat it like this, and it feels super cool as expected. On the other side of the street, there was the sound of footsteps of the brigade and gunfire. Someone yelled, "Grab her! Don't let her run away!" In the darkness, a teenage black-haired little girl rushed forward carrying a tattered school bag on her back. She held a large book in her arms. Finally panted and escaped. As soon as he looked up, he saw the terrible situation of Marine all over the floor. The little girl was taken aback. Immediately, his eyes met Howard, and both sides were taken aback. Robin. Howard couldn't help but blurt out. Nico Robin. O'Hara survivor who was offered a reward of 10 million at the age of only 8. To be able to call this name, to Robin, it was like a reminder. After all, the only possibility to know her name now is to see a wanted order. All her relatives and friends have been either arrested or killed. But now the floor was fainted, Marine, and Admiral Marine, who was beaten and swollen to the ground. This makes Robin keenly aware of a way to survive. The sound of chasing and killing from behind was getting closer, and the shout of Marine was also heard from the opposite street. Robin, desperate, ran to Howard without hesitation. The little girl got under the table where he was sitting, and pulled the tablecloth down. Guy-Ens didn't stop. Because he felt that Howard's heart was forcibly suppressed with shock and excitement. And immediately remembered that important name. One of the true loves in St. Howard's dragon dream, Nico Robin. The only survivor of O'Hara. When he was only 8 years old, he was offered a reward of 79 million berry. And is called O'Hara's demon. As a CP0, Guy-Ens still knows the inside story very well. Her nominal charge was destroying 6 marine battleships. But in fact, her only sin is that she is the youngest doctor of archaeology in the world. It seems. St. Howard's dreams are real. The shock and excitement in Guy-Ens's heart are no less than Howard's. It is precisely because of this encounter that proves how true St. Howard's prophetic dream is. Geikie of Fresh Flower Evaluation reminds you to give a monthly pass, *. Chapter 33 Nico Robin's Doubts, Why Does This Celestial Dragons Help Me? Seeking Flowers/Rating. Nico Robin was 11 years old and met Howard at the skewers stall in Port Vasa. Lee Howard handed the skewers under the table, and a trembling hand took the skewers away. She ate very carefully, not daring to make any chewing noises. A team of people with live ammunition rushed over. But the visitor was not Marine, but a spy in a black suit. The leader is Spandane, the chief of CP9. A guy who looks very strong. Seeing the scene of the skewers stall, Spandane couldn't help being stunned. The Marine Admiral Nelson of Vasaport was beaten into a puddle of mud. And the dozens of Marine soldiers he brought all fainted to the ground. There are 2 other guys swaggering around. This situation? No need to ask. It must be those 2 people. Spanda was interrupted by Marine who rushed out because he had no room for his fierce cheeks. It's them. Marine's brigade rushed across the street and yelled at the 2 people. A hole. Guy-Ens stood up. Dare to disturb St. Howard's meal. Seeing more and more people gathered. Guy-Ens knows. It is impossible to solve the problem without revealing one's identity. Howard. Saint. All people immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. It's a gift, St. Howard. And the Lord Guy-Ens of CP0. Put down all your guns. Spandane quickly recognized it. His vicious face collapsed in an instant, his face turned green all of a sudden, and he immediately knocked his head to the ground. The subordinates really deserve to die. As the chief of CP9, Spandane is also considered to frequent the Holy Land Marie Joyce. For the powerful celestial dragons nobles are very clear. And those CP0 who serve the big families. Each one is a top master. It is also above CP9. He was the object of Spandane who had to fudge. Now CP0 Guy-Ens, who serves the concierge, appears. Then the person next to him, in terms of age, must be St. Howard, the young officiant of the Lee family, undoubtedly. Coincidentally, when he was ordered to launch a buster call to destroy O'Hara a few years ago, there used to be some celestial dragons who wanted to see the excitement. Among them is the gift of St. Howard. At that time the other party was still relatively young. He also recalled between a few breaths. After all, Spandane is most proud of his price of eyesight. Now I just hope that the 2 adults didn't see the ferocious face he showed in a blink of an eye. A hole. All kneel down. Spanda went on the road incomparably. Haven't waited for a gift, Howard or Guy-Ens to say something. He immediately yelled at the dumbfounded Marines opposite him. Nelson, who was awakened with his big mouth, was completely messed up. What happened? Grab meat from celestial dragons? Nelson's brain is still unclear. But the 3 words seal Sial dragons are enough for him to knock his head and knock his forehead. Every time there was a loud noise of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. Okay. Go away, don't disturb my meal. Howard deliberately uttered an evil voice that matched the arrogance of celestial dragons. Robin's uncontrollable shaking came from between the thighs under the tabletop. Can imagine her fear at the moment. Howard quietly handed the teapot under the table. It can be considered the first good sign for Robin. Anyway, everyone around was kowtow. And they couldn't see anything. Eli Howard is worried now that he accidentally called out Robin's name. Fortunately, the owner and the guys of this stall are far away and can't hear them. The only Guyans who heard it immediately understood what to do. Robin took the teapot, the fear gradually disappeared, and the shaking stopped. Celestial dragons. Why would celestial dragons help themselves? Are there any kind celestial dragons in this world? And he knows his name. Then you must know that you are a wanted criminal with a reward of nearly 80 million. The subordinates are chasing the wanted criminal. Please forgive me, Saint Howard and Your Excellency Guy Ensign. Spandane carefully took out Nico Robin's wanted warrant. Above that is a little girl holding a book. The skirts they wear are exactly the same as Robin, who is under the table. This wanted criminal is a little girl, but a very vicious criminal. Spanda gritted his teeth, then humbly said to Guy Enz. She had eaten devil fruit and destroyed 6 warships in a blink of an eye. The subordinates are a little worried about Saint Howard's safety. I wonder if Lord Guy Enz has seen it. No. How could Guy Enz disobey the master's idea? 5 elders have concealed it, and Spandane is a fart. You must have hid in a private house. Hurry up, you guys are scattered, searching from house to house. Spandane immediately led people to and fro search. Marine panicked too. Such an important wanted man escaped into the port, if he can't catch it. It just happened to disturb Celestial Dragon's mood for eating. It might die. Spandane couldn't help being a little messy. But think about it and know that there are experts like CP0 present. If that Nico Robin ran over, it would never be undetected. The only possibility is somewhere to hide. But he racked his brains and couldn't think of it. Robin is hiding under Celestial Dragon's table. Gaikita flowers, scores, monthly tickets, reminders, rewards, asterisk. Chapter 34 The Disaster of the 3 Boya Sisters, The Jealous Maid, for Flowers/Collection. Lamb chops came up. Courtesy Howard while eating. 2 lines of silent tears flowed down one side. Not only because of touching, but also because of Robin's tragic experience. More. I can't help myself more than that. Good to eat. Eli Howard to stunned bosses and guys, it's really delicious. At this moment. How complicated it is in my heart, probably only Guy Enz around him can understand a thing or two. Guy Enz empathized with Howard's mood. Thinking that the adults are not protecting Robin for their own power at this time. Don't even worry about knowing that he has anything to do with Robin. He couldn't help but sighed in his heart. To know. The secret of O'Hara is the truth that World Conquer will not hesitate to launch a buster call to destroy the entire island. Even the 5 elders. Nor can it be tolerated that survivors know anything about it. So even Guy Enz, who is loyal to his master, can't think of any way to share his worries at this time. After the meal was over, it was almost dawn. Eli Howard has been sitting in the chair for a long time and refused to leave. When he stood up, there was nothing under the table. All that was left was an empty teapot and some leftovers. Robin took care of his troubles on her own, and she had fled in the chaos. Celestial dragons are dangerous beings that cannot be trusted in any way. Robin comes and goes like a gust of wind. But Eli Howard knew she had come. When she was full, she slept wearily against Eli Howard's leg. On the inside of the leg. I always felt that Robin's body temperature was still there, so solid. This is fate. The appearance of Robin made him feel at ease for the first time since he came to this world. I came into this world. Just to meet you. My wish. It is so that you can gather by my side in an open and honest way. Guy Enz. Home. Eli Howard raised his face happily, feeling the comfort of the morning sun. After a few days, Eli Howard returned to the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. The palace of the Holy Land is so grand, but the celestial dragons inside are so hideous. Except for Eli Howard himself, of course. Eli Howard went into the bedroom and saw the maid who had been serving him. Undeniably, this is a beauty. Confident and proud. Proud to be part of the celestial dragon's bloodline. Proud to serve Howard. Age is also similar. But Eli Howard didn't like such a woman. Even said, after the words and deeds of this woman before. Eli Howard even thought she was in the way. This maid's position and ideas, because of her childhood, have become celestial dragon's values. You. Hey? What's this man's name? Eli Howard thought about it for a long time, but still didn't have the slightest impression. Howard was a jerk before, who didn't even ask the name of the maid who served him. Who is that over there? That's what it's been called before. Eli Howard scratches his head. You go out and call, my stool. The servant girl's mood changed, with an imperceptible arrogance on her face, she said. Sorry, Saint Howard, those 3 slaves need to be retrained. I didn't expect you to come back suddenly, so it is temporarily unavailable. Eli Howard was taken aback. Retune and teach. Why? Didn't I say no one can hurt them? Eli Howard turned to look at Guy Ince, just about to get mad at Guy Ince. Seeing the red blood in his eyes, he suddenly thought that Guy Ince had been following him these days. So it's clearly not Guy Ince's fault. Eli Howard had a bad feeling and got up immediately. Guy Ince, show me. The smell of burnt flesh was everywhere in the slave pen. Because of Lil's troubles in taming Fisher Tiger. Caused him to be very angry. A lot of slaves who made mistakes, and even slaves who didn't make mistakes were implicated. All became punching bags and were beaten to death. In a smaller cage than before. Eli Howard met the 3 Boya sisters. Scarred, not a trace of good meat. In a rice bowl like a dog food bowl, there is sloppy swill. And the 3 sisters just lay there motionless, looking like they were dead. How is this going? Eli Howard was furious, and immediately went into a rage. Where does Guy Ince know what's going on? He was stunned for a second, and quickly opened the cage. With rare movements, the 3 sisters were dragged out one by one. He frowned and explained. Subordinates have indeed changed them into a more comfortable environment, this. Eli Howard growled. Who beat them? I should have said that they are my exclusive slaves. I did it. The maid said proudly. Saint Howard was too lenient with them. As a slave, you should have corresponding self-consciousness. I heard that they dared to sleep in Saint Howard's bed and be lazy in the name of Saint Howard. We must teach them to recognize their duty. Afterwards, they dared to go on a hunger strike. If it wasn't for the precious slaves that Saint Howard explained, they would have been dealt with directly. Eli Howard picked up Boa Hancock, his hands trembling slightly in distress. I saw that Hancock's swollen face was full of scars drawn from the whip. This is the face that will grow into the #1 beauty in the world. Even a small scar is unforgivable. Please ask for flowers for collection, *. Chapter 35 BABY 5, I am the most reliable person around the young master, seeking flowers. A frantic rage burst out from Eli Howard. He looked viciously at the dam it made. I can't see the person who can't recognize the duty, it's you. Eli Howard growled. You dare to disobey my orders. My duty is to take care of the young master's slave. The maid was not afraid, but flushed with grievances. She gritted her teeth and looked at Boa Hancock with resentment, her voice echoing in the slave pen. I have served the young master for 10 years. The young master has not even called my name. But these 3B. They are just lowly slaves, the young master actually let them rest on your bed. Treat them so kindly. Be kind to these sluts who don't know how to be grateful. I, young master, look at me, I have the blood of the noble celestial dragons on my body. Why am I inferior to these sluts? Eli Howard was so angry that Ultimate calmed down. He walked slowly to the maid and squeezed the maid's fair neck. His face was expressionless, but he pinched his fingers deeply into the flesh. The maid's face was twisted, but she didn't struggle. She closed her eyes and shed 2 lines of tears. Eli Howard was taken aback by this, his hands loosened, and he pushed her away absent-mindedly. The maid coughed and fell weakly to the ground, but quickly got up and tried to stand up straight. She looked proudly at Eli Howard. Even if the young master doesn't remember my name at all, it doesn't matter. I am the most reliable person around the young master. Send her away. Eli Howard said to Guy-Ens with his back to the maid. I don't want to see her anymore, let her go back wherever she came from. Then he turned to the maid and said coldly, I think leaving here is the best reward for you. The maid was stunned, and finally panicked when she saw Lee Howard looking at her with no emotion in her eyes. She suddenly jumped up and hugged Eli Howard's thigh. No, young master. I dare not. Young master, you need me. Don't drive me away. Eli Howard looked at the woman coldly. What a strange and twisted person rendered by the sins of the Holy Land. I would rather be strangled to death by myself, but I am afraid of being driven away. But it didn't work. Guy-Ens picked her up and threw her out. The cries gradually faded away. What an ordinary sound in this slave pen. Can't even evoke sympathy. Lee Howard sighed inwardly when Guy-Ens came back and asked again. That person, what will she do with her? Did you say baby 5? Guy-Ens explained. Generally, the maids who are driven away will be sent back to their biological mother's house. After all, the woman who used to be the young master will not be too bad. Wait, what did you say her name was? Baby 5. Eli Howard was a little stunned, and his head suddenly went big. Yeah, the 5th illegitimate daughter of Saint Roswald. So-called Baby 5. Where did her biological mother get it back then? I have to check it out. But don't worry Saint Howard, it's all documented. Guy-Ens looked at Howard with a confused look on his face, very puzzled. Saint Howard, do you need to get her back? Never mind. Eli Howard came back and said. It's really good for her to send BABY5 away. At least the outside world can make her twisted outlook on life kind. This is happiness without a doubt. See you in the future, baby 5. Eli Howard sighed. Then turned his attention back to the 3 Boya sisters. After some cleaning up, the 3 Boya sisters were sent back to their comfortable room. Although they ordered people to scrub their bodies, medication and clothing were also changed. But the 3 sisters remained motionless on the bed. Saint Howard, they've been on a hunger strike for days. Guy-Ens went to find out the details and came back to report. Although he couldn't bear the lady chosen by Saint Howard. But he can feel it. The 3 sisters have absolutely no idea of continuing to live. Amazon is a proud fighting nation. The humiliation suffered here has exceeded the limit of their pride. If it weren't for the other sisters, I believe I would have committed suicide long ago. Now, I am afraid that the 3 sisters have reached a consensus and are determined to face 40,000 together. Anyway, living is an endless insult. Okay, let's go out. Eli Howard hung his head so that his expression could not be seen. Guy-Ens hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak when he saw Eli Howard raised his head and said to him word by word. I said, get out, Guy-Ens. Yes, Saint Howard. After everyone was out, Eli Howard held a spoon of porridge. He carefully blew a little cool. Wanted to put it in Hancock's mouth. But Hancock's mouth was tightly closed, and the porridge came out. Hancock opened his eyes weakly, glanced at them, and closed them again. The celestial dragons are back. But nothing will change. She has understood. Even the accidental kindness of this celestial dragons. nor can it change the fact that they are slaves. Hancock's eyelashes trembled slightly. Then said in an inaudible weak voice, "Okay, let's die." Her proudest face is now full of scars. It destroyed what little pride she had. She really doesn't want to live anymore. Asterisk. Chapter 36 6 Forms of God. Which trick do you want to learn? Seeking flowers. No, for Marigold and Sandersonia, you must stick to it. Howard said softly. Eat it, they will eat it only after you eat it. The two Boya sisters have remembered such slurred names. They are absolutely sincere. Sandersonia is the name of the green-haired second child. Marigold is the youngest sister. Although Marigold has always seemed sensible, outsiders thought she was older than Sanda. Don't want to live anymore. Hancock said painfully. Eat it. Eli Howard said seriously. Although I dare not boast about going to Haki to make you believe me. But persevere, there will be hope tomorrow. Hancock turned his face in pain, refusing to eat at all even if his lips were chapped. Compared with death, endless torture is more terrifying, but death is liberation. Maybe you can't believe it. Howard is not discouraged. He carefully wiped off the porridge that came out of the corner of her mouth. Refilled a spoonful. One day I will send you out of this hell. If you agree, I also want to go with you. Your back hurts, isn't it? The wound caused by the branding is the wound called the wyvern's hoof. Maybe you don't believe me. I have the same brand and the same wound on my body, but I can't see it. Lee Howard said leisurely. I don't want to be celestial dragons by myself. The brand may be able to cover it, but the blood of celestial dragons is like a curse, and it can't even be covered. But I will work hard to become stronger, and one day I will get rid of this curse and put the master of destiny in my own hands. For my sisters, you must cheer up. Boa Hancock, I believe you can. One day, I will not only save you, but also liberate all the slaves here. Eat, there will be hope again tomorrow. Unconsciously, the porridge in the spoon drained into the trembling lips. Hancock ate in silence with tears. In the silence, Howard heard Hancock's voice for the first time in so long. No matter what idea you have, if you lie to us, you won't be let go of being a ghost. Howard happily shook Hancock's hand, too excited to say a word. Early the next morning, Howard hurried to the 12 Temple of Pangu City before dawn. Finished. Newbies was no longer too surprised by Howard's changes. But Celestial Dragons, who got up so early, was the first time newbies saw him. When Howard walked in, he could feel the very harmonious energy in Howard. Newbies knew he was ready. It's not just the body. From the look in his eyes, you can see that even his heart has become very tough. Then let's start. The 6 types of spiritual practice, which one do you want to learn first? Shadowless, footwork, with fast footwork that makes the body flash in an instant, to the enemy as if it has disappeared. Diamond, Qigong, makes the body full of strength and has the hardness of a diamond, and it can be used to beat people even if it is purely practiced. Flurry, physical skills, can control the body to perform incredible movements, eliminate breath, avoid attacks, and change body shape. Stepping on the wind, light work, can move at high speed on the surface of any medium, including the sky and water. Vacuum, knife skills, bare hands to create a vacuum blade, flying flowers and leaves can hurt people. Missiles, boxing methods, take offense as defense, and are all invincible. These 6 styles are both offensive and defensive, and one move is enough to dominate the world. Each style can derive many tricks, such as shadowless feet, Vajra palm. After learning about it carefully, Howard couldn't help taking a breath. Marine 6 styles is more than a simplified version after castration, this simplification is only the skin. To put it bluntly, Marine 6 styles can be practiced by individuals. It is hard work, as long as you are not afraid of hardship and practice hard, you will be rewarded. When you reach ultimate, you can derive changes and turn decay into magic. And the 6 forms of God. There is no need to turn decay into magic. It is a magical skill in itself. Not only does each style have 10 important points of entry, and a variety of moves, and according to the individual's quality and understanding, each layer also has detailed cultivation methods and breakthrough methods. Cultivating all Marine 6 styles can greatly increase the possibility of awakened life return. However, the 6 forms of the gods must be awakened and returned to life before practicing. In fact, this 6 forms of God was at the time of its inception. Because of the 20 heroes who created the 6th form of the gods, everyone already has the ability to return their lives. So the return of life is the basis for cultivation. This is why it is necessary to have the existence of the 12 gods to carry out the empowerment ceremony. Only in this way can the cultivator first return the essentials of Master's life. Choose Wu Ying first. Eli Howard quickly decided. In fact, it is not difficult to make a decision. Now Howard has not practiced in other areas. Among the 6 forms of God, Wu Ying is the simplest and the easiest to master. The most important thing is to be the most practical after training. Can save lives. After all, even if the introduction is more mysterious. To put it plainly, Wu Ying means fast, hiding fast, and beating people fast. As soon as the speed increases, you can take advantage of it when you start. But if you can't beat it, you can at least escape. There is an old saying in Howard's previous life that he said well. UI. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Practice. Wu Ying, the true posture of Marine 6 styles shaved, seeking flowers. In the following days. Every day, Howard spends his time under newbies' guidance. But actually, newbies will not supervise Howard's practice process. Once you know how to practice, go home and practice. Feeling that you have practiced, or if you don't understand, go to newbies. All the cultivation is entirely on his own, newbies just answers questions. The good news is that Eli Howard therefore carves out a corner in the house. Except for the 3 sisters Boya and Guyens. No one is allowed to disturb. Some of the Lee family is land, and there is a forest of 10 li in a radius with just a finger at the back. Naturally, there is no shortage of a treasure place dedicated to Howard's practice. Howard, you must practice hard to let those idiots know that our Lee family is the noblest nobleman in the world, ha ha ha. Li Erdesheng laughed arrogantly. Although he and Carulia Palace don't know the reason. But 5 elders took a fancy to Howard. Appoint him to train as his successor. This is enough for them to be proud of. Boa Hancock finally lived a decent life with his 2 younger sisters. Responsible for serving the daily life of Howard and cleaning the courtyard. Master eats. Master drink water. Master, I'm going to carry water. Master, I'm going to wash the clothes. The scarred faces of Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia were filled with smiles. They are working hard now. After nearly a year of slavery, their faces finally smiled again. This makes Hancock feel that Howard can be trusted. This kind of trust also made her full of expectations for one day to escape from the Holy Land. With this expectation, Howard redoubled his efforts and practiced hard day and night. Wu Ying is the true attitude of Marine 6 styles razor. When Marine practices shave, he keeps practicing left and right jumping. Until you can jump more than a dozen times in 1 second, there will be an instantaneous disappearance effect. The whole cultivation process is very skillless, just hard practice. And Wu Ying is training on the basis of the return of life. First, strengthen the flexibility of the legs and increase the elasticity. Every cell must be full of tension. In this way, the feet can easily produce the anti-shock effect like a vibrating ruler. Although it looks like it's stepping in place. But in fact, the exercise is a whole set of footwork. It seems simple, but it is enough to deal with all angles of action. If shaving means pulling green onions on dry land, wooing is equivalent to Lingbo's microstep. Even this is only the first in wooing. Only initially achieved the effect of evading attacks in an instant. When you reach the second level, you can practice more subtle moves, cat feet. Then the sound is required to be more subtle and close to silent. The toes are more elastic and more flexible. Master, take a break. Hancock waited with his wash basin eagerly. She has been watching Howard practice all morning. Just keep jumping on the ground without knowing that I have jumped tens of thousands. The shoes were broken long ago, and the solace of the feet were bleeding, but Howard didn't care. Lee Howard took the towel and wiped it, panting, and smiled at Hancock. Thank you, it's not working right now, I still have 10,000 days to rest before I can rest. Afterwards, Howard concentrated on using his life return ability to control the injury on the sole of his foot. The foot hurts because of lack of concentration. Rather than heal the wound, it is better to practice hard and improve the ability to return life as soon as possible. Hancock's beautiful eyes stared at Howard, feeling a little moved in his heart. She knew that Howard had practiced so hard to take them away as soon as possible. But at the same time she had another feeling, perhaps a woman's instinct. In Howard's plan, it's not just about taking them away. She won't ask another question. Now that she would rather believe that this person would never lie to her. What's more, he is the celestial dragon's 3 little slaves, why bother to coax them? Every day, the 3 sisters of Boyle worked hard. Because if you can't finish it, the head of ritual who comes to inspect will send slaves to help. There will be a steward intervening, and then you will be punished. When you have to face other people, the 3 sisters will be very cautious and fearful. Whether it was the tragic experience after Howard left, it's still their discovery these days. Let them understand. Rewards Howard's kindness to them can only be done secretly. At this place, the laughter of the slaves will not only bring harm to themselves, but also cause great trouble for the master who treats them kindly. The most frightening thing is that when Howard is not at home, the butler will never let the slave idle. And Zalialia Palace and Li Erdashang also come to check it out from time to time. So, even if Howard feels bad for them, he can't hide. Sometimes the ceremony of going to Pangu City to practice Howard will take several days. Howard is loyal to Howard, and the only Gaians who knows the inside story is often absent. No one can protect them at that time. The smartest thing to do is to accept it, and the eyes must be full of fear. For them, it is the best protective color. 1 month later, a series of deep footprints appeared on the ground of the training ground. Lee Howard took a deep breath, focusing his energy on his legs. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Only pattering footsteps were heard in the court. This proves that he is moving at high speed. Hancock's beautiful eyes widened. Because she couldn't see where Lee Howard was at all. The master has disappeared. Marigold and Sandersonia also exclaimed. Their eyes followed the sound of footsteps, but they couldn't see any figure at all. Suddenly, a hand flicked the corner of Hancock's skirt. Hancock exclaimed. When she turned her head, she saw Lee Howard's figure appear in front, breathing heavily. Asterisk. Chapter 38. This is the 3rd level, the choice of attack skills, seeking flowers. Hey! Marigold and Sandersonia touched their heads together. They found a small flower on their heads. The flowers are far away. Lee Howard has not only been to the flowers, and have been behind them separately. Eli Howard panted, but his face was full of ecstasy. This is the first time that I have completed Wuying Yizhong perfectly. Before Hancock could still see the afterimage, this time it was truly invisible. And this time the speed has exceeded the speed of sound. Because when I heard the sound in front, I had actually been somewhere else. It's too much, why am I the only one? Hancock said, dissatisfied. Because you are the most beautiful flower in the world. Those flowers cannot adorn your beauty. Lee Howard said solemnly. Master, hate it. Sisters Boya cried together. And Hancock blushed all over his face. At night, the Boya sisters held the withered little flowers in their palms. And Hancock covered his face, crying all night. There are now several scars on her face. It's not as beautiful as before. But that person would say that he is beautiful every day. Just like. She is really the most beautiful woman in the world. But in fact, she knew it was to coax her. Even when there are no scars on the face, it cannot be said to be the most beautiful. Even Baby5, who was driven away, was more beautiful than her. At least she felt that way. But it's really different when someone coaxes it, isn't it? Because every day I hold a little hope. Just because there is hope, I will not feel how painful every day. Even if he was sent to work at Zalilia Palace. Together with the other slaves, lie down like a dog on the lawn out of sight, picking up thorny grass and stones. The hands and feet are all bloody every day. They won't feel unbearable anymore. Marigold once wanted to protest. She felt that if she told the housekeeper, they were the exclusive slaves of St. Howard, they should be able to avoid these jobs. But Hancock and Sandersonia dismissed her immediately. Because Eli Howard and Guyans can't protect them without blinking. This kind of protest will only end up worse. What's more, that would cause trouble to Howard himself. 1 year has passed in a flash. At this time, in the Palace of the 12 Temples in Pangu City, Lee Howard is under the inspection of the 12 gods. There was a rustle like fallen leaves in the wide square in front of the temple. But no one can be seen. The eyes of the 12 gods are always focused on one point. With the rustle, drifting back and forth in the field. Are they human? Eli Howard cursed secretly in his heart. No matter how hard you move, you can't get rid of the other person's gaze. But it is only natural to think about it. One's own combat effectiveness may be less than that of the opponent's. The golden masks of the 12 gods looked as merciless as the gods, and so did their eyes. But when Howard finished the drill, he nodded collectively. In 1 year, Wu Ying has reached triple level, which is pretty good, said the headed newbies. Then next, ask St. Howard to show the King Kong. Before the voice over there was a warning sign in Howard's heart. He immediately blocked his arm in front of him. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, Newbies' figure had disappeared. The next moment, a violent wind blasted Howard with a fierce haki. Let him fly backwards. Howard didn't have time to adjust the landing posture, so he tried to focus haki on his stomach. In the next moment, Newbies' figure flashed in the sky again. He kicked Howard's stomach, causing him to smash into the ground like a cannonball. Howard hit the ground, raising clouds of dust. When the dust cleared, Howard panted and got up from the hole in the ground. Before he stood up, he spouted a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a golden light fell from the sky. The golden light shone on Howard's body, stopping his injury from getting worse. However, this golden light brings more than just the gospel. Because immediately, there was a sharp pain. Howard hissed in pain. But after that, he was covered with shut-eye, his injuries were all healed, and he was full of energy. The advanced form of life return, life endowment. This skill is like making a deflated balloon be blown up forcibly. Lee Howard's wound was actually still spraying blood. Howard felt painful no matter how many gifts he received. But it was this pain that told him clearly. What a huge difference in strength between the two sides. The other party's casual breath is enough to make oneself explode. Eli Howard couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. No one in the outside world has heard of this terrible power. But for the outside world, this should be a good thing. At least there are people who dare to resist and will not be too desperate. The more I understand the strength of celestial dragons, the more terrifying I feel. If the world government wants to come true, the ability of the 12 gods to act together can definitely destroy the 4 emperors, right? No. Each of them can definitely tie the 4 emperors. It feels like they are really gods in this world. And this kind of superior existence has already bowed its head to celestial dragons. Can. Newbies expressed satisfaction. King Kong also barely broke through the second level. Then next, practice an offensive skill. Among the 12 gods on the sidelines, some people began to express satisfaction with Howard's practice progress. Even take the initiative to dial up. Are you interested in knives or boxing? Asterisk. Chapter 39 I choose the quickest move bestowed by awakening life, seeking flowers. Lee Howard thought for a while, both have their advantages and disadvantages. Knife is actually the skill of using weapons. Of course not only with a knife. After learning the sword technique, as long as you have a weapon in your hand, you can exert extremely powerful strength. The advantage of boxing is that it can exert powerful strength without weapons. Generally whether it is marine or pirate. Even 5 elders. 80% of them will choose to practice boxing. Because the sword technique has a greater impact on the character. Not everyone can meet the qualifications for cultivation. But Lee Howard has a different idea. Anyway, you can practice, so you can practice whichever works sooner. Is there any style that can be awakened first after practicing? Eli Howard asked. If the purpose of practicing all Marine 6 styles is to awaken the return of life. So the true power of the 6 types of gods should be the ability to awaken the life endowment, right? Pursue a crash. Said a 12 god wearing an eagle head mask. That doesn't need to practice all the 6 forms of the gods, just practice one of the last 2 forms. Since you want to aim for life-giving, then try vacuum first. If you are talented, the sword technique has improved the most in the early stage. But if you don't have the talent, you will get nothing, and you may damage your mind. Okay, practice the vacuum first. Howard made his decision immediately. Today, his mind is as firm as a rock, and he doesn't believe that he will damage his Xingxing at all. Then, I will teach it. Said the 12 gods wearing eagle head masks. My name is Baal, the sword god, and behind me is my sword, Canary. At the end of the practice, you can see the canary, even if you are qualified. As soon as the words fell, newbies and the other 12 gods, whom Howard was most familiar with, disappeared and left. Only the sword god Baal remained in place. Howard's eyes widened at the words of the sword god Baal. Generally speaking, swordsmen will carry their favorite swords with them. Not to mention anything else, just collecting a famous knife and flashing it out is cool enough. But Bear, the sword god in front of him, couldn't see the temperament of any swordsman at all. Even his sword is on his back, and he can't even see the hilt. Babel saw Howard's doubts, and began to explain Howard briefly. Marine 6 Styles does not have knife skills, but has Tempest Kick. Roll up the vacuum with the limbs to form a wind blade, and slash at the opponent. It sounds like a castrated version of vacuum. The vacuum is not limited to the human body. Instead, they learn how to use weapons to create a vacuum. Take the Tempest Kick of Marine 6 Styles. It is a slash formed by supersonic compressed air. Therefore, if the master shaved first, it is easy to have the master Tempest Kick. It can also be regarded as a shave upgrade technique. As long as you can reach the corresponding speed, you can naturally learn. And the vacuum of the 6 gods. The essence lies in the transmission and isolation of power. How to create a vacuum on a substance of any density. Doing so can cause damage inside the object, but also make the weapon indestructible. This concept has involved how to extend the energy in the body outwards in the form of waves. Therefore, it is completely different from the previous 4 formulas. If it can be practiced, it will have a qualitative impact on the return of life. It is also the field that began to involve life-giving. Another attack technique, missile, is about wrapping and bursting. If you are trained, you can also get involved in the field of life endowment. But the missile does not emphasize talent and character like a vacuum. It is more about cultivating and consolidating Xingxing under ordinary circumstances. Although a little guilty of suspicion. But Howard still thinks he is a talented person. So the first step he needs to do is to pass the trial of cutting iron. Hehe, Saint Howard, you who have never held a sword before slashing people. If you want to practice kendo, there will be a test for granted. Bear flew into the field, opened his arms, and yelled to the sky, "Sword domain!" As he tore his hands, a red trace split in the sky, and suddenly a torrent fell from it. Eli Howard was taken aback, because that torrent is just a series of weapons. Countless swords rolled down from the sky like an avalanche with the hum of collision and the smell of blood inserted into the ground all around. Lee Howard was fortunate at this time that he was not within the envelope of the sword domain. People are as small as an ant under the torrent of sword rain. Just watching from the sidelines, the sword aura that rushes over is enough to drive ordinary people crazy. Bale spoke slowly. There are probably 10,000 swords here. If you can't cut all the iron, then you go to practice missile. You never have to think about the practice of vacuum again, because there is no Jiangxin. What? Howard asked foolishly. Sword pillar. Bear stretched out 2 fingers and waved casually. A huge iron pillar crashed to the ground from the air and inserted in the center of the field. The violent vibration set off a gust of wind. The swords on the ground buzzed in unison, echoing endlessly. Then the sword domain in the sky disappeared. This iron pillar is very weird. I don't know what kind of material it is. 3 feet tall, one person embraces roughness. The surface is full of human faces and skeletons. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Cultivation in the Illusion, Just Give Up Like This? Seeking Flowers. Howard was still a little dazed, watching Bale leave with eager eyes. Then I remembered that he said that he was carrying his beloved sword canary on his back. But no matter how you look at it, there is only a pure white cloak behind him. Can't see any weapons on his back. Could it be that this sword is very small? Is it so small that it will be covered by a cloak when you are behind your back? Then Howard turned his attention back to the various swords all over the floor. These swords seem to be left over from previous wars. According to Bear, there are as many as 10,000. Lee Howard was so far away, he could feel the smell of blood on his face. Eli Howard drew a long knife casually. This is the most common knife with a radius, the same as the Marine standard. Maybe its previous owner was a Marine. But most of them are dead now. In the blood tank of the knife, there was still a slimy bloodline. Howard suddenly felt. There seemed to be a trace of warmth remaining on the hilt. There are even sweaty hands. In the hand, there is a strange feeling. As if he was still fighting the enemy with this knife last moment. The practice this time may take some time. The failure to explain to the 3 Boa sisters in advance made Howard a little worried. But Guyans should take care of them. Lee Howard was thinking about their affairs, but suddenly a sword light slashed from the sword pillar head-on. Eli Howard was taken aback. Wait until subconsciously greet him with the knife in his hand. One step too late. That sword had already been cut on his face, and it hurt fiercely. Howard quickly cleared all the distractions from his head. He took 2 steps back in an instant. With lingering fears, he touched his cheek with his hand. But there is no blood, only the pain is real. And it is pain from the soul. What happened? Lee Howard straightened his face solemnly, and swung his sword to face the sword pillar. This pillar attacked yourself? But this is just a pillar? Howard didn't dare to relax. With a loud shout, struggling to slash towards Jianzhu with a knife. At this moment, a human face on Jianzhu came alive. A fierce pirate with a scar on his face suddenly appeared in front of him. Roaring loudly and waving his sword, he slashed towards Howard. A croak of crisp metal collision. Howard's knife broke. The pirate's knife cut Rei Howard in half, and the blood burst into the sky. But the next moment, the phantom disappeared. Howard lay on the ground and gasped desperately. Only half of the knife in his hand is left. The feeling of being killed is so real. When looking at the sword pillar again, Lee Howard even knows it is an illusion, even if he desperately suppresses instinct. But still feel terrified. The faces and skeletons on it all came alive. They are making all kinds of sounds. The pirate's crazy cry. Marine's roar. Woman's crying. The child's begging for mercy. The sound of the weapon cutting into the bone. There is even the appearance of a flying head. Howard suddenly realized. It turns out that the entire venue has become a sword field at a long time ago. It was shrouded in the smell of blood and death. There are people fighting to kill everywhere. Pirates slaughtered the village. Marine and pirates fought hard. There are troops who do not know where they are fighting. There are giants and monsters. Various scenes of fighting are intertwined to form a hell-like scene. Everyone is fighting for their lives. If you lose, you have to die. Lee Howard drew a knife from the ground and rushed towards the sword column frantically. However, the face on Jianzu suddenly became a woman holding a child. Her crying face was vivid, as if begging desperately to Howard. Eli Howard was stunned for a moment. But what followed was suddenly countless spears stabbed behind him. At that time, his body was pierced. Howard wailed frantically, brandishing a knife and hacking. With unwillingness, remorse of being deceived, and annoyance of their incompetence. But in the end, he fell feebly in a pool of blood. When the phantom faded, Howard felt he was going crazy. He couldn't stand up, but he just wanted to escape this dead place first. The tall sword pillar stands in the center of the field. Like a bystander, a Shinigami who has nothing to do with him. With a mocking smile, he waited to take away Howard's life. There is also his insignificant dignity and desire in Shinigami's eyes. I'm leaving here, I won't practice anymore. Howard crawled out a few steps. But the next moment, he stopped. The three sisters of Boyle lying miserably in a cage wearing a slave collar appeared in front of them. And the scar on Hancock's face. And Robin. Nico Robin was holding a book in the dark, panting for his life, the little shadow. All the sights appeared before his eyes one by one. Lee Howard not only stopped his back movement, but also slowly stretched out his hand to the knife on the ground. What? Howard got up from the ground and grabbed a knife. He rushed towards Jianzu frantically again. A tall and fierce pirate greeted him with a big knife. Howard confronted calmly. His sober head has reminded him to use his skills. Wu-Ying, King Kong, fill Haki with his sword. Then dodge the attack, and finally attack the opponent. It's just a pirate, how could it be so fast? Even with his almost disappearing footwork, his opponent can actually keep up with the changes. Every knife he cuts can be blocked by opponents. Amid the BG of metal, sparks continued to splash around. The ground is full of broken swords. Lee Howard's figure tirelessly brandished the sword and chopped the sword post. Asterisk. Chapter 41, an additional point of difficulty, a breakthrough in the sword domain, seeking flowers. And on the tall steps not far from Howard, the 12 gods were drinking afternoon tea with interest. It seems that this view is very suitable for the atmosphere of refreshment. With the golden masks behind them, no one can see their faces. No one can see their expressions. 300 years, right? The mask is a huge 7-color flower, the man said. Since Li Disheng, the first vacuum cultivator to enter the state so quickly. No. The sword god Baal shook his head. It was only after Li Disheng escaped 3 times before he entered this state. Newbies, do you count? No. Newbies shook his head. I became a missile first. All people are missiles to practice first. So, it's the first person in 500 years. After Baal you, the only one. All the 12 gods were excited. The king's bloodline finally has something a little bit like. Don't be happy too early. Bale was quite calm, did not forget to add in a deep voice. This is just a test of whether it is suitable for cultivating a vacuum, and whether it can be passed depends on the result. So how do you feel? About 10,000 is not enough. Bale grabbed it casually. There is an extra sword in his hand out of thin air. Then with a wave of his hand, these swords turned into sword rain with a gust of wind and plunged into the field. Add these and it's almost the same. Bear said in a deep voice, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Is this cheating? Newbies asked. No. Bale said. St. Howard seems to have a lot of obsessions in his heart, so I increased the difficulty. In the smoke and dust covering the sky and the sun, Lee Howard kept rushing towards the sword pillar. Get up and fall down, and get up again. The opponent is getting stronger and stronger. But every time. In their final ending, Howard was mercilessly beheaded. This is a matter of course. Because every sword in this sword domain was left on the battlefield by the dead. Even if he killed countless people in his lifetime, he would eventually die. The same goes for the life of practicing kendo. Even if you reach the peak, one day you will die under someone's sword. Even if there are countless murders, countless people will one day be killed. Howard gasped. When he got up from the ground again, he started to understand a little bit. For those who practice kendo, this is a very pure matter. Reason, who is the opponent? It doesn't matter. Because every opponent killed by the sword is just the denominator of all his records. And one day, the greatest swordsman will die by the sword. He was not killed by a certain person. Whether it's 1,000 people or 10,000 people. Even if it was a little girl who had been killed before. It is also part of kendo and ultimately leading the result. The sword that is obsessed with troubles and trapped by the 7 emotions is easy to break. And all the causes and effects in the world are the stones for honing the kendo. The truth of this sword pillar is Kenyan of 10,000 defeats. Those broken swords and the remnants of dead souls. In the end, such a sword pillar was formed in the sword domain. Eli Howard suddenly stopped worrying. A tall giant struck with a sword. The whole earth is shrouded by sword light. This sword of light is simply inevitable. The sword in his hand was broken, and the man was chopped into several pieces. Howard got up and took a deep breath. Most of the swords in the field have disappeared. But the feeling in my heart is getting more and more solid. He drew a knife. Next, he flew up before the giant's sword struck. He rushed towards the shoulder of the giant with a huge blade. Wu Ying gave him the ability to run on the blade that was swung like lightning. He fought hard for a sword. Then, as expected, he severed the giant's throat. But at the moment he landed, a sword light like a bird flew against the ground. Silently, he cut his legs in the moment he landed. It's not finished yet. Eli Howard gasped, and didn't die. He is using the life return to adjust his injury. He rolled on the spot. Then he immediately dragged his half-cut legs to stand up. With the adjustment of the return of life, the bleeding blood quickly stopped flowing out. His wound closed automatically. There is a swordsman standing on the top of a high mountain. The moment he shot, the sword light soared from the sky like feline. Eli Howard's eyes suddenly saw what was going to happen. After the earth-shattering blow, the sword light he blocked was just a false move. Then he was chopped down to the ground by a note that fell from the sky. Lee Howard yelled, and the figure fled from the light of the sword in an instant, and then slashed towards the sky. That shocking blow is the real killer move. With a bang, the ultimate move was shattered. But the 2 sword lights that followed were hit from the back like a bone-attached maggot. Howard. That is not a false move at all. Mito stream. Once dead, get up again. Howard finally sees the truth. It's not just a 3-sword style. The length and radian of each of the 3 knives are different. Therefore, the strength and characteristics of each knife are different. Eli Howard chose a long broad knife from the ground. The range of the swordsman's attack means everything. No matter how many knives there are, it doesn't make any difference if you miss it. Haki covered the blade, making the blade pitch black. But it is not enough, it must continue to be extended. No, it's not an overwrite. But to penetrate and condense Haki into sword energy. Eli Howard no longer ran wildly, but step by step towards his opponent. Bird-like slashes hit from all directions. Eli Howard just waved it, and smashed the three swords together. No matter how many swords there is only one goal. There is nothing unbreakable. Countless sword lights came from the sky one after another, becoming more and more unreasonable. Howard slashed out. Cut down your opponent from the top of the mountain. The thought in his heart at this moment is that he can't use such a big knife at all. With a bang, the blade slashed on the sword post. A human face was cut to pieces at that moment. But the blade also cracked immediately. Lee Howard looked at Jianzhu. This is the only damage he has caused. But there are two, and this test can already be passed by oneself. Eli Howard drew the knife, two at a time. Jianzhu was angry, and two huge auras rose from the Jianzhu at the same time. I don't know how long it took. The Jianzhu burst suddenly. The smoke dissipated, and there was no complete sword on the ground. Asterisk. Chapter 42 What is a vacuum? Out of nothing is a vacuum. Seeking flowers. Howard gasped. He carried a tattered knife in his hand. The blade had cracked like a jagged knife. Have you passed the level? Howard looked at the 12 gods with a slightly confused look in his eyes. How do you know that they were applauding as soon as they turned their heads? It should be said that except for the sword god Baal, everyone is applauding? Could it be said that my grades are very good? Don't get excited, it's not for you. Newbie's eyes did not fluctuate, and his voice was imperceptibly pleasant. We are applauding for something else. The sword god Baal can estimate how many swords are needed at the beginning of Howard. And Howard's judgment was accurate to the last one. Even the 12 gods are something worthy of applause. It's so interesting. The sword god Bear couldn't tell whether he was happy or disappointed, it seemed that there was nothing unexpected. It looks a bit like a swordsman, and the color of seeing and hearing has improved accordingly. Baal's voice didn't fluctuate and said, then you can start practicing vacuum. Bear turned his back to Howard. Tell me, now, do you see the canary? Howard looked at the white cloak behind the sword god Baal, speechless. Nothing at all, right? Until a breeze blows. The cloak flicked slightly. Howard suddenly saw it. Under the white cloak. Among the sunken folds. There is a canary. Howard's eyes widened suddenly. It turned out to be a golden sword aura. Condensed into a canary. Although it was formed by sword energy, the canary was alive. It even screamed in the cloak. The cloak made waves with the wind. The canary also flew out with the waves. But that is not a gentle bird. See the moment it flies out. Howard's hairs stood up all over his body for a moment. Keep the knife in front of you quickly. However, with a crisp bang, the blade was shattered into powder. Not an illusion. Eli Howard felt his body wet with sweat. He still insisted on holding the knife in his hand. In fact, the knife had already flown away. It should be said that when being touched by a canary, the knife was beaten to powder. The canary flew back again. Like a harmless little animal still in the cloak. The whole process is just a few breaths. If it's for people who don't have jiangxin. This is simply the wrinkles blown out by the wind. Now, do you know what vacuum means? The curvature of the corners of Baal's mouth kept rising. Randomly suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was arrogant. Saint Howard. Will it be you? A light of excitement flashed in Baal's eyes. In the distant future, will it be you who will draw the perfect end to my kendo? Keep your life well. The sword god Bear raised his finger. He has long nails on his hands. Put it on him like a devil's claw. The horrible fingers pointed directly at Howard's eyes. It was as if he could see through all his hidden thoughts. His tone was cold and slowly. "Don't die before you can fight me. I have high hopes for you." A strong suction sucked Howard's body directly from several feet away, until Bale's finger stayed between his eyes. Eli Howard saw. At the fingertips of Bale. It was a vacuum formed by Haki. It swallowed like a sword blade. Obviously it's just a little bit of sword energy as small as bean grains. But he can pull his body from a distance. Lee Howard was restrained by sword energy all over. Not even a little finger can move. And all his thoughts are like being exposed. His obsession, his desire. Hope. There was nothing to hide under the shroud of this sword energy. Could he see that I hate this place and want to destroy Marie Joyce? Lee Howard's fear at this moment was beyond him. But immediately became calm. What if you know? What's wrong with a secret? What happened to the idea of destroying the Holy Land? I am celestial dragons. After figuring it out, Howard raised his head high. Haki burst out of Howard's body. And the figure of the 12 gods turned into smoke and dust like a collapsed sand sculpture. Only a slightly satisfying voice was left in the air. Continue to practice. Lee Howard seemed to open his palms. A black uzumaki is spinning in the palm of his hand. The next moment there was a crisp sound, which burst open. Eli Howard's clothes were torn to pieces in an instant. Everything around was violently pulled towards the palm of an invisible force. This is a vacuum. Eli Howard remembered. That day, in the court of the throne. 5 elders drew himself from far away. It seems that at that time, the vacuum was used. There is never nothing in a black hole. It has everything. Nothing can escape. Lee Howard couldn't help thinking of what a monk had said in the monastery in his previous life. All the complexions in the world are tempers. What color? Armed color, conquerors. There are clouds in the Buddhist scriptures, and form is emptiness. What infuriating, Haki, Reiki. All are tempers. The strongest is not a temper, but a lack of temper. There is a sword in your heart, no sword in your hand? Or do you have a sword in your hand without a sword in your heart? It doesn't matter at all, because there can be nothing. Out of nothing, it is a vacuum. Eli Howard looked at the messy grounds. He sighed lightly. The practice this time will be very long. Especially for the 3 sisters of Boa. Every day Howard can't go home is long. Eli Howard is not at home, they have lost the big tree that can protect them. The feeling of trembling in my heart will keep accumulating in my heart. Becoming more and more fearful. In the end, what they worry about the most is still coming. Asterisk. Chapter 43 The Tamed Fisher Tiger? Cruel Arena, Seeking Flowers. At the same time, in Lgia, a very important thing happened. Reed Saint tamed the Murloc Fisher Tiger. Wow ha ha ha. Wow ha ha ha. Almost the entire Marie Joyce could hear the triumphant laughter of Lily. He was after taming Fisher Tiger. Riding Fisher Tiger through the streets of Marie Joyce. Almost visited all the celestial dragon's nobles. Use this despicable show-off to show his bravery. See it. What a really strong slave. What is taming? It won't die like this. Have you seen it? If I do this, he won't resist. Wa ha ha ha. Lord Sun excitedly showed his achievements to every respectable nobleman in the world. Fisher Tiger's body was studded with knives, large and small. It's just that he was tall and could not cause fatal damage to him. But whoever it was, saw such a tall murloc full of knives. Even as a horse ride for others. They all exclaimed in unison. This is also the effect that Lier Chen wants. It's really amazing. Lier Chen. The Rosvard paladin rides on an equally tall captain slave. The 2 people just stuck in the middle of the road, complementing each other. These 2 families are also notorious in celestial dragons. It's also relatives. Rosvard Saint is the elder brother of the Palace of Charlesy. So it naturally turned into a reason for celebration. It's worth celebrating. This is the fiercest Murloc Marie-Joyce has ever gotten. How about letting them fight? Is the Murloc good or the captain good? Fight. Let them also have knives in their bodies and compete. Let other people come too. Good idea, tell them, open the arena and place a bet. So a bloody event began. A large number of celestial dragons took their most powerful slaves. Go to the courthouse's arena to enjoy a feast. Every slave is very tall. Before leaving the field, they were filled with the same number of knives as Fisher Tiger. Fight to the death with the crazy shouts of celestial dragons. In the end, Fisher Tiger won the game without any suspense. Murloc's tenacity and inherent strength are far above humans. Through this brutal duel, Tiger finally drank plenty of water happily. He threw his opponents to the ground one by one with the water cannon spitting out of his mouth. The corpses in the arena piled up like a mountain, and blood spread throughout the arena. In the stands, the celestial dragons laughed happily. That laughter resounded through the sky. But it's not fun yet. Celestial dragons, who have never shown mercy to slaves, immediately began a long celebration banquet and a sideshow. And Charles Saint and Carulia Palace come to greet Charlucy Palace. Lie a long time no see, she's getting more and more beautiful. Xiaolucy Qiangong was very happy. Saint Charles, you have become a man too. Saint Charles Roth has a gun on his waist forever. He sniffed. Seemingly inadvertently glanced behind Xiaoluxiqian Palace. He snorted without seeing Saint Howard's figure. Auntie, I haven't forgiven Saint Howard yet. After all, he was too much last time, and Chermak Saint was beaten up for more than half a year. I didn't say anything about that little injury. Xiaolulia immediately blocked Saint Charles Rose. Then she twisted her face to Xiaolucy Qiangong. Auntie, why isn't Emperor Howard coming back? Howard, I was called to practice by 5 elders. Xiaolucia looked proud. Howard will become 5 elders' successor in the future. Hey? Really? When 5 elders, you have to work 3 hours a day. As the most standard celestial dragons, Saint Charles Roth is this reaction. Even as punishment for hitting me, it's too heavy. Brother Howard is so amazing. Xiaolulia's eyes were full of stars. If you like, you will marry Howard as your wife in the future. Xiaolucy Qiangong was very happy. After all, Xiaolulia, who usually has eyes above the top, would actually favor her son. What's more, it is more conducive to the common interests of Xiaolu family and Li family. You can also get closer to Riswald's house. Hey! Auntie, I hate it. Zalialia Palace showed a rare shyness and joy. Brother Howard doesn't know if he will like me. Hey? No way. Charles Rose was a little upset. Zaluria, aren't you afraid that Howard beats you every day? Xiaolulia snorted and resolutely said. I just like how imperial Brother Howard is. Brother Howard is the real man. Charmako Saint suddenly emerged from one side. He glanced at Xiaolulia helplessly. It seems we were beaten for nothing. Although I am generous enough. But it's still hard to accept. Originally, he came today to discuss the matter of being beaten. Why not? I will give you Howard's favorite slave as a gift. Xiaolucia laughed. Anyway, Howard hasn't been home for a long time. What's more, how the 3 sisters feel awkward. It doesn't mean that there is less work. But that look. It's different from the other slaves. There was a sound of knocking over the plate. Turning his head to see, it was the 3 sisters Boya who were completely scared. Charmako and Charles Rose see the 3 sisters, their eyes light up. Even jumped up happily. This is fine. We like it. Guy-Ens appeared in time, rubbing his hands cautiously in a cold sweat. Persuaded, Saint Howard will be furious when he comes back. What nonsense! Xia Lucia, where can I hear Guy N's words? She had heard that Howard had taken too much care of the three sisters. If this rumor is confirmed, isn't it suspected of sympathizing with slaves? Asterisk. Chapter 44 Devil Fruit, The Fate of the Three Sisters of Boya, Seeking Flowers. Xiaolulia was keenly aware of something. Raised his chin and asked Guy N's. You mean, Emperor Howard might treat me for these three slaves? Carulia Palace. Even Aunt Sissy Palace loses her temper. Guy Nc rubbed his hands, the cold sweat on his forehead was dripping, and he cautiously persuaded him. If Carulia Palace does not want the relationship with Saint Howard to deteriorate, then it is best not to take away the slaves he likes. Unreasonable. Xiaolulia was furious. What is taking away? Am I someone else? Brother Howard could be angry with me because of a few slaves. His is mine, and mine is his. Subordinates fail to speak, please forgive Xiaolulia Palace. Seeing that the opportunity was not good, Guy N's had to slap himself hard. In order to express his sincerity, he rattled. However, the face has been strengthened into iron body with armed color anyway. No matter how you hit it, it won't hurt. Guy N's looks like this on the surface, but thinks in his heart. Have to think of a way to quickly notify Howard. Charles Rose reminded on the side. Hey, Zaluria, have you considered yourself Howard's wife so soon? You two fools don't understand. Brother Howard will be angry. It's definitely not because you feel sorry for these slaves. It's because someone violated His Majesty. Xiaolulia Palace had an expression of only I understand him. That's great, Leah. Xiaolucia's heart was immediately happy. I thought that the marriage of the two was so decided. After all, Xiaolulia is also a famous beauty among the juniors. Celestial dragons, who are more beautiful than her, have not been born yet. According to Howard's character before, there is no reason to object. But it's a pity. What Xiaoluxiqian knew about Howard was the previous ceremony. Xiaoluci Qiangong agreed with satisfaction. Not bad. You pick these three sisters as you like, just as an apologize for the unpleasantness of the previous one. By the way, the black-haired one is what Howard has been using. Lia, you can pick that one. Thank you, Auntie. Looking back, I also sent my favorite slave to Brother Howard. Xiaolulia was very happy. Charles Rose has rushed to grab Marigold's blonde hair. And, I like this, I want this. Marigold cried helplessly, holding her hair. Sister! Save me! On the other side, Chermak grabbed Sander Sonia, who was struggling. Green hair, it's pretty good. Xiaolucia is so sincere, then I don't forgive Saint Howard, it seems I am stingy. Tisk. BD, don't you dare to defy my Charmako saint. Sanda, who was struggling, made Chermak irritable. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave Sanda 2 loud slaps. Don't resist. Hancock bit his lip tightly, resisting is a dead end. And it will also cause trouble to Howard. All they can do now is patience. Everything has to wait until Howard comes back. That is the only way to get out of trouble. Hancock suppressed the fear in his heart. He looked up and calmly looked at Xiaolulia Palace. This female celestial dragon seems to be a relative of Rei Howard. And you want to marry Howard? Humph, but Eli Howard would never like her. Because he said that his favorite woman is me. The domineering and pride of the future female emperor had already begun to take shape at this time. Hancock straightened his spine. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. What's the matter with this disfigured one? Is it punished by Brother Howard? Zalaria looked at Hancock. This is Howard's favorite personal slave girl? The other person's eyes don't know why. Makes her very upset. But at the same time a new idea came up in my heart. Wait a minute, don't take them away yet. Anyway, we haven't got the consent of Emperor Howard after all. But as a family, Brother Howard must also feel guilty for hurting us. Why, let's use their 3 sisters to play entertainment shows, right? Xiaolulia smiled confidently. I have a good idea. After Emperor Howard comes back, he will be very happy. Soon, 3 devil fruits were taken and placed in front of everyone. After all, I don't want to leave a bad impression on Brother Howard because of a little thing. Carulia Palace now cares very much about whether she can marry Howard. There are not many excellent objects to choose from in the Holy Land now. Then, these 3, you can choose. If you don't obey, all 3 will die. Xiaolulia stroked 3 devil fruits with her fingertips. The head raised up is a smiling face comparable to a devil. I have 3 devil fruits here. 2 zoans, 1 paramecia. If you eat it, you can completely change your destiny. The fruit of the python, the fruit of the king cobra, and the sweet fruit. St. Charles Rose had a runny nose and listened to the 3 fruits introduced by his agents. Do you know devil fruit? Xiaolulia asked the 3 sisters of Boya. The 3 sisters shook their heads in fear. Xiaolulia saw their gaze revealing a hint of contempt unexpectedly. Then said proudly, devil fruit, but the most amazing thing in this world. If you eat it, you can get magical abilities. Ordinary like you, can't make Emperor Howard happy, right? Each of these devil fruits is several times your worth. Asterisk. Chapter 45 The 3 Sisters Infighting? No, each other's fulfillment. Seeking flowers. The spy on the side immediately flattered and added. The python fruit, worth 70 million berry. King cobra fruit, worth 75 million berry. The sweet fruit of paramecia, worth 500 million berry. Not bad. It's a big deal. Xiaolulia. Xiaolusi Qiangong was very happy. Although celestial dragons often use devil fruit to reward slaves or for fun. But taking out 3 pieces of such a precious thing at a time is definitely a bit extravagant. Why is this sweet fruit so expensive? Will it be sweet? Hamak St still understands the market very well. Even paramecia's devil fruit is generally worth between 100 million and 200 million. Haha, then I'm going to eat the slave that turned into dessert. Charles Rose Saint was immediately interested. Turn a slave into a delicious dessert. Then we all eat together. Wrong, because this sweet fruit is said to make ugly people beautiful. Charlie laughed. It's not the sweetness that becomes delicious, but the sweetness that looks good. But the other 2 are snake fruits, although you will gain strength if you eat them. But also become a monster. Not bad. Charmarco Saint came interested. So, how will they choose? Ha 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 ha. A sinister smirk appeared on Xiaolulia's face. You 3 sisters can have a good negotiation. If you get the snake fruit, it's not ordinary ugly. It will become that no one wants to see you. Ha ha ha. But if you get the sweet fruit, that scarred face will be saved. Xiaolulia glanced at Hancock proudly. In an instant, the faces of the 3 Boya sisters turned pale. This is not a question of who can help. It's a matter of 2 of the 3 sisters becoming ugly. If it becomes ugly, everyone will be sick of seeing it. Then who will pity them? It's quite possible that Saint Howard was willing to pity them before. After this, I will despise them for this. The 3 fruits are not difficult to distinguish. This pink one is the sweet fruit. The other 2, forget it. It's all the same and will become disgusting anyway, there's not much difference. Xiaolulia pointed at 2 animal fruits of indistinguishable species. After hesitating for a moment, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. As expected of Xiaolulia, her methods are really clever. Saint Laird and Saint Roswald also came to hear the news. Almost all celestial dragons are now interested in this sideshow. Saint Roswald was the father of Saint Charles Rose and the palace of Shailulia. He likes to tame ferocious slaves very much, and has a soft spot for collecting slaves that pirate captains have turned into. As expected of the beloved daughter of Saint Roswald, she is much stronger than my Howard. Saint Lild smirked and flattered. Whatever they choose, it's going to be fun in the end. If you eat snake fruit, you can only be locked in a cage or sent to the Colosseum for the rest of your life. After all, a slave who chooses to betray his relatives can become the most useful slave. Saint Roswald applauded excitedly. Is it collective death or betrayal? Transform. If you low-level worms don't want to die miserably, become useful. At least, let's have fun. Come on. Give them weapons. Gyens looked at the three Boya sisters with pity. Just relying on him, there is no way to stop it. It's a celestial dragon's extravaganza. There were more than 20 CP0s present. But there is no one who can stop them. The three Boya sisters were pushed into the arena. They were dressed neatly and in armor. Everyone had a knife stuck in their hands. A loud bang. Xiaolulia struck the huge gong with her own hands. She excitedly showed an ugly expression and shouted. Let's go! Three Boya sisters from Amazon. Among them, those who get the sweet fruit will start a new life. Using beauty to combine the master's thousands of pets into one. Marigold took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Sister, you need sweet fruit. Sander Sonia and I eat snake fruit. Sander Sonia was pale. I don't want to be ugly. What are you talking about? Don't make up your own mind. Hancock shook his head. Do you think I can accept you two sacrificing your looks? I don't need sweet fruit, you two decide who eats it. Sandar. Marigold said, didn't we just say that the sweet fruit will be eaten by the eldest sister? That's what you decide. I'd rather die than be ugly. Sanda shook her head desperately, screaming. The celestial dragons were as excited as they saw it. The infighting finally started, and the three sisters really had infighting. This is what they want to see. Xiaolulia yawned and spoke slowly. Do you think you can negotiate slowly? Where the rumbling gates opened, a pack of hungry hounds was released. The three sisters screamed in unison and were chased by the dog and ran away. Don't be afraid. Seeing the expressions of the two younger sisters, Hancock stood up. She fought hordes of hounds with shields and knives. Even if her arm and one leg were bitten, she screamed desperately. Mary, block the dog with me. Sanda, go eat sweet fruit, that's all. Sander Sonia left her two sisters behind and rushed towards the table with devil fruit. Sanda, come back to me. Mary was furious and threw her shield at Sander Sonia, knocking Sander Sonia to the ground. Mary, help me! Hancock cried out in pain. I can't take it anymore, I'm sorry Mary, just let Sanda go. Sander Sonia ran to the front of the stage, followed by several dogs. But in 3 or 2 steps, I finally got a devil fruit. Asterisk. Chapter 46 swallowed the python fruit, the three sisters are crying, celestial dragons are laughing, please ask for flowers. In the astonished eyes all around. What Sander Sonia picked up was not a sweet fruit, but a snake fruit. You animals have absolutely no way to understand, right? Sander Sonia looked at the celestial dragons around him in disgust. Biting devil fruit with big mouthfuls. The disgusting smell unique to devil fruit made all the hounds chasing her scattered. Well. Sander Sonia pinched her throat and fell to the ground and rolled in pain. No. Hancock understood it all at once. Sister, this is what I discussed with Sunda. If you are directly asked to eat sweet fruits, you will not eat them. At least, one of our 3 sisters can be saved. Marigold turned around and ran towards the stage, suddenly tripping under her feet and being swept to the ground by Hancock. You are my favorite sister. Hancock ran toward the stage desperately, and had to eat another snake fruit in front of Marigold. Marigold suddenly knocked the back of the knife on Hancock's head and shouted. Snake fruit is mine. Hancock's head was bleeding, Tears mixed with blood slid down his cheeks. With a yell, she tore off a dog that was biting on her body and smashed it to the ground. Then another dog's head was chopped off. She rushed over her body covered in blood. Ringing with Marigold. Marigold had already burst into tears, but for the sake of her sister. Marigold actually fought hard and kicked Hancock into the air. She waved the knife high and screamed, "Sister! Don't stop me!" The vicious dogs around are barking ceaselessly. Celestial dragons are full of enthusiasm, and they all give out evil cheers. The sisters are fighting. Knife light bursts, desperate struggle. However, it is not robbing sweet fruit, but snake fruit. This is so fun. Only loved ones with deep feelings can perform such a drama. Woo, ah. It was like a cry of some animal, and it was like a crying sound. Hancock and Marigold looked back, and they both froze in shock. It turned out to be Sandersonia. But she has lost her human form. A face alone is bigger than a whole desktop. The part below her waist became a snake's tail. The huge long tail whipped the ground like a steel whip. The eyes that were originally blue sea became oil green snake eyes. She has a long, forked tongue in her mouth. Changed. Finally changed. Ha ha ha. A group of celestial dragons were excited. That was the excitement they brought when they watched the beautiful girl turn into a monster. The girls also have the desperate and wanting look in the eyes of their relatives. These all made them laugh harshly regardless of etiquette. Sandersonia's pupils shrink. All the dogs were barking at her. Turquoise hair surging like waves. In the end, it condensed into the terrifying shape of a giant snake. However, the more frightened she became, the more uncontrollable her snake hair danced. Sister! I'm so uncomfortable. When Sandersonia spoke, her tongue kept vomiting. Her body convulsed violently. The long tail was clumped together, wringing in pain. Just between her fears, her snake hair has been dispatched. In an instant, he bit the dog that was approaching, and even raised it above his head and danced wildly. This spectacle caused the celestial dragons around to exclaim with excitement. Python fruit! Ha ha ha, it looks great! Xiaolulia jumped up with excitement. The head of a little girl has grown so big. The body has grown dozens of times. Roughly speaking, it must be more than 10 meters long. And it can actually turn into snake hair, looking extremely ferocious. It's so exciting. This is an effect that ordinary people can't achieve. The dogs all screamed at Sandersonia. With a wave of Sandersonia's long tail, a gust of wind blew. The tail of the snake like a steel whip drew the dogs in front of them to the ground. The maddening dog barking disappeared in a blink of an eye. Sanda! Hancock let out a scream, his heart broken. Sanda, who loves beauty so much, has now become like this. What are you doing looking at me like this? Sandersonia looked at the shadow on the ground in confusion. Then he lifted the giant snake's tail and shook it, and then reached out his hand to touch his face. The expression changed from confused to collapse, and finally screamed uncontrollably. Sanda! No, Mary! Before Hancock had time to comfort Sanda, he suddenly found Marigold rushing towards the stage. When she tried to stop her, the giant snake's tail fell heavily between the two. Sanda blocked Hancock's way. Although Sandersonia was in pain, she persisted in her previous determination and stopped Hancock. Marigold ate the king cobra fruit without hesitation. She gave a bitter but relieved smile. Sister, all you know is that you have to regain your beauty. You are our only hope, that's enough. Mary! Hancock screamed in pain. The beautiful body of the lovely blonde girl bulged up like a balloon. After a painful struggle accompanied by tweets, the beautiful girl once turned into a fat monster. The one who always inadvertently shows how good his figure is in front of St. Howard Marigold. The body shape now resembles a big-bellied snake after swallowing a cow. As her body swelled up, it turned into a long snake tail from the waist down. Her swollen upper body is like the swelling neck of a king cobra when attacking an opponent. The remaining dogs barked at Marigold in fright. Suddenly a violent purple venom sprayed out of Marigold's mouth. None of the hounds that were sprayed were spared, and they all screamed and fell to the ground. In just a few moments, it was eroded by the venom to the point of no bones. Celestial dragons exclaimed in unison, then cheered. It was so exciting. "Eat, sister." Sunder holds the sweet fruit in his hand. Obviously it is a green snake eye belonging to a cold-blooded animal. At this time, there was a warm light flashing. She uttered a long tongue and smiled. "Eat it, and tomorrow will be full of hope." Asterisk. Chapter 47 is so beautiful. Another function of sweet fruits, petrification, seeking flowers. Both Sanda and Mary knew it. As long as Hancock can keep his beauty, he won't be disgusted by Howard. Only in this way, the three sisters still have hope. This has always been the case, and they put all their hopes on Hancock. Hancock cried, and weakly took a bite of the fruit in Sunder's hand. The smell of shit hits her forehead, making her desperately nauseous. Lily looked at the scene with regret. "That's the end? Hey, it's boring. The high tide is about to begin now," Xiaolulia said suddenly. All people were taken aback. In the arena, Hancock covered his mouth and fell to the ground. After that, a layer of pink light appeared all over his body, and he kept twitching like he was poisoned. "Sister, what's the matter with you?" Sanda and Mary were panicked. "I'm fine." Hancock raised his head, the scars on his face peeling like snowflakes. But Sanda and Mary couldn't reply to her anymore. Because at this moment, both Sanda and Mary were frozen. Their bodies quickly turned into grey stones. The face that had become extremely ugly still had an expression of concern for Hancock. "Wow!" Hancock screamed frantically. "What happened?" "Sanda, Mary." Saint Charmac screamed in surprise. "My God! Become a rock." Lily's tongue was so startled that he couldn't find his tongue. "Petrochemical? Is this sweet fruit, a petrified fruit?" "Ha ha ha." Xiaolulia laughed. "Sister love? But you sister. You turned your sister into stone." Hancock stared at Zalonia blankly. "How can I change them back?" Without an answer, she turned to the auditorium. She looked completely stupid, and successfully pleased celestial dragons. However, under the molted skin with scars, delicate skin that can be broken by a bomb was exposed. The already pretty face was firmer, exuding a pink halo. She is so helpless. The eyes are so innocent. As if every inch of skin was whispering to the crowd. What a nice view. Chermakeshan suddenly moved in his heart. Immediately afterwards, his body made a strange noise. Afterwards, he kept the heartbeat posture and turned grey, becoming a stone statue. All around suddenly screamed. Hancock also recovered at this moment, and she would flick her long hair. Desperate to growl angrily. "I ask you, how can I change them back?" In an instant, an invisible Haki burst out of Hancock's body invisibly. Her young body straightened her spine. Haki's long hair is blown up like a peacock and it's amazing. Although his eyes were still filled with tears. But it was those eyes that were shining with tears, and at this time they showed a jewel-like luster in anger. Her skin was white and translucent, with a pink halo. But no matter how beautiful the skin is, it can't compare to her proud temperament. Even if she is a slave, she is qualified to stare at the sky. There were bursts of exclamation from the stands of the arena. Countless people couldn't help blurting out, "It's so beautiful." The next moment, it was like a silent bomb exploded. All the people who were still praising the moment before turned into stone statues. Bold! How dare the slave speak to celestial dragons in such a commanding tone? But this is really exciting. Saint Laird grinned and stood up, his expression gradually becoming wretched. It's really unexpected for a little girl at such a young age to be so beautiful. If I grow up, I don't know how charming it will be. Humph, if you kneel down and beg me, I... Before the words fell, the voice became stiff. Then the body gradually became ashes and turned into a stone statue. Useless guy! Saint Roswald snorted coldly. He smiled and said to the panicked Xiaoluqian, "Don't be afraid, sweet fruits are useless to us." Then he glanced at Hancock again. He also suddenly felt that this female slave was really of the highest quality, and she was really amazingly beautiful. It's only a young age now, but a careful one. She's prettier than any woman I've seen before. Saint Roswald can't even move his eyes away now. Her skin was so radiant and flawless. And with a pink halo. Oops! The power of this female slave is extraordinary. Saint Roswald seemed to feel it immediately. Awakened from beauty, with vigilance. But it's too late. He was already numb from the heart. In just a short while, it eroded the whole body, and the body turned into stone. The people around were panicked. The celestial dragons, whose eyes were higher than the sky, were all hiding behind the guardrails and chairs regardless of their appearance. Coddling with them will only command someone else's voice to keep screaming. After all, it doesn't matter if it is a powerful CP0, or the prestigious celestial dragons, or a slave with a plate and a bodyguard with a gun aimed at it. Almost everyone who faced Hancock turned to stone. But there are exceptions. Don't you think it's fun? The experience of being petrified into a statue is rare. Xiaolulia Palace's laughter seemed extremely harsh at this time. The people around him calmed down a little. Hide behind the petrified sculpture and take a closer look. It turns out that not all people will be petrified. Especially women, the probability of being petrified is very small. But the males, especially the celestial dragons, were almost petrified. Among them, even the powerful CP0 was petrified. Don't be afraid. This is the most interesting part. Xiaolulia smiled to calm everyone's uneasy thoughts. Sweet fruit can make ugly people beautiful. But at the same time, anyone who thinks she is beautiful will be petrified. You. Humph, if you don't have self-confidence, as long as you don't look at her, there will be no danger. Xiaolulia laughed proudly. Ha ha ha, you. You have indeed become very beautiful. But it's a beauty that people around you don't dare to look at, ha ha ha. No one will like you. Everyone will be afraid of you. Not only will I not dare to look at you, but I will also hate you and stay away from you. Ha ha ha. Hancock burst into tears. You lied to us. It turns out that from the very beginning, no one could be saved. If Mary and Sanda knew that sweet fruit was such a thing. Are you still trying to make yourself eat? Xiaolulia raised the corners of her lips with malicious intent. Cheat? No. In the presence of the noble celestial dragons, there's no need to cheat, you slaves. Slave. It's just for fun. Don't you want to know how to get your sister back? It's easy. As long as you die, Devil Fruit's abilities will be released naturally. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Desperate Boa Hancock. As expected, there is no special case for celestial dragons, seeking flowers. Hancock was stunned. Seeing this, Xiaolulia raised her head and gave a cruel smile. However, you have to think clearly. Does your two sisters really need to be rescued? Anyway, they have become like that, even if they are saved. It's also two ugly monsters, ha ha ha. No one will like them anymore. By the way, even if you die, they will be able to dissolve petrification. But when they wake up and find that you are dead, they will become monsters in vain. Will they hate you? Or, desperate suicide? Ha 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 ha. Xiaolulia became mad the more she talked and laughed. Those in front are just appetizers. Now. That's the most interesting part. Xiaolulia, don't play now. Xiaolusi Qiangong was already shocked and panicked. CP0 around now is half petrified, which is terrible. It's okay, Aunt. Xiaolulia said triumphantly. I have played this game twice before. Anyway, as long as you kill her, petrochemical will naturally be relieved. After the person dies, devil fruit will appear in a certain corner of the world. Anyway, when the time comes, you can find sweet fruit to continue playing. You, kill her. Xiaoluxi Qiangong glanced at Xiaolulia helplessly. He kicked the bodyguard and pointed his finger at Hancock below. Suddenly, several dark shadows rushed towards Hancock. Hancock looked up in despair, closed his eyes and waited for death. But at this time, her resentment towards these spectators and celestial dragons was not the deepest in her heart. She was blaming the man who swore to heaven that he would save them. Lord Howard, why haven't you come back? Sure enough, those sweet talks are deceptive after all, right? All celestial dragons look like this. A momentary kindness that will be forgotten as soon as you turn your head. It is ridiculous that he is really used as a life-saving straw. Of course it will end up like this. Just when the blade of the bodyguard was about to hit Hancock, a rustle of dust suddenly lifted up from the ground. There were a few crisp bangs and the sound of fists and fists. Hancock opened his eyes suspiciously. I found a tall figure in front of me. He blocked in front of him and blocked all the CP0 he had attacked. Those CP0 exchanged a surprised look at each other, and then they got serious. The person who broke in was very fast and kept flashing. Looking at the moves and postures, it seems to have practiced Marine 6 styles. And he is a master who has practiced Shave to Ultimate. Is it Marine? ACP0 took a deep breath, and his body suddenly soared, becoming a Tauren more than 2 feet tall. His whole body was covered by pitch-black haki. He exhaled a strong breath and let out a loud roar. Iron heel. The CP0's fist became harder than iron. He punched the person who was in the way. Bang! The outsider's arm was beaten and broken inward. Despite this, the opponent did not step back. The fist wind exploded backwards from both sides of the opponent's body. It's like 2 open wings. The stone statues of Hancock and her 2 younger sisters were perfectly protected behind him. Howard gasped. It was the first time that he really worked with people. And when he came up, he faced CP0, who had the strength above Marine Vice Admiral. It is equivalent to an elite who directly hit the 30th level in the first level start. It's a bit overwhelming. But he can't retire now, and he doesn't want to retire. The anger in his heart was surging violently. Now we are missing an outlet for venting. With his arms hanging down, Rely Howard shook his hand again, and his life returned was fully activated. The broken bones are automatically connected instantly. But Eli Howard was also aware of this blow. If a fist of this level had to be hardwired, it would still be unstoppable. There are 6 CP0s around just coming to besiege. There are also several guarding above the stands. There is really no chance of winning in a fight. However, this is not a fair battle. CP0, who didn't know the seriousness of the matter at this time, grinned together. Because they have seen each other's weaknesses. In order to protect the 3 sisters of Boya, the kid who appeared suddenly couldn't even hide. No matter who your kid is, how did you get here? Since you want to find death, then it will fulfill you. CP0's arrogance skyrocketed at the same time. Fists and feet were raised from all directions at the same time. The center of their attack, Howard was still standing there like a rock. It was as if the attacks from all around him weren't a threat. I will never let you touch them again. Howard roared and fought back frantically at the surrounding CP0. Even if the bones were broken, he couldn't stop his stormy attacks. If you break it, stop it. As long as you can continue to attack him, it won't stop. Someone wants to take the opportunity to kill the 3 sisters of Boya. Eli Howard's figure flashed past. He lifted up the sky full of fist shadows, blocking all the attacks. A hole. It is impossible for one person to block the attack of so many of us. This guy's speed is really amazing. ACP0 murmured in surprise. Can shaving achieve this speed? Almost out of sight. It seems that the masters thought before are still conservative. The unknown boy here can definitely rank in the top 3 for his proficiency in shaving. Asterisk. Chapter 49. You are finally back. Hancock's death, seeking flowers/rating. Don't worry about him. As long as you hit the 3 female slaves, he can't hide. Someone said with a grin. The next moment, he was kicked a dozen feet on his face, and the whole person flew out. His smile solidified on his face. After getting up, he stared at Howard, who stood in front of Hancock in shock. Kill him! Iron hoof! The beastly Tauren roared and raised his iron hoof. Hit Hancock viciously. The attack that rained down was as cruel as beating a sandbag. Howard flew forward immediately. Kick several feet at the Tauren. A violent air current burst into the Tauren's chest. The damage was fatal, but the opponent didn't care at all. Eli Howard had to go head-to-head with each other again. Use King Kong to strengthen his fists and feet, and collide with iron hoofs. But it was too much to deal with just a few strokes. Because CP0 is constantly besieging it all around. With fists and kicks, every blow hit Howard's body heavier than a cannonball. But Eli Howard didn't feel the pain. Because of his experience, he felt the sorrow in Hancock's heart. That kind of pain is 100 times more painful than physical pain. Life is returned. Howard took a deep breath. In the next moment, all the wounds are healed, and the bones are connected. The shadowless step brings out a phantom, supplemented by the defensive power of King Kong. Eli Howard stubbornly blocked all CP0 attacks. At this moment, Guy Enns ran in panting. Stop it to me. This is Saint Howard. Suddenly, all the shadows of fists and legs came to an abrupt end. Xia Lucia poked her head out from behind the bodyguard. Seeing the person in the middle, screamed. Howard! Howard, are you hurt? Xia Lucia had her eyes straight. Brother Howard, has become so amazing. How is this possible? St. Charles Roth never knew where to get out. He dragged his nose with a look of disbelief. How can St. Howard be so tall and strong? His body is full of muscles, vomit, ugly. Howard rolled his eyes at the sky. While speechless, he also understood why Charles Rose was not petrified. Because this guy has a problem with his aesthetics. Eli Howard kicked the tall Tauren across the air into the air. The other party let out a long howl, turned and fell heavily to the ground. St. Howard looked very satisfied with this landing position. Howard squeezed his fist and glanced around him viciously. Who did it to me just now? Ah! Screams continued to sound in the court. These powerful CP0s were kicked hundreds of feet one by one and fell to the ground. Every face is covered with shoe prints. All lie on the ground and enter the pretending to be dead mode. Howard, kill your slave. Xiaoluxiqian was relieved when she saw Howard had spare time to teach CP0. Then screamed again. Look at the good things she did. Lee Howard slapped the last CP0 to the ground and clapped his hands happily. Then he raised his head and looked at the petrified celestial dragons and agents around him. It can be regarded as a breath of malice. After seeing the surrounding scene clearly, he knew that the 3 sisters had become familiar to him in the animation. However, he didn't know how the 3 sisters of Boya ate devil fruit and became familiar to him. Prior to this, he had been worried in his heart how things would develop. In a sense, he should also thank Zalilia. After all, if this tragedy hadn't happened, Hancock will not become the Empress in the future. What an interesting sideshow. Lee Howard just feels that every pore is very relieved. Looking at Li Desheng, who turned into a stone statue. It's turned into stone. It suits him well, like this. Ha ha ha. You are finally back. Hancock's voice came from behind. A pair of soft hands trembling gently hugged Howard's body from behind. Hancock silently sticks to Howard's back and weeps. If you really liked me, kill me. I just hope Marigold and Sandersonia come alive. They weren't dead. Howard said solemnly. Calm down, why are you shaking? Are you scared? Afraid that I will turn around and turn me into a stone statue? Do not look back. Hancock whimpered, using his hands a little bit harder, as if to stop Lee. Howard turned his head. Don't look at me. I can't control myself. Calm down, Hancock. Eli Howard's voice is full of confidence. You can definitely control your strength. As long as you calm down, you can do it. I don't know what to do, no. In Hancock's horrified gaze, Howard had already turned around and stroked her face happily. It's beautiful. Howard said softly. Let me refuse to see your beauty, it is very difficult for me. Wow. Hancock turned his head in fear, and it took a long time before he came back slowly. Petrochemical did not happen. Lee. Howard said, look, you can do it. A knife was stuck in his thigh, dripping blood quietly. As long as the pain is used to distract, petrification can be broken. After all, the condition for petrochemical occurrence is color center. And regardless of gender. As long as he is moved by Hancock's beauty, he will be petrified. But conversely, people without beauty and women with jealous hearts are less likely to be petrified. Hancock was finally able to calm down, and Howard was also secretly relieved. Now you want to lift the petrification of Mary and Sunder. Howard said softly. As long as you believe in yourself, you can do it. Hancock was taken aback. Don't I need to die? Of course not. Lee. Howard said. For Mary and Sunder, you can definitely do it. Try it, for example. There must be a way to breathe to them or something. Howard's hand brushed Hancock's face. Then he turned Hancock's body to her sisters. Ask for flowers, scores, monthly tickets, reminders, rewards. Am I too greedy? Asterisk. Chapter 50 Disarming Petrification, all CP0 are pretending to be dead, seeking flowers/rating. Hancock concentrated and kept thinking. Remove petrification. Remove petrification. Then, blowing from the palm of the hand in one breath, Marigold and Sandersonia gradually began to pick up colors. Slowly regained his breathing. The two fell to the ground together, shouting in fear. Elder sister! Hancock and his two younger sisters cried. No matter how much suffering you endure, there is no tomorrow. It's worth crying at this moment. Wait a minute, there is me. Howard suddenly waved helplessly. Remove my petrification. Hancock was taken aback, then looked back at Howard. Then he saw a dagger stuck in Howard's leg. The blood is flowing down the thigh. The feet below him have been petrified. That said, it was not all right just now. This move is too risky. Master Howard. Hancock was moved to tears. At this moment, no matter how many questions had been in my heart, they all disappeared. She has decided this man. And Howard could give her a knowing blow when she was so moved. How can I resist your charm? Of course I will be petrified. Eli Howard said with a smile. I said, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Hancock flushed. The heart is not under her control, and it keeps beating. She almost fainted. Fortunately, before he fainted, he finally managed to get rid of Howard's petrification. But what's wrong with her body? He was hot and weak. Howard hugged Hancock, who was limp. Feeling her hot body temperature and heartbeat, she wanted to scream for happiness. He knows why this is. This is a manifestation of an Amazonian woman having lovesickness. With that said, Hancock has truly fallen in love with himself. Coming into this world, suffered so many sins. But as long as there is this moment, Everything is worth it. Xiaolulia looked at all this, but was stunned. Can petrochemicals be controlled? The two slaves she used to play games. One was caught after eating the sweet fruit. An iron mask is always on his head. The second is that she bought back the regenerated sweet fruit with a lot of money. The female slave who fed it. At that time, she was crushed by playing and committed suicide. How did Saint Howard know that petrochemicals can be controlled? Moreover, why would he ignore himself and hold that female slave? Xiaolusi Qiangong on one side was also very angry. Howard! What are you doing? Don't hurry up and lift the petrification of you all. Why? Li Howard raised his head with a rebellious and unfilial face. Why? Xiaolusi stayed in the palace for a while. Howard got up and shouted loudly. This is my person. Even a slave is my beloved slave. Even things are my beloved things. Love. Hancock, who was about to get up, was suddenly soft and unable to move. The two snake girls on one side were also very excited. The master was angry for them. For them, get angry at the other celestial dragons. The people who moved me indiscriminately without my permission, but you are not right. Howard gave a bad smile. So, why should I lift their petrification? I haven't calmed down yet. Too shameful. St. Charles Rose jumped up, pointing at Howard and cursing. St. Howard, you would be angry for a few slaves, you are too stingy. The slave in my house, you can use whatever you want. Playing with your slaves, you are so unhappy. Fortunately Xiaolulia wants to marry you. Humph! Marry me? Eli Howard was taken aback. Was I so attractive? Or is it that Zaluria's fierce appearance actually has a nasty character? I beat her before, but she likes herself? Yet, Howard, why bother to upset Lia for a few slaves? Xiaolusi Qiangong persuaded. This matter is not good for me. But just a few humble slaves. If you like, just buy a few more you like. It seems that I am not clear enough. Howard sighed deeply. Seeing his posture, there was silence around him. Howard raised his eyes and paused. I hate someone touching my things. Not to mention my favorite woman. No, I don't like it enough to describe it. She is my favorite woman. Woman. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened and exclaimed. Both Xiaoluchisai and Xiaolulia were shocked that their jaws were about to fall to the ground. I am Master Howard's favorite woman. Ah! Such a strong and direct declaration. Hancock fainted directly. Howard! What are you kidding? Xiaolusi Qiangong was furious. That's a slave. The most humble slave. You said this. You really ruined Ljia's reputation. Come here, kill those 3B for me. Guy Ens holds the remote control of the slave collar. The movements were slow, and the gesture had to be handed to Xiaoluxiqian Palace. However, the figure flashed in front of him. Eli Howard has handed Hancock to his two younger sisters. And leisurely catch up to stop Guy Ens. Take the remote control away, and smash it in one go. Which of the CP0 present cannot be seen? Guy Ens did it on purpose. But celestial dragons quarreled, and the others pretended to be dead is the wisest choice. Thinking about it this way, Guy Ens is so witty. All CP0s that have been beaten are lying motionless on the ground. Their acting skills pretending to be dead can be said to be quite superb. CP0, who has not been beaten, regrets it very much. Why didn't I take the shot just now, but I was responsible for protection here. Now I have no chance to pretend to be dead. Just look at each other, then look up at the sky one by one. It's as if there is a superb view in the sky. Asterisk.